Oh boy. The particular setup I have right now is so weird. I had this set up like I did for Stellar Glow way back when, where I have to, because I use a rolling desk, because my setup is weird, because I have a large screen and then the monitor to my left. So I have two monitors, and one of them is, it's like the size difference is weird. So I have to, so in order to set up my desk properly, also so that I can use my keyboard when necessary, and to have my microphone at a position where it doesn't bother the crap out of me, and it's less noise to the microphone, because the keyboard is loud. If the microphone's on the table, it's all just noises from the mouse keyboard. It's loud. But this, I haven't had to use a setup in a bit. It's awkward. Ugh. But both of the games we're playing today do not have, there is no controller support here. So we have to make do. And also with my horribly jank setup. One day I'll improve the setup, but I'll figure it out one day. But anyway, to more important stuff. Did I move this wrong? I need to realign. I do. Why is it so far to the side? Hang on. I need to fix this. Why is it being weird? It is wrong. Do over. Wait. Are you? Are you being weird? I see. I need to move things over a little bit. Hang on. I need to fix the. Bleh. I need to fix the window so it's prim and proper. There we go. Sorry, that would have bothered me all stream if I didn't fix that. There we go. Look at that. So this is Rainbow Heart of Chroma. This is fellow streamer Rainbow Sparkles'. This is the demo of her game. She's been working on it for quite a while now. I did have to do some research on specifically the nature of visual novels and the game design aspects as to how these sorts of games, generally work and what they do and what this style entails. Feels more like I'm going to be approaching it from the angle of an author rather than a game dev today, just because a great deal of a visual novel's strengths has to lie in its writing. So, and I kind of want to, because with a lot of games I play, they are finished products that I make observations on about what's good and what's not about them, at least to the best of my ability. Sometimes I get, after a certain point when I'm playing really long games, I think it's noticeable that my critiques start to fall to the wayside, and I talk about what's happening in the game in terms of mechanics and story. But I know that can happen with the longer series, but with games that like with Crash Bandicoot, we've been doing that lately, where I'm able to approach it from the first level, from like the first playthrough, and play through it and still say, okay, I still have enough. I can still talk about game design stuff. So my hope is that I can maybe provide some feedback, constructive feedback, because I feel like it's nice when somebody showers someone with praise. It's awful when someone hits with a hammer and just says, what is this? But I think with this, I'm happy to have the opportunity to be able to go like, oh, this is a demo. It's also out for free, by the way. This demo is free, but having the opportunity to be able to come in and be like, oh, hey, this is still a work in progress, and if I can help someone improve their work in any way possible, that would be nice. I will say, first thing I did go to the options. I had to adjust some audio stuff because I was a little bit like, okay, because I need to make sure audio stuff was good. I think the music I could probably put up a little bit. Yeah, I could put it back up. I just didn't want it to be too loud for me, because that can be tough. So, and also looking at this, I think they did some fun stuff. I think the ability to have like I do think the skip options are kind of nice, where it's like, oh, after choices, skip dialogue. Like some of these I think might be interesting, but I'm not sure how much you'd want to have like skip things on. I don't know. I don't know enough. I do like that they have these fonts. I think the font choices and having one that's for those with dyslexia, that is a nice accessibility choice. I went and looked at that, so I was like, oh, that's cool. I think that's really neat. It's It's one of those things though where I do hope that I don't know what the default is, but I do think that accessibility options are nice. But I'm gonna just tiny bit, okay. But I have kept up a little bit with where development's been with this one. Mainly just because, you know, I'm acquaintances, so it's pretty, you know, I follow on Twitter, so it's like obviously I can see stuff. We'll say the character on the right, because the character on the left is Rainbow, and then the character on the right, I don't know why, but every time I look at him, I keep thinking Super Saiyan 4. I think it's just the fur, like the body fur. I think my brain just it's too much Dragon Ball. Ooh, bumping stuff. Alrighty. Well, I've dallied long enough, I think. I've done my talking. It's funny because I think I used the first 5 minutes of stream as a just chatting, but I don't put it under just chatting. It's like, ah, yes. I will yap for 5 minutes. Alrighty. I am curious how this will go, so let's see. Oh. Prologue. I did also see that this game was written in Python, which surprises me.
Since before time began, I have walked beside humanity on 1,000 journeys, wearing 1,000 faces for the names and roles they bestow.
Okay. My brain just went like, I had to reading comprehension. Whenever there's voice acting, I will try to shut up because it's, you know, I don't like to talk over voice acting as usual. Let's see. Okay, so there's history, skip, auto forward, save, load options. Okay, so the menus, I like the menu noises. Like these.
I have come as a rider upon a pale horse, a ferryman.
Hi, Julian. How's it going today?
A monster.
How's it going today, Julian? We're playing the demo of another streamer's game, I'm curious to what I'll have notes wise. I will say maybe it's just I need to sleep at ODaM stream. I will say in terms of day streams, I will be pulling back on those for now because I did learn something about myself and my physicality that I think this stream will definitely be the one that says, okay, yeah, you need to stop doing day streams for a few weeks because I mentioned earlier that I'm doing this. I was talking about that I'm doing the Stella Glow setup where I have the microphone up on the table and I have the stuff moved around. So to minimize microphone feedback whenever I bump the mouse or the keyboard. The problem though is it requires me to have exceptionally straight posture because I have to sit up and lean forward. So 6 hours of this, I'm pretty sure my lower back's gonna say, yeah, you're not doing this for a few weeks. But I'll figure out something for Saturday streams at some point, but hopefully well, not hopefully, but this will be the last one for a little while. Oh damn. It's one of those things though where if I'm playing, well, like last week I was playing on the Xbox, so it's like all the other day streams worked out pretty well because I was able to lean back in the chair a little bit and I can rest, but this one it's like if I want to talk then I have to straight back, lean forward, keyboard. How are you doing today, Julian? Let's see. Oh, that's nice.
But most often,
I will say this is a nice piece. The moon having like a Saturn ring is kind of weird, but that's kind of neat. So yeah, this is Rainbow's Heart of Chroma. Well, I believe the actual name is Rainbow Heart of Chroma, but I like referring to it almost like, hi, remember you Sonic? Yes, I do, Blue Speed. How's it going today? I do remember. I actually do remember. I'm actually kind of my brain immediately when you said, hi, remember Sonic 06? And I was like, yes, I remember meeting you then. I do actually remember. I'm good. Pretty excited to learn some AI models can learn to even better video generation such. Oh, that's cool. Good. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm listening to this music really quick because I'm curious to it, but it's... because I'm listening to it and it's like
as a friend.
Oh God.
I have been charged to follow the ages of men with purpose and greet them each in turn at the very end.
This boy do be dripped out though. I do appreciate. I will say the way the voice is set up, it's like right between my ears, so it's like because I think it's just because of how microphones how when you record a voice it kind of like sets the position of it very close. So every time he talks, I'm like, oh god.
That is my.
Yes, very cool, very dark.
Okay, we were going for a pretty serious tone there, and then that was a shift. That was interesting. I am curious for what kind of tone this is going to go for, because I'm uncertain if it'll be. Well, I'm uncertain how is it going to be a very serious tone? Is it going to be very funny, or is it going to try and ride the balance between taking things seriously and being a bit comedic in tone? I'm curious. But I'm doing good. Today's a good one. I wanted to play this demo because I said I would when she mentioned months ago that because I said, oh yeah, I'd like to play it if able. The person who made this game. So I wanted to do my due diligence and research. I am, if nothing else, I am very bound by my own rules, which is probably not the best thing for someone at times, but.
Has anyone ever told you you're kinda cute, though?
What? Thought we were here to talk about the age of man. What's happening with this? I will say this ball is flirty. I don't understand. What is with this volleyball flirting with this man? And this guy. Okay, if I understand, let me go back in the history. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. So it has a scroll wheel. Oh, working scroll wheel. That's cool. Not many logs in games do that. Let's see. Must have as a friend. I'm charged to follow the ages of man with purpose to greet them each in turn at the very end. Greet them each in turn at the very. I don't know why my brain just read that out loud, and I was like, And then there's. So it has the name on the side. The formatting of this is a little strange to me, but maybe that's. I think that's just because the formatting will. I think it's just because they have to fit it in this box. I do think the graphic design is kind of neat. I do think the rainbow color is probably going to confuse the crap out of me every time I look, but it is also fun. It is nice that I do see that they had to organize the menu accordingly.
Nope, just you for the past 20 minutes.
20 minutes? Wait, so was she talking? She wasn't talking before, though.
Simple yes or no. Is this single?
I feel like this was a very large change in tone. But I wonder if this is meant to proper setup for, okay, this is going to be a story that's not going too heavy. But, I smile. Wait, so, okay, so we are the position of this boy.
What souls choose to preoccupy themselves with never ceases to amaze me.
So is this gonna? I wonder if the story's gonna take the eye.
Yeah, I can't help but notice you didn't answer the question.
Oh, we have a choice now. My brain's just like reading the choices. Like I feel like the bottom two feel like human thirst. What is? Feels almost a bit like, I don't know, just the way he's been talking lately. I don't know if, would he use the term thirst? Maybe I don't know this character. Oh yeah, and we can save so we can. I see. So I can, yes. So I can save before choices, and I can check out all the choices. Wait, what? Quick saves. Oh, I see. Oh, that's kind of nice. So it has a quick save functionality, auto saves. Oh. Well, they already did better than me on that save stuff. Autosaves are a nice feature. I wonder what the timer is on that then, because I didn't see anything in the options to adjust the timer, so I'm guessing that there's a flat number that does the timer for that. For the autosave. That is quite nice though. It might also be based on states, because I see that it's. Let's see, that one seems to be right at the beginning. This one seems to be right when the bright soul shows up. So it might be a state-based autosave, which that still works. I'll just do its busy job.
It's a busy job. Maybe when people stop dying, I'll have the time.
That the slight sarcasm's pretty good.
Plain hard to get, huh? I get it.
I see? Question mark?
Either way, I'll have to pass. And we're still crossing you over.
Look, I'm not trying to get out of this. Dead is dead. How often do you get to escort someone this cute, huh?
I'm a little bit confused, to be honest. She's a ball? I don't know why, but I keep looking at this character like, oh yes, ball.
You are one of a kind.
Got that right.
I mean, I've never seen someone die from trying to fit that many billiard balls in their mouth before.
I will also say the one thing I will be like on the lookout for. So far, grammar's been pretty good, but I will be on the lookout for grammar stuff because I feel like in a visual novel, grammar is absolutely king. At least good writing, and sentence construction. I know stylistically I might have included a comma after I mean, but I am also, that's also very much a style thing. I don't know.
Oh, you saw that?
I'm also very confused by the fact that, I guess this is what I was talking about earlier, that I'm not quite sure I'm not sure what to set up expectations. I'm not sure how to set my expectations for the tone of the story. Because it seems like, because I know this is just a demo, but it's like, okay, I don't know what to expect.
7, if I recall.
I'm trying to set up my expectations, and I'm uncertain how to. Because the story seems like it's going for comedy, but I'm uncertain.
Would have been it if that rando didn't slap me on the back, but whatever. Most mercs don't usually last this long anyway.
Okay.
I bet there were plenty of times you almost got me, huh?
You've been ambushed and shot up so much, I was never sure if you were the unluckiest soul in the Iris or the luckiest with how you managed to pull through.
Oh,
What?
you really were with me then, huh?
Oh, I need to go back. Go back. Oh, she was just joking. I guess it's one of those things where it's like, I guess death is an omnipresent thing, but I guess that does immediately pose the question as to how does this death work? I guess it's one of those things where is it a psychopomp, or if he's truly death, then is he just everywhere?
We've walked a bit like this before. Many times, in fact.
Oh, I was unaware that they were walking somewhere. I see. This background is very pretty, but I do think it's almost... I'm almost uncertain as to what it is meant to be. That makes sense?
Not as close as this. You'll find humanity is rarely alone.
So, did you like what you saw?
And there it is.
I just never took death for a voyeur, is all.
Only when you do something brave or stupid.
Drifter, how's it going today?
More my attention.
How's it going today? I must confess, I'm a bit uncertain as to how... I did some research on visual novels because I was curious to the norms. And I found one of the most compelling arguments that, like, you know, it's one of those things where there's the debates to it, and I wasn't expecting to stream it this time. I did set up the schedule. Well, it was on the schedule, but my schedules always go up, and I don't at everybody with those. I hope you've been good too. I'm doing good. I'm holding myself. I held myself today because I wanted to do 2 day streams in a row on Saturdays to see how they do, as well as because I didn't have anything else these 2 weekends anyway. So I was like, okay, I could test out this while I have weekends free, and I wanted to do some day streams. We did that a little bit on Thursday. We streamed. We did the Persona 3 stream. Instead of doing it at night, we did it during the day. But today we're doing Rainbow's demo. We've raided over to Rainbow a few times, but her demo came out this last Sunday on the 30th, so on June 30th. So I will say I did some research on visual novels, and one thing I've learned is marketing them as visual novels sometimes comes with a stigma. Like, a lot of Rainbow's marketing has been that it's a game, and while it's of the style of a visual novel, I understand the hesitancy to call it a visual novel sometimes. And some of that's because I learned what it means for things to be visual novels, because with a lot, there's a great many of them that are of a certain type, which I think comes with its own sort of preconceptions and expectations on the game, you know, I say game design, but the story content specifically. And I definitely see that it would be difficult to fight through that as a developer, because that is something that would be, it would definitely be something that would come up at some point during the development, right? Especially when it's a project like, you have a couple people who are aware of the expectations of the genre. But it brought to mind some things that I hadn't thought about with storytelling and with game design. But also, it did also bring, I also ran into the question of, are visual novels games? And that one feels a bit too complex, at least to dive into now. Because I think about, you know, the times we've played Ace Attorney, but I think about favorite visual novel styles are Ace Attorney and Danganronpa. And I think the key with those is that Danganronpa and Ace Attorney both have, while they have visual novel elements, the key thing is that they're elevated, they're kind of like put outside of being, Doki Doki is also really wild. I think Doki Doki's like Doki Doki Literature Club is the visual novel that I have played. That's like the one that I understand is like, this is only a visual novel. Ace Attorney and Danganronpa, from Danganronpa I've only seen, but Ace Attorney, from what I played, the thing that Ace Attorney does is it has gameplay elements that take it away from just being a book, essentially. Like, because visual novels, that's what they are. They're visual novels. They are, in an essence, electronic books. They're a form of book. Visual novel plus point and click. And the key thing is at the courtroom. I think the courtroom mechanics are explicitly put it into, okay, you have to do the logic puzzles, and puzzles are a form of game, and doing the logic puzzles of, okay, how do I solve this case? And that's where, and also finding evidence is part of puzzle and exploration. Those sorts of things take it from being just a, like a book with extra steps to being more than that. I think Doki Doki was much more a novel storytelling experience, which puts it into more of a elevated, it's like a certain medium of book. And Danganronpa, I believe it also has similar things to Ace Attorney, where there's exploration, as I recall, and like there's the exploration is what puts it above, it's what gives the agency to the player, and also the abilities of choice. I wonder how Rainbow's game will, move forward. Is like, how far does it go outside of the trappings of its medium, and how far does it go in its own direction?
And some people do more stupid things than others.
I do know a big hoist of this is the voice acting, though. So I don't want to like hold this to a impossible standard. I will hold it to the standards that I've learned from other video games, but
hey, I thought we left all the judgment back with that creepy guy in the mask.
That creepy guy is the god of law, and I don't think that's the kind of judgment you should be worried about.
I want to try the Ace Attorney Investigations games coming to Switch, which follow Miles and have a pretty different style. I did see those. I really want to play Ace Attorney Investigations. They look really fantastic. That looked really cool. I would like to try that out when I can. I know we got the Ace Attorney trilogy because it was on sale and I was able to pick it up. And that was a big thing for me. So I would like to try Investigations when I can. Oh boy. I do appreciate that that the writing right now.
Lots of people find Lex a little scary. He certainly leaves an impression on most mortals.
I could barely move. It was like he was
reading the story. All lives have one.
God, you enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun with Ace Attorney. I think it also made clear that some of the best gaming experiences don't necessarily need to look the same as other ones. I think Ace Attorney is one of the best games around, and it's very different from most of the games that people are playing nowadays. I think it's a very important thing to play, those kinds.
I didn't want to ask before. But how is mine?
I also will say, technically, grammatically, the spaces are technically, like, the spaces from the ellipses to the next letter. It's like, technically, you'd have it formatted a different way, but this is also, it's way easier to read stylistically with this. This is way easier to read. Especially for the font and box that they're using. I will say, there are a lot of colors on screen right now, so it is a little bit like... It is a lot to take in sometimes. Because I keep looking at the box, and it's like, this is... The rainbow format here is... It's like, it's... It makes sense, but it's also like, sometimes it's like, oh god, there's a lot of colors on screen. Wow, they really have some mean choices. I will save. I don't know why I'm saving so much, but... Oh, okay, I had to... Okay, so this is pulling... time, maybe? I'm uncertain, to be honest. Quick saves. Man, it's gonna be hard as heck to tell the difference between these. I do think the choices are interesting, but I did notice with the last choice that the... I'm gonna check with this one. I'm gonna see if I'm correct.
Heroes long since dead, but even after centuries, humanity is still full of surprises.
Surprise!
Feels like wind blowing across my skin. Okay, so it is like... The one thing that is a little difficult with this is that the dialogue choices I recognize, like a lot of these are meant to be just, oh, we're gonna make the dialogue choices. But it is interesting that the first choices you have are... They lack consequence for this conversation, which is perfectly fine. I think in terms of writing, it's like, okay, yeah, that's perfectly fine. But it also means that the expectation later might be that for some, that choices will just be to gain new information, not necessarily that they will have consequence. Warm and comforting like a peaceful summer. So I am trying to also keep track of tense of sentence. So because this is very much present tense, so I'm hoping that it's not long before I begin to see the floating motes of golden light that herald one of the many openings to the ever after. Is that meant to be uppercase? I actually have no idea. But yeah, I'm trying to... I also want to, like, dissect this a little bit, because I'm curious to this, and this is a work in progress, so I want to... Ooh.
We're nearly to Kalis now.
I do think the art's pretty good here. It is almost... It's like I'm trying to, like, come up with the term for it, but I'm trying to figure out... I want to see... I'm going to see more art. I'll make some... I'll think about it more later.
Kalis? Ah, so I really did do all right.
I will say, without a primer to the world, I must confess that it's good that... It is nice that they are... That they're trusting that we'll just... Okay, we don't need to know too much yet. We don't know the worlds yet. We'll figure stuff out. But I am curious... But without knowing what Kalis is, it's like, okay, what is Kalis?
Didn't mean to leave you in suspense, but yes, at the end of everything, you carried the weight of others and left Chroma Elysium better than you found it.
Chroma Elysium. So is that the... So wait, you leave Elysium... Interesting. Okay. Interesting world naming choices, because Elysium's technically the place that people would go to when they died. So leaving Elysium to go somewhere else is kind of interesting.
A fair bit better, I'd say.
At least mythologically.
My mum always talked about this place. Said Dad would be waiting for us when we got here. He tried to make things better too. In his own way.
I think the font would have been clear enough to tell that the text was quieter. I do think that one thing that is a curious bit with this game is that it's doing a lot to try and make it so that if you don't have audio on, that you can still tell tone. But, curious to how that'll... Curious to what else they'll do with text later.
He is. And he did. It's a nice place for good people.
A little bit of tell, don't show, but that's actually just perfectly fine with this. I think this is the stuff that you just need to just tell me.
So,
There are still many who need to make the crossing. Lord Lex needs me elsewhere.
It was quiet for a moment.
oh, all right. Well, I guess this is goodbye then.
I will say I will say this one's a bit strange because it is like, okay, 5 minutes of connection, 5 minutes of...
But I can try to visit another time.
Really?
Can't help but smile again. I see. I am curious though to the how this will joy over even the smallest things. Well, at least this is a death that seems to I wonder how much what inspirations they took for this death. Dead and facing unknown eternity, still find excitement, something new. I do wonder if this death is partially, I wonder if they read Discworld. That's what I'm thinking of right now is Discworld's death, because he's very compassionate. Because there's a lot of death adjacent characters that are very cold. So having a death that's a little bit more warm to the joys of life is kind of nice. So it's a refreshing. Not the first or like the last time a human would inspire the gesture.
Of course, I promise.
And you won't forget about little old me.
So many of you burn so brightly, but each in your own way. It's beautiful and very hard to miss.
Spectral limb towards me.
Pinky promise?
Forsake the ancient promise of pinkies, strike the pact. Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier, though, that I am curious to the tone of this, because it feels like the tone oscillates a fair bit. Which might be exactly where it wants to be, but... Well, that's nice. Take a knee, bring me nearly eye level with the soul, such is my respect for the sacred ritual. I know the way to the sacred ritual and interlock fingers. Well, that's sweet. Take the offer, pinky. The soul's hand feels more grounded, more solid for a moment. I see the indistinct haze of the soul sharpen into a clear form, starting itself in the life it lives one final time before the crossing.
Pinky promise.
I better see you here.
Sound chimes rings through the air. I recognize the call of the god of law. His call is just dinging the chimes. Not long before Alex's voice is carried on the wind to my ears. The dude could just yell from across the planet and just be like, "Hey, wake up! Wake up!"
Come find me when you're finished. Got some business to discuss.
I think that could have been used with a comma. I don't know. That one feels... Not the message, but return my focus to my charge to finish their journey.
This is the gate. I'll take care of you on the other side.
Hey, Kuro?
Yes?
Did he ever say his name? He never said his name. How does she know his name? Is his name known like that?
I'll see you later. And try to have some fun one of these days, okay?
I was surprised still move past the gates and I catch myself wondering, what is it like? I must confess, I'm a little bit lost myself right now. Thought I'd crossed my own once or twice over the millennia, but in the face of someone still so alive, even as a spirit, I wondered how she would fare in the afterlife. But I hoped it was as joyful to her as life was. Blech. Hoped it was as joyful to her as life was. I see. Yeah, sentence structure is going to be something I think will be iterated on a few times. Mostly just because it's like, it's one of those ones where I'm like, okay, I have to reread it once or twice to make sure I understand what I am reading. Take a moment or two, letting the cool night breeze roll across my face, play aimlessly in the grassy plain, watching life occur beneath the light of the stars. Wait. Okay, that one I also had to double take, because I was like, that one I had to double take, because I think it's grassy plains? But, no, the one that caught me off guard was that the object structure made me go, wait a minute. So is it... In my head, I was like, wait, is he playing in the breeze, or is it the night breeze? And it kind of like, that kind of threw me off. I was like, ah, yes, the god of death. I will go rolling around in the fields. What a joyful god of death, ain't it? That one definitely feels like the object structure was a bit confusing. So a few moments to just be. I let the world turn and turn some more, and then once less time before heeding Alex's call. I do think stylistically the sentences are I think it's good that they're making style choices and being confident in it. But I do think that some of this will need some additional looks over. Of course, I think writing this sort of thing is always going to need looks over and over and over. World moves silently beneath me as I run with the shadows that stretch beyond the horizon. What? What is happening? Traveling within the umbral veins of Chroma. Gonna have to dip. Gotta wake up early tomorrow for exercise. Hey, we'll get some good rest. I hope that you're able to have a wonderful time. You have a good one. Well, thank you. It was good to see you again. Get some good rest. Oh boy, it is very different to do a day stream, I must confess. Born to serve the orders of creation, the one I hurry to meet. I will say the way that this story is so far handled exposition, as I would say, like information that needs to be delivered to the reader, to the player. I do think that it's stuff. I do think that it's a bit awkward, but I think it also I'm trying to think of, okay, well, how would you handle this sort of world building and information? And I think it's very complicated to handle this sort of thing, especially with the nature of, okay, well, you have a whole new world and all these new characters you have to introduce. I appear within the walls of Law's domain as close to home as I ever had. I must confess also the music feels like it fits the tone that the tone, but I haven't found myself catching I haven't found that it is catching fully, but I think that's just because it's meant to be tone setting, not distraction. Because it can be difficult if the music is so like evocative and like catchy that it starts clipping into the back of your heads while you're trying to focus. But
you called, my lord?
Would Lord be capitalized here? I don't know. Like his regal robes and golden mask hide his face, but I feel his own smile appear from beneath the otherwise austere metal. Our time together, I've grown accustomed to his pace, effortless, relaxed, especially for the god of law. I might actually recommend you omit that sentence. I almost wonder if that one, because I don't think it needs to be. I almost wonder if you don't need to say that the god of law is relaxed. I don't know. That flute sound was a little high. That was weird. This moment, Lex seems rushed. He approached me in an unhurried manner, but I sense an unfamiliar tension to him. I think that would be in him. Sorry, I'm like, my brain... So, I do this thing when I'm reading, because when I'm reading, I'm trying to remind myself, okay, you should keep moving, but my brain is also thinking, there's like things in here that I'm like, okay, I should make notes of. Because my brain's thinking, okay, because I'm looking at this, I also will say, Alexa's character design, pretty good. I do like this. But I'm also... I will say the text boxes being so high up does also mean that if there's, like, some of the character designs do get obstructed. But I also think that it might well be different if I go to full screen or something, but I don't know. These calls are rare, must be something important. It's again one of those things where it's like, it is good, though, that we are being told things. That's the key.
Hey, Kuro. Sorry to cut the one-on-one short.
There was no interruption. I just brought her to the gates when I heard your summons.
And then he sat around and played in the fields for... I feel like I'm gonna constantly mention that. It's like, oh yes, he was playing. I feel like Kuro just rolling around in the field. Like, I'm trying to imagine this guy in this three-piece suit just rolling around, just having a good day. He's just rolling in the fields. I keep thinking about that now because it's like, oh yeah, he was playing.
Just glad to hear it was all smiles by the end. Doing judgment. Jeez. Lady was practically clinging to your coat the whole time. Thought she was mute or something.
But doesn't... In my head, I'm kind of thinking, doesn't he know the story? He knows the story, so he would know that it's just nerves. mean, the person just died, so that makes sense. Even though it was choking on billiard balls, which very undignified.
Well,
Oh?
it's nothing, my lord.
Nope, no backing out now. And stop with the my lord stuff. Should be past that at this point.
I will say that this is an... Okay, this one's a little hard to read. This box is a little tough to read because that's a lot. Not clear why you're one of those terrifying entities all creation. I'm not really sure how to... Oh god, I have to adjust my posture. I'll go with the option.
What? Like I'm the only faceless arbiter of eternity they've ever seen.
What do you need of me?
What? Alex removes his mask, shaking down a cascade of hair and flashing with the most easygoing of looks. He didn't actually... His hair didn't change? I don't know why, but in my head I'm like, his hair didn't move. He's still got like the Aerith bangs. They're styled up then down. My lord is a charmer. Despite the situation, I will say he still, as the humans say, absolutely killing it. Just counts I've seen in person skiing a few times before. Yeah, this is where I mean the tone is a little bit... I guess Kuro's internal voice is confusing to me because it feels... It's like sometimes he's like I can feel his seriousness and I can feel the tone that he's going for is like he's very stoic on the outside, but a little bit friendly on the, but you know, he's pretty friendly, but it does feel like at times that he starts to clash a little. Because I feel like I'm feeling less like it's Kuro's voice and more the writer's voice that cuts in that tiny bit. Like, it's almost like someone is speaking with Kuro's voice, if that makes sense. But it isn't Kuro speaking. This one feels like a moment such as that. Jenny before sharing the most distressing news one could possibly imagine. Last time it was that I'd be working overtime for the next 80 years due to some kind of plague outbreak the humans devised. As if being slightly hot would soften the blow. Yeah, again, see, this is what I mean, is that it feels like... It almost feels like Kuro is being superseded by a voice that's not his. Which is... It kind of confuses me a little bit, because I'm like, okay, what tone is he going for here? Maybe it did, but not nearly as much as he seemed to think it would. Yeah, and also this choice also just kind of... We blew right past this choice. We went right past... Like, this choice really had, like, we just went right through.
I need my charming raven-haired right hand close by. The judgments, the journeys. At first, I thought maybe we'd missed a few. But something's wrong with the soul count. We've got a problem.
Are you telling me... Wait, are you telling me that... So this would imply that Death is not on... There's no overwhelming knowledge that Death is aware of everybody. Which also kind of fits the Discworld thing a little bit. But... How do you have an accounting error in the heavens? How do you end up with that?
Souls are missing? How?
That was a voice slip. That one, he sounded different. Interesting.
If I knew, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Let's drift to the bright source. Smiley face lost for all eternity scattered. So souls are just missing? Shake my head to clear the grim image from my mind.
I'll get to the bottom of this, my lord. I swear it.
I still keep looking at my lord and thinking that it should be capital L since it's separated. Either it'd be M-I lord, like my lord, or my lord, it's capital L. Because I feel like capital L lord makes sense, but...
Ooh, relax, Kuro. I know you would. And if it was up to me, then I would have put you on this way earlier.
Sentence structure thing again. Comma after up to me? I don't know.
Really? How long have they been missing?
You know, maybe like a few days or, what do you call it? Years?
That one sounded like a question mark, but also... How would he miss it for a couple years? And how would he not know what years are called?
Years?
That's a little confusing.
Look, I don't know. You want a timetable? Ask Vados. Anyway, it wasn't by choice. This is bigger than me, and now Prisma got the whole council involved.
Okay. I'm a little bit confused, I'm not gonna lie. Also, why were...
The lady herself? What does she want with you?
Isn't that the question of the hour?
Wouldn't that also be phrased as a question? My lord, what did you do? I will say, this face is very funny to look at. Look at that mouth. Look at that mouth. Yeah, see, this is one of those things that we don't get to see the full drip. Look at this, because the boxes block it. The boxes block the drip. This is unfortunate. Also, how long is this music loop? Because it feels like I've heard this, like... It kind of feels like we've been in the same spot for a very long time, and the music's kind of like... It's kind of like weighing on the back of my brain. I think it's because the... Yeah, because the jumping is happening without break. We haven't had... I don't think I've heard a B section like that breaks it up, so it's a little bit confusing. I do appreciate the timpani sound, though.
Come on, it's not gonna come to that. Besides, you know how much work I'd have to do if something happened to you? Don't be such a drag.
Oh, I recognize that line. Yeah, actually, well, I guess, I remember I read for Lex. I did audition. I tried to be a voice actor. I'm just behind I'm behind the microphone pushing my fingers together, like... I recognize this line. I was like, oh, hey. Oh, that's funny to see it in context. I will say also, I'm looking at the... Wait a minute. I just realized something about the background art that just confused the crap out of me. The cracks in the wall travel from the wall to the pillar. Because you can actually see the connective tissue of the crack on the side over there on the left. See right next to Kuro's shoulder? It, like... crosses over onto the pillar, so it's like it just made me realize, wait, those cracks are those, just realized those might be placed on the upper layer, maybe. It does create a very strange image for the walls here, but
Lex, I swear I'll help any way I can. I won't let anyone be lost while I'm there to guide them. But I don't know what you think I can do in a meeting between the gods.
wait, what? Wait, go back a step. Anyway, I'll help any way I can. I won't just why I'm there to guide them. Why is why is Kuro asking about what he can do during this meeting? Because... Oh, because of that. Yeah, because I got confused real fast. Okay.
Not even a guess?
Kill him? What do you mean kill him? Why is that even an option? They're the gods. I don't even think the god of death can handle like getting a. I don't think feels like a straight. That one feels like a choice. I don't think anyone would choose even comedically. Like it feels like okay, whoa. Also, yeah. Actually, the apostrophe would come before the EM. I guess fun fact with that one. At least that's how I write it usually. When you do like you have to do the the y'alls in your years. Yeah, this mess. It is interesting that these lines don't have a line afterwards, but
In a manner of speaking, but let's leave the judgment to me, okay? But in all seriousness, if anyone has a right to be there, it's you. And one of you involved from the beginning. The council has a lot on its plate. The universe, in fact. But I'm hoping they'll see that you're the best chance to figure out where those spirits disappeared to.
I'm trying to take in the world building here because it's like, okay, we have the council. Okay. I feel like we're about to be speedrun introduced to a bunch of characters really fast.
You don't walk among the humans, Chroma. Not anymore. Well, except for Prisma. They've always been her favorite. Something you two have in common. And I'd be hard-pressed to think of anyone more suited to help the humans than you.
I will confess, this is again another one where it's like, okay, how do we... Because I feel like Kuro and Lex would... I feel like these two would know this. That it's like, yeah, we don't walk among the humans. Well, of course you don't. It's... But this is also like, this is also natural for them to discuss the nature of this
And you think
problem.
the council let me?
That contraction also feels a bit strange. That might want to be council would let me, but it is a way the turn of phrase for speech, but
I'll see what I can do, but these meetings have rules. The kind that don't bend, you know? Not even for me. Our arrangement's flexible, but if Prisma puts you on a leash, you're on your own.
I am very confusion.
Well, if her ladyship puts me on a leash, that'll mean you're on your own too.
Let's hope it won't come to that.
Again, well, that one doesn't have the laugh written down, so that one could be interpreted a couple different ways if the voices aren't on. That's interesting. That line could actually be read a couple ways based on that.
My lord.
This is also one of those things where if, say, you turn off the voice acting, some of the connotation might be lost without the voice to direct the tone. But it also would... It very much opens and changes the way that the sentence is formed and understood if you take away the voice acting. Because without the voice acting, there are parts of this that actually do end up being very different due to the nature of the writing.
Didn't I tell you to give it a rest with the Lord stuff?
Oh, wait, this one's... Wait, why is it a capital L here, then? It's capital L here, but it's not capital L the rest of it. I see. So that would be something to check up. I know it's a small thing, but it does also connotate it gives context to the power dynamic of these two characters and the scene. So it...
Yes, Kuro?
Okay, I'm noticing a slight... Okay, there is a slight inconsistency here that Lex laughed earlier. There's no subtitle for it, but the sigh has a subtitle for it. So that might be something to tweak, maybe?
Careful, making a promise to the god of law? I may just hold you to that. Well, let's get a move on.
Yeah, the choices so far have been... Whoa. Lex snaps his fingers and an instant we arrive in the realm of the gods. Wait, then... Okay, so I guess the cosmological arrangement is that the House of Law is not... Okay, wait, go back a step. Go back a step. How far back can I go? Where is God of Law stuff? Where is it? I need to read. Serve the orders of creation, umbral veins, within the walls of law's domain. Okay, so law's domain is not in the realm of the gods. Okay, I'm like, I feel like I need to have a notebook for this one. I'm like trying my best to like, oh yes, I must understand. I see. I am curious to the power dynamic of these gods, because what level do they have? What level do they have to control? Because so far we've understood that Kuro seems to work on different rules than Lex does, because Lex clearly has power over something that Kuro does not. Because Kuro has to travel through the umbral thing, the umbral veins, which seems to mean that he has to use different means of travel to move around the universe. But he still can move around the universe, because clearly he can visit humans, because that's how he got the Bright Soul. That's how he found that person. But Lex can just kind of doop 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 doop. I wonder if he has to like keep snapping his fingers to keep doing his teleportation. He's like snapping his fingers along to a song and he keeps warping on accident. he's listening to jazz and he keeps snapping himself into a different room in his house. Ahead of us stands the council chamber with its vaulted ceiling and slender pillars arcing gracefully into the sky. Every step I take on the intricately patterned floor echoes out. I don't know why my brain just took in the wait, so the ceiling, so the council chamber, is it built sort of like how the Parthenon is now, where it's just pillars and then a ceiling? So they can see within it? The architecture of this. I will say the way that it curves makes me think that it's like a dome shape with the background. I will say those cellos in my back right ear are confusing me a little bit, but I do appreciate. But the open air around the space was the truest beauty of all. The sky gardens and vistas of Kalis surrounded the thrones within the chamber. So they have, so they're like, I'm trying to like picture the space. I'm trying to picture the space before I'm shown it. So it is an open plan. And there are, I'm guessing the sky gardens are these things. Wait, there's a yellow. Oh, did they put it next to Lex because it's, oh, I see. Large marble table at the center of this grand room has engravings emanating from the outside that depict each of the gods in their position at the table. Each location is uniquely designed high-backed wooden chair. Okay, I'm trying to grab the designs in my head. I'm trying to take the writing and evoke it. So there's a large marble table of this grounds room. Has engravings. Okay, wait. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm like, my brain's like, okay, remember how this works. So if it's circular, then I'm guessing it's a circular table. Wonderful. Board on which the affairs of creation are played upon. Around it, equal measure are the thrones themselves, emblazoned with the sigils of the gods of Chroma, Elysium, the scales of law, the book and harp, the claw and bow, the flower, the hourglass, and the rainbow. Okay, so I'm taking this in. I'm trying to take this in as a cosmology, like as a like, okay, this is a mythology. These are gods that that all the humans believe in. Because they knew Kuro and they at least understood that judgment existed, like Lex. At least they understood those two existed. So if everyone else is to be understood, there's the scales of law. So this is the affairs of creation. So the thrones, we have law. I'm gonna guess writing and music, hunting and... Well, I guess if the book and harp are together, that means that they have two different... Maybe they have... I'm curious to how that plays out. There's the rainbow, the hourglass, the flower... Trying to think of what those domains would be, because I'm going on this without like going on this from the knowledge I have at this point. So that means there's a giant table, there's a big round table, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7. So everything. So I'm guessing that everything in this world runs around the rule of 7, because I'm guessing that's because. I'm guessing it's because of the colors of the rainbow, because there's 7 and there's well, I've heard Prisma, so that would imply to me an 8th, maybe? So maybe there's, so there'd be 8, which would actually make a lot of sense, because 8, that also fits a couple different overtones, I see. Cool. See the hourglass, its occupant sat sideways with their feet carefully resting over one arm of the chair. I'm gonna be sitting for a while and doing... I do apologize for just kind of like sitting and like talking through everything, because my brain's like, I must internalize, I must understand. See the hourglass, its occupant sat sideways, the feet casually resting over one arm of the chair. This is a lot of reading, by the way. There's a lot of reading today. Oh god, I was just talking about how my voice is so different when I have to do day streams, because it's a lot of... Oh, it's a lot different. Let's see, vibrant green of the robes and hair standing out amongst all the colors of the council chamber. Given how many colors this place already has, I am amazed that his green can stand out that much. Like, this place is very colorful. I must confess, the vibrancy of this environment is quite confusing. And exceptional, but also confusing. Because there's a lot of colors going on at all times. Look at the background. Look at the ground. Oh, I just realized that the background's colored similarly to the main menu, because the main menu picture goes from blue to pink. Is it always going to do that? Let's see. So this is... Oh, there we go. Lex and I enter. The god of time looks up at us both with an expectant grin, seeing something worthy of relieving his boredom. I see. I am curious what that symbol means. What is that thing around his neck? What is this? Mans does also have a lot of piercings.
Vados, early as always.
Also, wait, oh god, the boxes are blocking it again. I can't see what... I just realized that, okay, I guess as a functionality thing, I just realized there is a function that just came to mind that I think other visual novel style games have nowadays. It's the ability to duck out. So like, it would be the ability to duck out the box. So take this and just like duck it down and then be able to pop it back up. Like something down here to basically remove the box, because it's like, I saw that he had a thing on his hip, but you can't see it behind this box.
Oh, I wouldn't miss this. I'm just surprised you showed up. Figured you're the type that'd be late to his own funeral. Or, well, I suppose that part's being saved for after the council meeting.
It just looks me up and down almost as an afterthought. Oh yeah, okay, so he swapped back to... I guess we're still in the first-person perspective, but I am...
Oh, wow. You even brought your own cleanup crew. Man, talk about planning for failure.
Another one where the laughing could probably have been subtitled in. His face... What is his mouth? He's got like the... He's got like the mountain logo mouth. Look at him. I would kill to be able to sneer like that. That man, it's like he's looking down his nose. Look at that.
Well, I think Our Lady would want to hear what Kuro has to say, so you may have to find some other entertainment, kid.
Kid?
Ugh, we get it. You're old.
Lord Vados?
Oh, it wants me to speak. Lex, I
What?
hope you told your +1 that this is a meeting between gods.
Wait, that subtitling is slightly off. Because he said wants me to speak. Wait, go back. Can I hear that again? Hey, question. Can I hear that again? How do I go back? Back.
Lord
Yes.
Vados?
Okay, let me hear it again.
Oh, it wants me to speak.
Okay, yeah.
Lex, I
So,
hope you told your +1 that this is a meeting between gods.
that one. Well, that one's. I think that one's a very easy syntax thing. That one's a very easy syntax thing for that to slip under the radar because there's no spelling errors. There's no grammatical errors, but the voice line and the line written do not match. That one's very easy. That one, that's the kind of thing that slips by me all the time, especially when I was doing Red Genie, because I'd be writing something, see no spelling errors, and I take it, check it in the spell checker. Oh, okay, no errors. Put it back in. Read it later and say, oh god, why is this wrong? That's the one where it's like it slips past your spell checker, because it doesn't seem wrong, because it really isn't. Beto gestures a lazy hand to the other thrones, but his eyes never break contact with me. At least it's clear where he stands in all this. I mean, I guess because we don't actually know what's going on, I don't really know what he's standing in. All I know is that he stands. Well, actually, no, he's sitting still, isn't he? But we don't actually know what the main we know the conflict is that the souls are missing, but we don't really know anything else, so... Jackass. Another one of Kuro's interesting quirks. I see. Everything about Lord Vados exudes a goading confidence, a smug smile most of all, just begging someone to take him down a peg. Hang on, being to move some stuff. Oh god. Meh. Okay, we're good. Already at the hour mark? How the heck did that happen? Hope everyone's having a good day. This is quite a different thing for me to play, to be honest. It's nice to just... I am probably taking a little bit more time than most probably did playing this, but... I know exactly what he's doing, but I can't stop myself and take the bait. It is also interesting seeing Kuro talking through this, but... Oh, my mouth to wipe some of that smug look off, I feel a hand on my shoulder, and we see Lex wordlessly asking for some trust. I don't know why, but now I'm just thinking he's mouthing, trust me, dude. Trust me.
Even amongst the gods, Kuro has the most experience with souls. That's what the meeting's about, and I see no reason to keep out an expert if the problem's escalated this far.
The problem you were supposed to fix.
He didn't emphasize the you there. I like the italics confuse me sometimes because I'm like, oh yes, it is italicized, but...
Oh, come now, Vados. You know Lex. Always a flair for the dramatic. Just like yours truly.
Twinge of annoyance flashed across Vados' face at the sudden interruption, followed immediately by horrible recognition of the large figure bounding towards them. I must confess that with the language in mind, I keep like the imagery of how these characters must move is very much amusing to me. Whoa. Never met the god of abundance? So there's time so he is abundance? Oh, he's the book and harp. What? Wait. He is abundance. What does book and harp mean for abundance? He's also... Is it weird that Boisterous voice echoing through the halls is unmistakable? What? Wait, was? Oh wait, no, so it... Wait, that slips into past tense. That would be is unmistakable, right? It's just... I apologize for going so much on the grammar right now, but it is very hard for me to miss these. I think it happened a few times on stream where I saw a spelling error and my brain went, look! But that's also a telling reminder that little writing quirks and things like this happen everywhere. I make fun of Honkai Star Rail constantly for having bad grammar. Every time I see a missing period in a sentence on that game, I'm like, you guys make millions of dollars. Where is your spell checker? Like, just please check your grammar. The period button, it's right there. It's right next to the Alt key, next to the space bar, please. Also, I know this is gonna sound weird. Why does he look like Ego Raptor? He looks like Aaron from Game Grumps. My brain just like face recognitioned into that's Aaron. I'm sorry, that's bad, but my brain just went, oh yes. I guess that makes sense, but my brain just went, why? My face recognition is a bit glitched, I must confess. I say glitched as if I'm not a human being and not some sort of weird automaton.
Just perfect.
I mean, Vedos, to be fair, they did invite all the gods, and that includes the orange. I do appreciate his color scheme, though.
Perfect? Oh, you flatter me.
Look at this guy. He kind of looks like a pirate. He's got that pirate drip. Look at him.
You flatter yourself just fine, Edon.
Edon? Okay. I see. I'm trying my best to like. I'm taking in the lore. I want to make sure I remember things so I can understand. Edon.
Yes, one of my many talents.
I need to look up this word.
And Lex, such brinksmanship, such joy de vivre.
What is brinksmanship? Brinkmanship. The art or practice of pursuing a dangerous policy to be the limits of safety before stopping, especially in politics. In the game of brinkmanship. Wait, what? Is it not spelled brinksmanship? If I could spell, jeez. Brinksmanship. Brinkmanship. Oh, so there's no S. That's weird. I didn't know what brinkmanship means, so that one also was a bit confusing. I will say, the way he pronounces his French is also a little funny. I appreciate the French. So does that mean he's the god of the French? The way Lex had spoken about Lord Edom before was usually positive. He'd likely be more of an ally today than Lord Vitos at the very least. So this one is this is a past tense. This is good. Edom seemed coarse. Seemed? Yet tasteful? Maybe too much taste though. The man is practically flavor blasted. What? What? We're back to the. I'm not sure I'm not sure how to follow the tone.
Sheer brinksmanship.
Is he saying the word on? Now my brain is wondering if he's saying it wrong on purpose because this guy seems like the guy who would say something like he learns how to say arigato as arigato and starts saying it like that because someone told him that's how it's said. So I'm kind of wondering if he's saying it like this because it's like in his character to say things weird.
Hello, Edon.
Every time someone says Edon, my brain just they go hello Edon.
Prisma ready to take your head off. Ass positioned directly over the fire until the very last moment. The suspense is killing me.
This man definitely was chewing the scenery. I appreciate him. But also, the laugh wasn't subtitled again. I must confess, I am very confusion.
Oh, we wouldn't dare hope.
Prisma's ready to what?
Usually nonchalant demeanor shows a few cracks as Edon continues barreling along.
I can't wait to see how you'll get out of this. Imagine leaving such a monumental task alone until the council's forced to convene. Ha ha ha! Such drama.
I will say that the breakout. I think this is just this is a good use of the fact that the box has only so many characters it can put down before it's has to jump line. That's a good use of it because then it's that puts the emphasis on the mental.
I think the god of procrastination here just forgot.
Forgot what?
Well...
Edon, do you not know why we've been called?
Usually I just ask Sophia to fill me in.
Yeah, I'm just catching little snippets of style choices that are, they seem to be made for flourishes, but with the consistency being a bit strange with the writing, I'm curious to the, why it seems to notice me at Lex's side. Look at this man in his drip. Eidon just looking at him going, yes, look at this drip. Excellent. Why does he have a tie? I don't have a tie. I should have one. You're so orange. That's me. Me and this man share a commonality, and that's the orange. Orange. When it said earlier that he was bounding in, I just kind of imagine this guy was jumping, like, one leg over the other, like... It's like that scene when Spider-Man's in Spider-Man 1 when he's running up. When he's running across the buildings, he's doing the jumps. I was imagining he was doing that, but just very vertical and not much horizontal. Lord. Oh, he has a capital L. Does Lex not get a capital L? Wow, they handed Lex an L by not giving him the capital L? He's not even capital L Lord? Wow, they really said the God of Law does not deserve. Sheesh. That's kind of nuts. I'll give him the entrance.
Well, what sort of god would I be if I didn't make a show of it? A rather dull one, I'd say.
I like the. I'm curious how the in-game code handles the the faces, because I know it's just, you know, changing pictures to the different animations, but I'm wondering if it's just different pictures overall, and the only differences are the eyes closing or the mouth moving or the mouth positions, and then it switches between them as he talks, or is it an animation sort of thing where? Correct. Oh, I see. Rainbow, how's it going today? I believe this game. I see. I've been going through rather slowly. I've been making my notes. My brain has been going very analytical today. I see. So that's how it works. I see. Must be quite difficult. It's probably quite difficult then to. Must have been quite difficult to get that to work. My brain is just like, I am taking in what I have been given. I will say I did look at the code. I looked at what was available code-wise. I'm gonna look again. I will say getting this all to run in Python is kind of nuts, to be honest. 'Cause Python's not a coding language that I am. Because Python's quite different to work in, especially for game design. So this, I have to commend that, because that is actually kind of.
I know you. You're Lex's little shadow, Kano.
Kano. He gets to be a Mortal Kombat character. Give him the laser eye. I just realized he has a little bat thing. What is up with that?
Kuro.
Oh, why you just cracked him? You could have been Mortal Kombat.
No, that's definitely not it.
Did Eidon just correct this man correcting his name? Dang. That's cold. Oh, there's wind. Sound of wind through the trees. I have Christy do programming, so I have little knowledge, but she helped me gather what assets she needed, Rempy. Oh, I see. Well, and I must confess, the ability to make something of this magnitude with Python, it is a language that I think inherently fight, because I remember learning from I had a computer science major as my roommate in college, and I remember he was learning Python, and he was just like, yeah, it's a very different beast to fight with, because a lot of what makes in programming, a lot of what makes languages like C++ and C# very helpful for game design and for game development is that it's object-oriented programming. So it's a lot easier to save objects and make classes. For a visual novel, actually, Python might actually be equal, if not superior, only because it's not entirely often that you need to worry about object classes in a visual novel. Like, it's good to have. I think it's very reusable to make make objects when you're working in game design, even for visual novels. But it's interesting seeing how this clearly has some advantages for the game that you've been working on. Let's see, I need to read him once more. Sound of wind through the tree branches precedes the arrival of Sophia, whose eyes watch over the wild places. Wait, she just brings the sound of wind through tree branches when she walks? And she has a tattoo. I see. I'm just imagining that feels almost like having like a speaker with your favorite tune on it. The brown over the deep woods and the blue over the endless skies. As they trace across through, they seem to see past whatever her sight is trained on. Unlike the other gods, her clothing is made of simple leathers and fabric over a muscled form, as befitting a god of the natural world. Okay, I had to take a double take to make sure I understood that I was talking about her eyes. I think I must confess that some of the writing has had me, I had to like read again to make sure that I understood the noun of the sentence, because this actually happened earlier. I think you might get a kick out of this, Rainbow, that earlier with when Kuro mentions that he was like sitting in the field and the wind was playing across the wind, you know, the windswept plains. I for some reason read it the first time I read it, I mistook it as Kuro was playing in the plains, and I'm like, I understand that it's like this. I guess being a god of death would require one to take leisure, but I thought he was playing on the plains, which also made me feel like, yes, he is. I understand he has a bit of a playful nature, but I was kind of thinking rolling around in the grass in the three-piece might ruin the suit. The imagery was quite amusing, but I did recognize that the sentence did not. It made me go, wait a minute. I was like, wait a second. But it did make me. There have been a few sentences here and there that have made me have to go back and read it. And with the second read, I understand where it's going, but I have to take that second read.
He is Kuro, the spirit of death. An interesting companion to bring today, especially considering it's a matter solely for the council.
It is also interesting seeing the different art, how the art direction has been so far. I did see her mouth movements, like the big smile one was, her mouth shape seems to want to curve downward a bit more, maybe? I'm uncertain. Need to see it again.
I was brought on my lord's behalf. I hope that what I know can be helpful to the souls.
I was told by my SIL that the writers made specific stylistic choices. She's an English major. I personally have no clue. I see. It would be something that I would at least. It is one thing that it's like, because the sentence structure, I think it's very tempting to go for longer sentences for those sorts of flourishy sentences for descriptions of areas. But I recognize that is also a stylistic choice, but it can be a bit difficult if it does confuse. So it's just something I noticed, so but that's okay though. Well, it's something that I throw it back in the VOD. It's in the VOD. It'll be there.
At least now the average IQ in the room's above room temperature. Welcome, Sophia. Don't know if you were aware, but it seems like Lex thought it was take your child to work day.
I mean, wait, Vetos, if I take you literally, what does that mean? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Also, Kuro's not a baby. Look at him. He's taller than you. Look at him. He has height. I do appreciate that this man. Well, he said average IQ. I don't know where Edon.
Please, we haven't even started the meeting yet. The bickering can wait a moment. Lex.
Sophia, you are a sight for sore.
You should have a seat. We'll be starting soon. I believe Prisma and Eisda are arriving together.
I see.
Speaking of, Edon, did you ever actually resolve that little argument you had with Eisda?
Oh, Spicy Chai. Thank you so much for following. Thank you for joining the library. I just looked. My brain just went, wait. I looked down and I'm like, oh, hey, that's a 320. 320? Oh. Am I finally gonna... Please. Am I going to get that number like, please hold. Please hold. Thank you so much for joining the library. I hope you enjoy. Let's see. Eisda. Edon scratches his beard as he considers. Oh, I was gonna say if the beard scratching noise looped, that I wouldn't it wouldn't have been good, but it was just like my brain was like primed. I was priming for the beard for him to scratch at his beard eternally. It's like, ah yes, until the beard falls off.
Oh, I don't believe it was an argument. More a misunderstanding. Either way, I'm sure there's no ill will. If I moved on,
that's much
then
better.
I'm certain she has as well.
I had to adjust a little bit because God, this the PC streaming setup I have it's hell on my back. I was able to set up something now. Now I have less strain on my back. Lower back problems be an issue.
It might be more productive today if you and Isaac could leave things without some grand boast or challenge between you two.
So Isda, we haven't yet learned all of the god's domains yet. I understand that Sophia's the god of the natural world. Edon's abundance, and my brain just turned off. Vidos is time, Lex is law. They said that Kuro's a spirit of death, but they did not say he is death, so I guess in my head I'm like, well, does that imply that there's more than one of, like, somebody like Kuro?
And throw away that spice of life? Never! We may not see eye to eye, but that purple hussy's my raison d'etre, and sparks will fly.
That terminology confused me, but I was like, purple hussy? This man is out here speaking malarkey. You don't just call women that. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, bearded one?
Edon.
Well, he didn't say that to Isda's face this time, so that's progress, I guess.
I guess.
It is good to see you.
His
Sophia.
hand's right in her face.
I also hope that this meeting goes as smoothly as possible.
His hand is right there. Look at it. He's like, it's like he's just like, yes, this person. Look at her. I like that his hand is like directing you. Like, look at this face. You see this? This is my favorite thing. This is my favorite thing in the world. The direction in which things are pointed also keeps my it's interesting seeing where my eyes are traveling to. I'm trying to keep track of where my brain is focusing in on.
She's furious, Lex. I've never seen her like this before. For your sake, I hope you have something.
He has a plan. Probably.
Do we?
Why do you have to leave it to me? Wait, like right now? Stop paying attention after Purple Hussy. I feel like that one's a snipe at everybody, at anybody who's reading it, just still like iterating on the bit. Immediately like, oh wait, oops. We will be fine, my lord.
All right. I trusted you enough to bring you along. I should trust you the rest of the way.
I feel like the answer for Purple Hussy would just be like instant death. Whoa, holy crap. In a flurry of magic and motion, Prisma and Isda arrive in midst of the discussion. Goddess of the Rainbow in her right hand. I guess it would it be arrive in midst of the discussion? Or is it their discussion that they're arriving in the midst of? She is very purple, I must confess. It's much more of like a light purple, though. I was expecting like ow, my freaking... Why are my hands... My hands are constantly moving behind this microphone and no one sees anything. No one will ever see that my hands constantly move when I talk. So it's a blessing when I have a controller in hand, because it means I can't move as much, because then I can't hurt myself. Actually, wait, that's just untrue. I've hit my hand multiple times playing games.
I am aware, and we will discuss this after the meeting.
Oh. Brisbane nods to Isda and presents a warm warm smile to the gathered group. I wish I could read. Out here spitting writing stuff, and then I can't even read. I have trouble with the word "the" sometimes. Jeez.
Everyone, I'm glad to see us together again. It's been far too long.
Okay, so there is only 7. Wait. Kuro, Edon, Vidos, Lex. Via, Prisma, Isda. Am I missing someone? No, there's only 7. But Kuro doesn't have a chair, so where's the... Should be an 8th person here, right?
Sophia, Lex, Vidos, Edon. It is good to have you present for this council meeting. Also, I see that you have brought Kuro. That is a wise decision. I am certain his insight on the matter will be helpful.
That one might be an ordering one, because I believe the ordering of this leaves the last object noun as Edon, which would imply that Edon brought Crow, but he didn't. So maybe Lex needs to be at the... Well, it's hard to organize that one. That one would be a hard one to organize sentence-wise with the right inflections to get Lex at the end of it. I'm not really sure how to... I wouldn't know how to reorganize that one. That without losing the information or the flow of the sentence, that one's tough. I am constantly stopping. I will say, I said this earlier, and I have to reiterate that my brain has slipped into more author side than game design side, because a great more of this game's weight is on the story. So it's a focus thing to lean more on understanding and discussing the writing over, because game mechanically, I think it's the fact that everything is very functional and works very well. Good. I did mention earlier the ability to duck out the box at some point, but that is far more that's a flourish feature. That is not a... It seems like everything Aizda wanted was measured. Wait. Okay. Wait. Come back a bit. Can't help but feel somehow included in the lineup that Aizda went through. Line up, even if I was an afterthought. Somehow included in the lineup. Okay, I had to reread that one again. Even if I was an afterthought, maybe it had something to do with Aizda's place at Prismaside that made it feel important. It really seemed like everything Aizda did was measured. She wanted to set up an example for the gods. So this sentence is past tense, but I think it's because he's talking about the sentence that just came out. It threw me for a bit. That's my bad. That's me. Guess if there was anyone to keep an eye on for how to act or even speak at a meeting, it would be her or Prisma. Okay, I have to... Wait, this one's also past tense. This one's also past tense. This would technically be a present tense sentence, because now we're talking about them in the present. It's a great idea. I'll talk about Chrissy about there being a remove box option for final. Yeah, it's just like, it was one of those things where I was just like, having the ability to duck it out at certain points if you want to be able to... Because I see that the art team has clearly put a lot of effort into the designs of the characters. So having a giant text box over it can sometimes be like, oh, well, it's like, oh, well.
Then we should get to it.
Well, oh, it blurs out the background. That's neat. Wonder how they do that. Because I know it's the same art, but if it's blurred out, then it's like, oh, okay. Prisma takes her seat in the God's Fall suit, settling into their thrones before the table. Meeting the other gods was impressive. There's something different about her. Wait, we slipped back into past tense again. Oh. Wasn't aware of my breath until that moment. It felt caught in my throat. I need to remain calm. I can't make a fool of myself. Oh, there we go. Okay. Just makes it feel surreal that I'm here at a meeting of the gods. Their presence doesn't demand attention, but invites it. Shouldn't stare if Vados or Edon caught me.
I am certain that you are all aware of the purpose of this meeting.
I'm not. Alexecution.
Of course we do. Sophia?
The missing souls, Edon.
I accidentally clipped a little too hard because he said Alexecution, and I was like, why is this man making puns? This man... That is kind of one thing that I've been kind of caught... I've been caught between is like, okay, how serious are we taking?
Ah, yes. The matter of souls. So... what the hell has been going on?
Oh, we have hell?
There?
You press back button to re-listen to a certain point. Ah, I see.
Just zoop, fall through the cracks like an overturned cheese plate.
Yes.
Alexecution.
Only a choice option. Can you not go back? Ah, I see. I see.
Sophia?
Okay, I need to make sure I remember that so I can save accordingly if I need to go backwards or forwards. Maybe it may well be an interesting point then to when you make your first choice, like the very first choice that you're given in the game, right before then it may be, because I think this is one of those things where it's so hard to fit this in, because I'm thinking about how do you not break the pacing of your story with because there are certain game mechanical things that do need to be sort of understood before a certain point. And I'm trying to think of how would you best explain that is how the back button works, or how like certain mechanical functions uniquely work to this game. I almost wonder if to do so, it might be wise to have like a little mechanical primer at the beginning of the game. So it's like, okay, so this is how mechanically, like, oh, when you come to choices, you cannot go back before the choice. And then being like, it's like, you know, it's like make sure that they understand, and maybe using a choice thing for, ask for that sort of thing. It is nice though to be able to take a look at this, because it's a work in progress. It's very good to see that there's already a lot of good foundations, and that there are things to iterate on moving forward that will very much help the project.
Ah, yes, the matter of souls.
Souls.
So, what the hell has been going on down there? Since when do mortals just zoop, fall through the cracks like an overturned cheese plate?
This man talks about cheese, and it confuses me for some reason. Also, I like the zoop noise. The zoop noise is very nice. One thing I am trying to take in is how would I read this without the voice acting? Because there is the option to turn it off if you can't have the sound on, or if you play without sound, how does the game feel? So it's curious to read and read it again without the voice acting to carry the tone. Because the tone, I feel, is actually quite different when you have voice acting versus no voice acting.
They don't. At least, they wouldn't if things were going how they're supposed to.
It shouldn't be possible. The loss of souls in such numbers has become a distinct point of concern that needs to be dealt with.
All the souls are fallen.
What's most troubling is how little we know about its cause. Up to this point, the matter had been left in Lex's hands for our last gathering.
Ow. I had to crack my neck, and I'm trying my best to avoid making popping noises through the microphone, because it's happened a couple times now where I stretched my arms up and my elbows cracked, and it was very audible. That was concerning. Need to not do that.
And I've been getting around to it, but things haven't exactly slowed down since then, and
You forgore?
Did this man just say you forgore? In the I'm caught off guard by this. I don't know why, but I feel like seeing forgore in an actual written statement in a project did actually confuses the crap out of me. I do wonder how much of the memes does Vedas get into?
Decided to ignore an order from Prisma?
You handled an outbreak of vampires due to a torrid but sexy affair that didn't go wrong because of you.
What is he talking about?
Now you need to find a string of garlic, but you can't find any garlic. So you use an onion because you figure, well, it's better than nothing.
What is he talking about? Wait, what is he talking about? What does this mean? What are you going on about, Edon?
But then the people come up to you asking why you tied an onion around your belt. And you don't want to look stupid, so you panic and tell them it's a new fashion trend.
I feel like forgore has confused me. I do think I must confess, Edon's tangent here is a little confusing, but I think it's also because it comes back to...
You forgore.
He also says forgore? What year is this? What such memes do the gods partake in? I guess this goes back to what I was talking about earlier, that I'm very confused by the tone, because I'm like, okay, so, and it's not like, it's more just me trying to understand where to place my expectations, because the tone has been simultaneously trying to take itself seriously, but also I'm trying to figure out where do I place my mind in the world, right? Because how does he forgore? Everyone, ooh, the demo. Hey, Axel, how's it going today? Been going. I must confess, I have been going quite slow, but it's also because I've been my game dev and author brain have been going burr. I will say the audio dropping out did catch me off guard. What?
It rarely helps to ask.
I didn't forget, I was only...
Regardless of the reason, it has resulted in further chaos, and a solution is needed.
I'm surprised that I'm happy that Eidola is pulling. It's just like, all right, enough for gore. We must move.
Very well. I accept my punishment.
We're gonna mess up your hairstyle, man. Eidola blinks in surprise. I will say I did kind of laugh a little bit when he took his mask off, and it's like, oh yes, the hair has come loose. And I'm like, it wasn't loose before? Man's hair is angelic. What is going on with this man's hair? His hair confuses me.
Punishment? How would that resolve anything?
Oh, well, that's good.
I thought it was prudent that Lex reflect on his actions a bit before this meeting. It's not the first time things have slipped.
Defying gravity.
Hopefully there's a lesson learned here.
He's got the Aerith hair going on where it swoops, it goes up and then down. The classic bit. So the question of Lex being thrown to the wolves on this case has been resolved, but in terms of the overall plot, where it's more about the mystery as to the souls.
So I'm not gonna...
No, Lex. And please, pay attention.
Aido's face looks like she's like thinking about, okay, how many ways can I throw this man out of this place into space?
I can't believe I wasted a day for this.
Man, this man Vedos isn't just like he can just sit around with time.
Well, with all the advancements the mortals are making, maybe they're just doing better than ever.
Oh, why does this statement, maybe it's just because I've read some sci-fi recently that's made me go horribly down a dark path. Why did my brain think, well, wait, why would souls be falling through the cracks? Oh, someone's using them for science. Uh-oh. Yes, the soul cannon. We've weaponized the human soul and turned it into a gun. Yes.
Less people are dying. Sure, fine. Case closed. Are we done?
I want to be clear that is not the answer.
This wasn't something gradual. These were sudden disappearances. Nothing to indicate societal shifts in well-being.
As to the for gore thing, I personally think it's meant to establish not the mood of the story, but the characters. People are diverse enough that not everyone handles serious situations the same. I can see that. I see that. I can understand that angle. But the one thing I've tried to follow with the tone is that it leans comedic during serious times, and I'm trying to make sure I understand both where the the characters and their person and their personality, as well as understanding the general tone of the tale that is being set up. This may be a demo, but it is still the beginning of the story, so it is still like, okay, I need to understand where how the tone is going and where it is going as well. But the for gore thing, it's like I'm seeing where it can go, but my brain's, it's something clashing with the notion of gods, but it does make me think that, okay, maybe these gods very much keep up on the times, which does bring into question if they're kept up on the times with memes and modern speech, then I guess any mystery regarding their information about the mortal realms might be a bit different, because that would imply to me that they're kept up, because language is one of the first things that is kept up with if the gods keep up with mortals. So
well, if that's the case, then it should be easier to find out the source.
Aista, didn't you mention an acolyte of yours? Could a human agent investigate this?
So are we all supposed to have pets? I mean, Aista has one, and Lex is bringing his to council meetings.
Sounds to me like Vedos doesn't know what cats are.
The girl is 2. We're not sending an infant to investigate an unknown calamity.
Ah, yes, we have sent an infant to give her the Buster Sword. We shall send the infant. Wait, how is she an acolyte if she's 2 years old?
Surprise, surprise. Humans are being useless.
Vedos, it's an infant. What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
She's 2.
Someone doesn't know what years are. Vetos, you're the god of time. Don't you know what 2 is? You know math. You should know math, man.
Skill issue.
What? This man just hit him with the... You can't just hit an infant with a skill issue? What is wrong with you, man? Does kind of come back to tone, though, because I am like... Well, also it comes back to the question of how much does he know of humanity? How the heck would the god of time... I'm curious to the information here.
Damn it, woman, you always coddle them. I can count your acolytes on one hand. If you keep hovering over just one of them, they'll never fly on their own.
I am confusion?
I hardly expect you to remember your latest dalliances, let alone how to care for even the most basic needs of those devoting themselves to your nonsense view of the world.
Well, look at the Greek gods, for instance. Oftentimes the information they have is based on the specific god and how often they meddled. Dionysus and Ares are always constantly interacting, but other gods like Hera and Apollo didn't usually. It also is dependent on the... That is also dependent on the... on the interpretation of the gods. That's just come to mind anyway. I'm like thinking the difference between the way that the Greek gods are personified in like Percy Jackson, Hades, and the other one, my brain's with the God of War, but those are the 3 that my brain kind of went to. So it really also depends on what messages and overall world tone, because the gods, I feel like when it comes to religion's really closely tied to both the tone and understanding that people have in the world of a fiction when you're doing world building, and also the tone of the story that they're in. So when you're writing gods, it can be... I mean, if I lived forever, I would absolutely look into humanity often to relieve boredom. I feel like that is... I feel like it really also depends on the domain in which one's... Like, as you said, the domain in which they hold is a big, important part of this, which does make me curious to the way that... Because the gods... I also don't know what is Eidola cover again? I know Prisma is kind of the Zeus of it. Kind of feels like Prisma is kind of the Zeus of this situation, because she technically is... Because I'm thinking like the rainbow is like sort of like the sky, but wait, that can't be it, because Sophia's the sky. Sophia was talking about the... I need to think. All right, well, let's continue. I'm probably just dallying too much. I'm dallying too much.
Yes, there's that passion. I told you, sparks will fly.
Can everyone stop fighting for 1 second?
We were going to stop fighting for 1 second. Thank you, Sophia, though.
For mortals, life is already a trial. It would break my heart if death was too.
Room goes silent. Yeah, even cut out the music. Look at that.
They must be terrified.
They're always scared, but that's why we help them.
Rizzo's eyes flicked me for the first time since it began. I feel my heart stop, or perhaps for the very first time. This man, I don't know. Like I mentioned this before, that I every time I look at Kuro, I think of Discworld's death, like the Grim Reaper, like the Reaper Man. It's interesting how many parallels I've noticed about him and that death. Is also the Kuro seems to be having a similar. He's having the near protagonist experience.
Lex, who is this?
Oh, ouch! She doesn't even know this man. And his drip? Oh, that's a sedge. Move that thing and step out from Lex's side.
I am Kuro, your ladyship.
And since Lex's panic at the sudden introduction, but I don't care, it felt right somehow. And to his credit, he calms incredibly fast. He looks so terrified that this boy, look at him. His hair.
Also on the humans know, he's been guiding the soul since this all began, and his insight could be useful to the council.
Then proceed.
Oh. It is interesting how it is interesting how much Prisma is able to exude the character without stepping forward too much. Because I think Prisma's dialogue has been the most efficient, would be the way I'd put it. Because it seems like, can't blame Prisma for that. If I was the leader of the gods, I'd struggle to remember people that I wasn't immediately in contact with. I see your angle, Axel. The thing I'm thinking of though is that it's interesting how efficient Prisma's characterization has been. Because it is very clear that she is the leader, but also the characterization has only been through the choice words she's put down. Because Eidola is the one who's been doing most of the talking of the two. So it's interesting seeing like, you have to characterize her in a certain way. Her eyes bore into me. I almost forget to speak.
With certainty that the deaths are still occurring. I've seen it. And the missing souls have been concerning. But to me, there's no clear reason why. It's not that the souls are being pulled from Kalis or Mortus like a necromancer would, but they never arrive.
But one thing is clear, though, that the characterization is... I think the characterization has been quite good overall, but I feel like Prisma's has been the most efficient, if that makes sense. Because I feel like of all the characters, she's had the least lines, but has been able to produce the most image, if that makes sense.
I fear they must be trapped in some manner on the mortal plane. If we can just find where, we can learn why.
I actually like that a lot, the fact that Izda speaks a lot for her characterized as Prisma too. It shows that she doesn't need to speak unless she must, and she trusts Izda that much. Is a nice touch. Right, but it does make me, it does lend itself a bit to, and maybe this is just because of what I've seen of Kuro and Lex, because we've had a very intimate look at Kuro, and there are points where Kuro's character has had the most chances to hitch, where there are points where the characterization of Kuro has been a little bit more wibbly, but I think that's because there's been more time on him. Also because I think his internal dialogue has been a little bit different, especially since he's not quite a POV character, but we do get his point of view. It's not quite first person, but a sort of hybrid of first person and third person. And it's not third person omniscient, because third person omniscient would give us, it's like a limited third person omniscient where we get third person views on everyone, but only a first person view from Kuro at certain points. So it's a bit strange at times.
Is there any among the council that has a course of action?
I would gladly.
She said the council.
Ouch. No, not again, not about this.
I can fix this.
Ha! Listen to this! Sounds like he's raring for a seat on the damn council.
If that's what it takes to do something about this, then why not? This has been tormenting the mortals long enough, and I know their world. Allow me to move within it as I have before.
Kuro, you made your point.
I'm not done.
This man's laugh is loud.
I should have brought popcorn to this.
This man knows popcorn?
Everyone down there, children, heroes, people just trying to make it to tomorrow. Their lives, no matter how brief, no matter how heartbreaking, are beautiful. They shoulder all the pain of existence, of the inevitable, and I see it all. But death grants them nothing. It takes, and takes, and takes, and takes.
Or just come like a torrent now. It did just bring to question, though, how do these gods work? Because if they work on the rules of, do they need believers to exist, or do they not? I won't stop even if I could.
I hear that now there's something I can give back. Peace. A restful end. A just one. And no matter what they've done, that's something all humans deserve.
Just clenched my sides, I look at them all in turn.
But if granting that is such an inconvenience in the grand scheme of things, then maybe there should be someone on this council who thinks of them as more than tools or diversions, and someone who knows each of their faces and walks them to the end. Kuro!
Lex's voice manages to cut through the haze, and I return to my senses. I can feel their eyes on me, probing, judging, and prepare for the worst. Lex might be protected, but I have no such status. I looked Prisma, prepared to face retribution for my outburst. Face of a goddess positively beaming at me was, well, that wasn't what I was expected at all. Prisma turns to Izda.
I think that settles it. I, for one, would allow Kuro to look into this issue further. Though this will go to a vote of the council. All in favor?
You can't be serious.
Prisma raises her hands at once, followed by Izda and Lex. Fia doesn't move and I feel her eyes bore into me, but she remains silent. Eidola looks to me, from me to Prisma and back in with a knowing look and raises his hand.
Whose side are you on?
Okay, that one was... Wait, go back. Go back. I wish to hear that line again.
Eidola, whose side are you on?
Microphone... That one sounded a bit odd. I caught... My brain caught it. It was like, why does it sound... It sounded a bit muffled. Something... it might have been just a...
I just want to see where this goes.
It sounded a bit muffled.
Then the motion passes. Kuro, you will be allowed to act in the stead of the council.
Just fire him at the planet.
These missing souls.
They just fire Kuro at the planet from like a cannon up here. I don't. The gods rise from the thrones and depart. The matter clearly drawing to a close as far as they're concerned. Alright, well, I'm having trouble breathing. What just happened? Lex stands up and starts striding over to me.
I don't know what came over me.
One quick motion, Lex draws me in close.
Hey, listen. I'd say this went as good as it possibly could have.
I guess as a plot, in my mind, as a plot, it is then another. He has to stop and he has to sit for a moment. My boy got to monologue. My man was going.
Let's not get too stuck on this. You were given the blessing of the council. Hope you understand how important that is.
Prisma shares a few words in private to Eidola before approaching Lex and I. That one's a style one. My brain went to Lex and I, and I was like, wait, nope, that's a style one. That one's entirely based on the voice of the author.
I too hope you understand how much trust we're placing in you.
Words almost catch my throat again, but I managed to push through for her. Man's just out here.
I do, your ladyship.
I would like a word with you as well.
Just one last thing.
Lex holds me by the shoulders and looks me in the eyes.
My lord?
Just stop with the Lord stuff. You need to promise me you won't do something stupid.
Again.
Today was reckless. I know how much the humans mean.
Drink some water really quick. Been a bit.
That's why I know you can do this. But please, just promise me you'll come back in one piece. All right?
Oh man, it is a lot more talking. I've done a lot more talking the last few weeks than I have in a while.
I promise. I'll come back.
Lex keeps a hand on my shoulder for a time. Feels warm, reassuring. Again, I do appreciate this. I do think I appreciate this depiction of a. I guess since Kuro's not a god of death, he's more of a psychopomp. Kind of like it's more like Thanatos than a god of death. Like I guess Anubis. Well, no, it's Osiris is the god of the dead, isn't he? Because there's the god of the dead, there's the god of death, then there's the. It's like the dead and death are different because death does not control the die, but the dead does control the dead.
That's good to hear. Puts me at ease.
I am curious though to what Kuro's going into. Lex turns his back to the proceedings and strides away from the
He's
hall.
all yours.
All right, throw him to the wall. Throw him to the wall. The bright light. I will say the bright light might be. It's good that you dulled it a little bit by making it gold rather than making it pure white, because pure white flashes can be quite. I have seen that there are some gamers who find it. We have warnings for it too. Yes, flashing light. Yes. It is very good that you do so because it is something that I have heard. I've heard some people talk about when I played Persona 3 earlier this week. There was something that happened that somebody said that a particular area of the game actually can cause photosensitive players to be afflicted, which is that is good that you have warnings and that you mitigated it as best you could, which is I think that one's very good. I think it's something that I think it's better not to like have the eyes go too nuts with that stuff. The gods have all left, only Prisma remains.
Thank you for listening. I know I can do this.
And I'm certain you can. You can hear it. Words from the heart. They have a music to them.
I still spoke out of turn. I would never imply the gods don't care for mortal kind. how can you describe it? If you don't walk with them, feel with them, how could anyone know just how much they go through? How much they deserve?
I'm just thinking about... I will say right now, my brain just went back to... You did also just... Prismas. I will say that with the boxes, I have not had much of a chance to look at, to look disrespectfully. Then again, I did have an interesting sort of point to discuss in that respect, and it's only because it's something that I do have to consider when I look at character designs now, is when it comes to admiring the form, how much should that weigh in when it comes to the craft itself. Then again, I'm also a bit of a prude anyway, I have determined. I was getting hot under the collar just with, like, 2 people going on a date in Persona 3 earlier. I was, like, going like, whoo! Because I was like, oh god, they're being adorable. So I might be a poor...
I think in their own way, they do. But it's been a long time since they've seen that passion from anyone.
Prisma.
It was refreshing in a way. Seeing a god that cares so deeply.
I will say, I'm gonna keep quiet, because,
Well, I'm not a god.
Chapter 1 is all I'm saying.
Do what I can to help.
Well, let's see. Let us move forward.
You have the bravery of one. It's not easy to speak your mind here, or win over a majority of us in doing so.
But I did learn how much my it also affects my writing and my understanding and the way that I approach it also in critique, because I have to step back and say, as a writer, how do I approach this? As a game dev, how do I talk about it? But it is interesting because when I see.
Your presence may have helped some there.
Kuro looking disrespectfully.
Calling the vote right then was the least I could do.
May I ask you a question?
He's about to ask something like he's
Of course.
This man's being his my man is looking disrespectfully now. Ah, yes, now I can see. Now I can see. Yes, of course. Yes, of course. This feels like the kind of thing where it's like you ask this, you just get smited immediately. You know what? You know what we will do for, because we haven't used any of our saves yet. Let's ask.
Yes, incredibly.
Ouch.
I know you take this mission seriously, and you have my trust. When you return, I wouldn't mind having you by my side at the council. It would be good to have another god willing to act on their beliefs.
Thank you.
I must confess, the fact that we skip over what Kuro asked so quickly is a bit of a sadness, but I think it's just because getting to see it, I almost feel like you gotta turn on the confidants, as I have been wont to call it. I almost feel like it would be far funnier. I wonder if it would be almost as funny if Prisma could call back to what the Bright Soul was saying and kind of like Uno reverse card it to put Kuro on the back foot, because she seems experienced enough to be able to, use the turn it around on him and put, fluster him. Because I think she seems quite experienced enough to be able to pull that card on someone, just like hit him with the no you.
Good luck to you and the souls. I won't keep you any longer. Just know I believe in you. So don't let me down, all right?
Of course. I would never think of it.
Good thing Kuro's looking respectfully, my good man.
And that was the last I saw of the goddess's face. While amongst the mortals, I felt the presence of the lost souls. Their energy was faint, but clear within this realm. Within the walls of a strange facility, I could hear them, trapped by other humans.
I will say the sudden shift to third person. So are we talking about? So now we're in a
highly advanced cult called the Core of the Nether that seeks to invade the heavens, to overthrow the council, and craft a paradise of their own.
Okay.
Somehow, some way, they managed to detect my presence. Something no human had done before. I sought a way into the heart of their lair and allowed myself to be captured. But their chains could not hold me. And when I broke free, I silently followed the sound of the souls through the facility until I began to hear it. Quietly at first, but then louder and louder.
Interesting also that it is also interesting that the music shifts to a more techno-y vibe as we enter the human world. That's kind of cool. Oh god.
The souls suffered, and I had to move fast.
They trapped all the souls. Whoa.
At the source of the pain, the suffering, I saw a great machine with mortal souls chained to its core. A great monstrosity, the core named Immortalis.
Okay, I will say that design does go kind of hard. Kind of looks like a xenomorph at the top there. It kind of looks like if you took a xenomorph and shoved it into the body of an automaton.
It broke down souls for fuel, but created something else in their stead. Something beyond even my knowledge. But such power was beyond mankind's ability to control.
I mean, they did kind of make a god from the machine, which is not great.
This dark morass reached out from within the vile engine. The moment it grabbed my hand, I felt the destructive power it held within. The power to do anything, to save the souls, to protect the council, to protect Prisma.
I will say, when did he get wings? Wait, did he have wait. Oh wait, I can't go back. I can't go back. Oh, I just realized you can't go back in those scenes.
Darkness.
You can't go back in those scenes. Interesting.
What happened? Where am I?
Oh no, he was... Whoa. My heart pounds as I struggle to open my eyes. When I do, I see myself. Oh god. Having a Kingdom Hearts moment. He's got the inverted eyes and everything. Look at that. Oh, the ambience is nice. But not... When it speaks, I can hear its words in my head, spoken with my own voice. Pawing relentlessly into the spaces between thoughts with an ease that is unnerving.
You're where you've always been, putting yourself at risk for those that wouldn't do the same for you.
Release me! No matter how long it takes, I will break free of your hold. And when I do, the Council will rally to destroy you.
Oh, but then wouldn't that mean you couldn't finish the job? You showed them exactly why you are not to be trusted with a god's task.
I will not fail them.
What you mean is you won't fail her. All your desires are laid bare before you. You cannot hide it.
I must confess, though, the fact that this particular section does not follow the same rules in that sense of being able to go back and forth, it does make sense, but it also, I do think that jump is a bit, it might mean that somebody who's unaware might not, well, it's like, obviously, you can't fail here. There's no, like, there's no real need to save, but...
You know nothing.
It does mean that if you do need to save, like, you can't save in the middle of this, you have to go through.
I tell you what you already know. You are a tool to be used, as you always have been. Lex begged for your aid, but would have carried out the Council's decision to save his own skin if needed. You aren't their equal. You're a pawn.
It's a CG scene. So I guess I must ask, what is the difference between how this is handled versus the scenes handled by the base game's engine, as it were? Because it seems to me that there's not massive difference, but I also don't know how it's being handled, because it seems that it might be a choice to try seeing how that feels, but CG cinematic and almost like watching a movie. Oh, I see.
I don't want to trap you. I want to free you.
Okay, but I guess the difficulty is that in terms of they're only locked to story progression in certain choices. Oh, I see. So you can rewatch these later. Okay, with the gallery. That's why the gallery's there. I see.
You're a monster.
I see.
I'm what you make of me. I am the power to act as you will. To show the Council everything they overlooked when they saw you.
Okay, I need to adjust this again.
Truly stand as one of them.
I got it. Okay, microphone adjusted.
I came here to free the souls, and that is what I intend to do.
What's more freeing than a purpose? Through you, they can act and be made into something greater. We can be greater. The machine, the threat to the gods. These humans only desire the destruction of what you desire. We can ensure that death is just, swift, and the peaceful end all mortals deserve.
I guess also with this, I suppose it is also, I should probably make note that as a prologue, this does jump quickly. Because we have only had Kuro for a short time, relatively about 2 hours now. So it is just and peaceful. I think the difficulty is that we haven't had a lot of time to sit with Kuro. We've had time. We've had our time to sit with Kuro, but also it is curious that we don't know enough about him to know of this Void Kuro's more base desires.
Be a god?
God? Why did my brain think of freaking why did I think of Hercules? My brain went to that guy, the fat boy from the fat guy from Hades, the little guy where it goes, wait, that would mean he's a god?
We will be limitless.
I don't know why my brain does this to me. I apologize. This is what all the streaming does to me. Oh no, Kuro's turning Super Saiyan. Oh, he's got horns.
But you were right. There should be a god unafraid to act on their beliefs. And I will leave this world a better place than before. For you. For us all.
He's got horns. I do like the horn design. His eyes are very bright. Oh no, he's changing. Poor guy. Poor guy. Poor goy. I see. Chapter 1. Oh, that was a... I see. We'll say as a prologue, it is...
Do you know how many bars, nightclubs, or otherwise cute spots are in one of the largest and oldest cities on the continent? Because I do.
I see. We'll say as a prologue, it does set up a lot. It does set up a lot. It is, I think, in certain spots, it is moving... Some spots it moves a little slower, some parts it moves a little too fast. I think the stuff with Kuro might benefit from having a bit more with it. I think maybe having some time to establish that he did go down, that maybe having a little bit extra to establish that he did do his investigate, like that, a little bit more on the investigation side for him. So we understand that how much time passed for meeting from Prisma to, and maybe having a little bit more development on, might be good to develop that prologue a little bit more. I'm sorry to stop the chapter 1 from here, but there are some parts in the prologue that could have been trimmed a tiny bit, and other parts that could be expanded upon. I think the meeting with the gods could be, things will be revealed over time, but some remain unanswered for now. Yes, no, that's of course, but I mean that. I guess I mean that for a prologue, there are some things that could be given a little bit more room to breathe, because with a prologue you don't need to rush per se, but it is important to, there are some things that could have been a little bit more lean. I actually think the meeting of the gods giving a little bit more, because it felt like it did feel at time with certain gods, I think Sophia actually especially, Sophia didn't really feel like we were given, it felt like she was kind of like, and she's here, and then we kind of move a little quickly, if that makes sense. I almost feel like certain sections could be moved. I think the first section with Kuro was, I think it was just about right. I think the section with Kuro at the beginning was just about right. I think that was pretty well, because it gives us this chance to see Kuro's character and getting to see how he is with an individual soul, and I think that was handled quite well. I think the difficulty is that I think that the camera and the focus coming from Kuro, it does mean that you're going to have some things that are a little bit less focused on, but there's some points to be made for giving characterization for characters that are going to be around for a long period of time. But of course, we haven't even finished the demo. I'm still like yapping.
I've seen them all. But unfortunately, of the 3,836,281 people in Iris, everyone seems to already have someone. Except for me.
Oh, well, that's because there's an odd number of people. You got screwed over by having 281. That 81 is the problem. You truly have an odd number of people. You cannot have a pair. You cannot have a pairing for everything. For if you're down to an odd number.
That's mathematically impossible, you might say. Or maybe the gods just hate you. Or even, have you considered getting a cat?
Actually, I'm more concerned with the fact that wait, go back a step. Can I see something real quick?
I've seen them all.
Question: how does she?
Unfortunately, of the 3,836,281 people in Iris, everyone seems to already have someone.
I will say this line. This line did invoke two things out of me. One, for some reason, it made me remember Rent, the song at the beginning of Rent. It was 2,800 something. God, I used to have it memorized because I thought it was funny because I saw the beginning of Rent on a trip, but I just remember the 28 million. It was like, but how does she know exactly how many people are in Iris? How does she know that they're this exact? This, you know, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the numbers of minutes in the year. But like, I'm just sitting here thinking the census must be absolutely like laser accurate in Iris. Because all right, I know this is me being a bit like detail. I am very detail oriented, but also the fact that the census is that accurate, that she knows exactly that there's that many people in the city, that is surprisingly impressive. The census bureau must be going nuts in Iris.
But everything changes today.
Oh, this lady's got the Tinder. Go. I don't know why. My brain went soy jacking, pointing at. It's like, oh look, it's her from the cover. Oh look, it's her. Ippy Rainbow. Hey, that Rainbow, there you are. Look. It's like pointing at your friend. It's like, hey, look, you're on TV. The throne of the city draws closer as I near the end of my shortcut through the local park. Just serious question: do you think that fleshing out the gods would deviate away too much way that the prologue is being told from Kuro's point of view? For instance, some characters seem louder than those, so do you think you'd feel a little too forced for every god to be fleshed out immediately? You know what, Axel? That is a fantastic question. I think that's a fantastic question to ask. I think it'd be less that you don't need to give them dialogue to flesh them out in this way. I think even just a line or two for Sophia, for instance, something like wordless action that showcases something about them character-wise. I think some of it does come down to having Kuro, because Kuro seems to be quite analytical in his when he looks at certain people, he's very analytical. And I think it might be wise that because he seems to be good at reading people. So maybe having the point of view dive into what he's able to read from an appearance or from what they're doing action-wise. You know, maybe Sophia comes in and she's like, I don't know, she's putting away, well, she's the natural goddess of the natural world. So maybe she's putting away something like a bow or something, or maybe she's inspecting something that seems mundane, or is, you know, part of that natural world, like particularly like an arrowhead or interesting point. Right, and this is something that, it's again, the beauty of a visual novel is that you don't need to rush. This is, I'm coming from my work in books, that with certain descriptions you shouldn't be rushing. And at times it felt like certain characters were being kind of sped through. I actually think Edon was quite fast, but that's part of his character. But he also, it felt more like if there wasn't a picture there to showcase how grand and boisterous this man is, it would almost feel like, okay, what do I have to work from here? And there's a little bit less there than it's like from first face value. But it wouldn't be the nice thing with a visual novel, I think, you know, because I've seen this when I played Ace Attorney, when I played, there's another game I played that used some of the same mechanics, but I think Ace Attorney does this also quite well, where by giving characters actions, by giving them ways to showcase their person that don't require more screen time, and making efficient every box of text you have, that is where I think the most iteration is going to be in this game. The most iteration is going to be drawing in, laser focusing in the each iteration, how much you can get out of each line. But also being okay with adding more to it to help that. Because it's a visual novel, you can read this at any pace you want. If I turned off the voices and just read, I'd probably be at the end of this already, because I read fast. I read very differently. When I'm allowing the voice actors to read, and also by virtue of me sitting here and just chatting like a dingus, but with books, you're able to also do the same thing, where you're able to take your pace and go as fast as you wish. And with this, adding more words doesn't mean that you're slowing the pacing down or you're going to throw something off. It's just that you give it a bit more breathing room. I should focus back in. We have there she is. We need to focus in. My brain's just going. Gentle swaying of bioluminescent trees and the click of my heels across the stone path, making way for the neon glow and lively crowds of the entertainment quarter. That is a long sentence. The light rain casts a shimmer onto every surf. It would be... Sorry, God, why does my brain do this? Stop grammar. I'm like a grammar police. Yeah. I will say that first sentence was... That one that confused me, but I think this is one that I think might be one to consider is sentence length. For some of them, it's like, okay, that is a lot. That is a lot in one sentence. Maybe breaking it up into two might help. It's like the very, very long sentences can sometimes get a little bit winded. This one, though, the light rain casts a shimmer onto every surface. I'm sorry for doing the grammar thing. My brain is... I was trained from a very young age with, like, my brain just goes... Bah, bah, bah. Especially college. I think college doomed me to the life of a grammar police.
I'm so excited.
Okay, this is one I've seen. I've been trying to understand and catch with the usage of this many H's. I know this is a weird one. This one's entirely stylistic, because I've seen other visual novels do some of the things like this. I'm trying to make sure I understand. I tend to forgive long sentences for audio visual novels because the novelty and aid of it being voice acted helps. It stops you from skipping over words. True. I do think that the thing though is that for reading it can be a little bit much, but it's again, it's one of those things that it's a style choice, and I think that, but though I do think that breaking it up into two sentences might help make it might also help it flow a little bit better. But again, some of this is also just me as from my angle, like how I... Oh god. Oh, right click does that? Right click pauses? I didn't actually know that. I actually did not know that right click does that. Oops. Well, that's bad of me. A few blocks later, my destination was in sight. The lantern's rest. One of the many previous bars where my only companion was failure. No, that's fair. And also the ex-sweet merc who makes us drink there, but not tonight. Makes us drinks there. So okay, this is another one where I think the tense, the past and present tense has switched. So I need to, this is one that I've mentioned a couple times, and this one is one that is a little bit confusing, is that it switches between past and present tense, past and present tense a couple times. And this time it does, it's like the mixing of tenses can be difficult at times.
He better not cancel.
Oh no, Rainbow's about to get stood up. Woof. Burst through the door, gritting and slightly out of breath. My brain was just, I was like, they're staring right at me. Jesus, man. Tried to give a warning. I know you did, and my brain just went, holy crap. I suppose this is the time to... This is the time since I have Rainbow, since I have you here, and before I start getting into that, before Axel starts getting too far in, I do actually have a question, Rainbow, since you're here. So I'm going to keep it accurate to the model, but since it's there. You're right. I did have a question, Rainbow, for you for the characterization of Rainbow Sparkles in the game. Because I did actually have a question, because it's something that I blacked out what happened. Fair enough. But I had a question because this is a unique situation for a game. And it's actually something I haven't seen yet before. And it's something that I wanted to ask about since you're here, and since I can pick your brain a little bit. how much is there separation between Rainbow Sparkles, the character, because at the end of the day, this is a character, and it's a character in a game. So how separate is this entity from your streaming persona? And then a step outward, how far is this away from the person beyond that persona? Because Rainbow Sparkles, at the end of the day, if I'm looking at it through the metatextual context of the character, we have a character who is in a way like connected to a Venn diagram of a real person and the streaming persona that you have. So this character does have some interesting questions in regards to how does one write this character? How does one invoke this character? And this is kind of the part I was like, I feel like this is barbed, is how much can this character be, like, how much would it be, how can you view this character without the lens of the person that is drawn from? Only some of me is sprinkled in, but she's mostly standalone. Although her and I are one and the same, the story is mostly her. Because that's something I'm curious to, because if, say you play Rainbow Heart of Chroma without knowing of Rainbow Sparkles with the streaming. Say someone picks this game up and doesn't know anything. When that character comes into being, the person there is actually going to be quite different to different players, different readers, because they don't have that same relationship with the character. So it is a curious and interesting situation, and this is something I thought of because I wanted to be prepared for this, but I did also consider, they're just saying enough, their core personality is the same, but how they go about things is different. The game is standalone with my stream, right? But it is a unique situation though to have a character that is, frankly, so closely tied to a different entity of the same name. And it is something that I think, when it comes to critique, if someone's to analyze the character, how much can they analyze I'm thinking, how much can you analyze the character without it becoming a psychological examination of the person? Because that's not what really people want to go for. Because say I start examining Rainbow Sparkles, the character, not that way, but examining the characteristics, the characters, the choices, that sort of personality touches. It is something that I have to consider though, as a writer and as a, if I'm a player, as a reader, it's like, what am I going to take away from this character? And say I take that preconception of the character and bring it to you, the person. That could be, that invites a certain challenge to it that is novel. Like I would say there are characters where stuff like, this is gonna sound weird. I do have some comparisons to characters of similar types. It's just gonna sound really freaking weird. Space Jam. Okay, let me explain. Space Jam has the character, I'm putting in quotes, of Michael Jordan and later LeBron James. But these are strictly characters of these people. So when you have the character of these real life people and the person, when you examine the character in the story and what they're going to do, it's like, well, how much can you actually pull from the person? How much can you pull from the character? It is a strange sort of comparison. And there's other characters like this, such as guest characters through other games and media. I've actually played a couple that have had real people in them, but trying to analyze characters like that, we'll say that as well. I know Rainbow, she's not self-insert. There are plenty of things different about the two people, but analyzing Rainbow Sparkles isn't a psychological analysis of Rainbow herself, right? It's like, and I'm going to play through and I'm going to go, I'm going to do my thing, but it is something I was curious to, because I'm approaching it with the understanding that is not the case, that what you said is the specific case. Let me use your Space Jam example. Right. The Space Jam example, I know that Space Jam's a weird one to compare to, but it actually is pretty close to this, in the sense of we have a real person, because I know what you mean. Yeah, because there's a character of the, it's like, actually there's a similar one too in Big Bang Theory with Mark Hamill playing the character of Mark Hamill, but not actually being him, and sort of stuff like that, where there's a character being played. Actually, I think Scooby-Doo does this a million times, where there's real people playing themselves as a character. But it's something it's a analysis that I think is important to consider when, as the game progresses and as more work is written. I think it is something important to consider. But Michael Jordan is playing Michael Jordan. If you met the Looney Tunes, Rainbow Sparkles is not playing as himself, but in a fantasy world, right? And it's the key thing is that this is the character as born and grown in this world and set aside very distinctly. And I'm probably gonna make note of that. I just wanted to bring up the questions now because they were on my mind when I was getting ready, when I was doing my research into visual novels, when I did my research on other games. It's something that it is frankly a very interesting question that I can consider with this, because this game is one of the very few that does it in a way that is direct. Let's see. So I'm gonna keep reading. I'm sorry to stop the story so much. My brain's like, oh, I have so many questions and I want to discuss it. It's like I appreciate that this is making me ask these questions, because it's like, well, this is interesting. This is a very educational sort of thing to consider. Burst through the door, grinning and slightly out of breath. I do also have the question if her hair is natural, because holy crap. Hair that grows different colors based on the age of it. But step 1 achieved. Arrive half an hour early. Scout out the place also makes a good first impression. Okay, now that we're past we're past all of the serious questions. My God, man. It's like in my head I was thinking of all those the more recent anime where they break up the subtitles just so they can they don't obstruct the view. But it's like they're resting on top of the box. Excellent blocking, by the way. But I suppose this is also something God, I keep stopping. I'm afraid to hug her. My man's is afraid that he'll get knocked out. But this does also bring to mind something else that I found while doing my research on visual novels. And it's something I was frankly a bit curious to, because I did research. I was like, okay, what is the general vibe of visual novels? What are we? I'm outside. But and it is the content therein, like this. It's because the lewdness aside, it's also like, well, lewdness is the focus of this of my introspection here, is that visual novels have a bit of a reputation. I found that out very quickly when looking up why visual novels are viewed one way or the other, because I was like, I didn't know that was the case. Because to me, I played certain visual novels and was just like, well, they're pretty good. They're fun reads. But I didn't really because also people didn't really have stigmas where I'm from. It's people were like, do you, man? But that's a conversation of a different type. But I was curious to that because it is part of a storytelling aspect of these sorts of things that means that do you lean more into that sort of visual language? Do you lean into does it draw people in, or is it something that people are going to be made aware of that people come there for? I hate my phrasing there. Okay, but my point is that when people arrive to a piece of media, expectations can arrive. And I'm curious what expectations are going to be drawn and made. It depends on the player, to be honest. Okay. It is just something I consider because it is something that will affects marketing. It affects the people that it reaches. It also affects the people that it affects the clientele, essentially. And it's something that I had someone place this is I see, because of her chest, which is disappointing. And that's something that I don't want to, and this is something where I'm like, well, it shouldn't be that, because I don't think censorship sells anything. If I'm looking at other games that have had similar, my brain just turned off because I was like, how do I describe this? Characters with similar appearances and form. I am very bad about discussing this. I'm a prude. But see, like, this is her design and it can be considered a distraction, but it's not the focal point of her. Right. The characters I think of that are similar to this would be characters such as Pyra and Mithra from Xenoblade, which in their writing, the characters are very well fleshed out and very important characters to the story, but a lot of people focus in on the assets. And characters such as, I think Ivy Valentine from Soul Calibur is the archetypical version of this person has a personality, except that people focus on 2 reasons to show up to the game. It's not, the trouble is that it's something that will, and that it is something that will come up. And for me, I'm just like, yes, I will admire and I will appreciate, much as if, oh no, she has boobs, obviously porn, and obviously not something plenty of women have. Well, and Axel, that's kind of something that's, as an artist, my brain goes, well, it's like looking at a statue. There is nothing inherently erotic here, but it's something that some people will come away with and arrive to this story with the expectations of. And it's something that I really hope that it never, like, I hope it never gets anyone down. But it is something to consider when looking at how this story may be taken in. But it is something, though, that I imagine you're going to be fighting uphill. They should be bigger just to mess with people who make it. Wasn't that actually something that happened? Was somebody made a comment about, oh, it was Tifa's chest. I thought that was the thing. Was that Tifa's chest? Someone complained about it, so they made it bigger. Yep. Which honestly is, as they say, it is quite base to do so. But I do think that it's something it's something that I considered, because sexuality in media is an ongoing and complex topic that I am not qualified to talk about, especially given that in my head, because my writing is very different. I think for me, I think I suddenly realized I like this outfit of Rainbow. Well, let me continue the story so we can keep moving. Smoothed down my dress and slid gracefully into an empty seat at the bar. Are we still in past tense? I just realized. Bartender seemed almost amused as he continued to dry one of the glass mugs, his one eye sharp but focused on telling me the task before him. Look at this man's drip. Why does he just get insane drip? He's got, wait, what is up with his outfit? Is it trees? He's got like tree drip? What is this man's drip? I must confess, the character designs have been quite good, all it is. Like, alright, so I understand that I've been throwing down a lot, but it's like, it's one of those things where I'm grateful that I get to talk through this, because it's one of those things where it's a uniform. It looks, I will say the character designs have been quite strong. Like, any amount of, it's a uniform. Man, mass producing that must be nuts. Especially since it's asymmetrical. That's quite good. But character designs in this game have been quite strong. Because I want to make a note of that. I want to make note that, and it's like, no matter what I do, no matter how like any critiques I've had through this, I want to make sure that coming away from it, I can talk about the strong points, as well as points I'm like, want to grab onto it, look at it, inspect.
Evening, Sparkles.
This man Cliff is straight. This man is just straight ice in a glass. This guy is impressive. I do appreciate this.
Hey, Cliff. Busy night?
Nah. You thinking of changing that?
So prologue was one group, and then chapter 1, our Kitsune trade did contests for all outfits, and then they were converted. Oh, Kitsune did these. I see. I saw her post about it a while ago that she did a lot of the concept arts, and I thought that was quite impressive. She does do some good work there. She made a rainbow.
Do you believe in love?
Oh, poor guy. He doesn't believe in love.
You serious?
Obviously. Yeah.
Well, Sparkles, normally I'd be glad to answer your weirdly intense questions, but knowing how you get, and seeing how I don't feel like replacing the front door again, I think I'll pass.
This man's facial hair does impress. I must confess. She takes into consideration everything with designing backstories, all of it. Really love all her work and trust her with outfits. I think that's also the sign of a great character designer, is when you take into consideration the different components of a character, such as what do these characters value, what do these characters emphasize. I think you can tell a lot about a character based on what they choose to clothe themselves in, and the way they do their hair. I actually have a current example with I'm writing the sequel for a book, and considering the character that I have, the main character I've had her for 2 books now. This is the second book for her. The way that I dress her, the way I do her hair, very much comes from both my backgrounds and also the things that are valuable to that character. So having somebody who makes the visual of those characters, taking into consideration all that character backstory and the lore. Even Rainbow's outfit tells a story about her. It's really great.
Why, sir, I could never throw a gentleman through several inches of solid oaken glass. I am a proper lady. But if he deserved it.
Well, he didn't have to replace the door.
Mr. Cliff, I'm sure I have no idea what you mean. I only wish to...
Hey, Cliff, you gotta... oh no.
Oh no, doomed patron. Look at this guy, he's just grayed out. Look at him. He doesn't even get a color scheme. Why does it, wait, his shoulder, the things on his shoulders, he kind of looks like, why does he look like a member of the... Brain, work with me here. Work with me. It's not the Shirai Ryu. Work with me, come on. Well, it actually does look kind of like the Shirai Ryu stuff too, but... Am I forgetting Bihan's clan? Lin Kuei. Yes, Lin Kuei. Oh my god, why did my brain just like, oh, I need to remember this one thing. Go! And then it just disappeared. It like reminded me a little bit of the Lin Kuei. Yes, Lin Kuei. God, why did I... Man, this is what happens. I haven't played Mortal Kombat in ages. I kind of dropped Mortal Kombat 1 after a certain point. It wasn't my favorite. I see it actually. And it's like, it just kind of like made me go, oh, okay, this guy's dressing to be a... This guy's dressing as generic ninja number 5. Poor guy.
Hey, Scapslick! You still owe me 50 credits!
Oh, got it.
Oh, he's gonna die.
So, what is the lady having this rainy evening?
I will say, this man's voice is quite bassy. I appreciate. Wine o'clock, love's probably dead, get trashed. Let's see. Now, if I'm staying... Now, let's see. Technically, all 3 of these could be in character. But I also don't know. This character might be different. But, I'm wine o'clock.
It's wine o'clock, baby.
Okay, I do have a question. I do actually have a question, because this is... So, this is the first choice we've had of Rainbow. She voices the choices when you choose these ones. Yes, she is an alcoholic. Well, to me, wine's like a soda, but only if you have like a sparing amount. But the thing I did actually I was curious to is that when you're choosing Kuro's choices, you do not get this sort of thing where he voices the statement, because he doesn't voice the choice that you make. If we are being honest, boils down the budget. I can voice a lot of stuff. That is a fair point. That I think is a fair point. It's just one of those things where it is a point of inconsistency that I notice, but knowing the situation, there's only so much I can afford out of pocket. Yes. And that also that brings up one of the questions of game design, that it's one of those things that it affects what is possible in a game, and that is budget. It is something that is invisible to most double and AAA games, because we don't ever see those sorts of things. As consumers, we almost never get to see budget have a direct impact on a game, because most of the time the budget's either already figured out, or the game is, it's so far out there that it's like, how do you even know, right? And it's something that is very visible on the ground when you have games like this that are only being built, that have a very limited resource pool to pull from. So that is actually a fair point. That is a good solution. But I do think that it is something that might be caught, like how I caught it. It's just something that it's something that might be noticed as a distinction. If it might be something that if there's a way, I don't know even how, but if there's a way to explain it away, that it will work out just fine. But I also think that it works out well that Rainbow Sparkles, the character, is quite verbose, very talkative. So it does help a lot to have this.
Have any ton nuage?
Dude, you cannot ask me to pronounce that, and I know French. Ton nuage, blah blah blah. Temps nuggets. My French, what's funny? I took French for multiple years in high school because spite. But it's amazing how much I can read it, but speaking it, I sound like a drunk person falling down a flight of stairs.
Yeah, just got a shipment in, plus some Zinfandels ports and even some rosés. The port has some earthly notes and was from a particularly lovely harvest a few autumns back.
Can I just say, this man describing wines does make me happy. I appreciate it. Forgot how excited Cliff gets when he actually gets to be a sommelier. Oh, that's nice.
Do people order wine here?
No, just you.
Aw, poor guy. Nothing could really ruin tonight, though. And despite the sometimes rough clientele, myself excluded, of course, Cliff has really made something magical with this place. Oh, we get to have a view in on the bar. Lantern's Rest always reminded me of the open fields and forests outside Iris. A perfect place for any rendezvous. The spacious bar scattered with tables and chairs. Alongside the private booths tucked away in quarters catered to various needs. Okay, another one where it's like, okay, the sense of, oh god. Be it a romantic evening, a discreet business meeting, or a solitary escape, the majestic tree adorned with its namesake lanterns is a comforting presence, standing sentinel beside the counter. Is it really beside the counter, or is it above the counter? Because that tree is quite tall. I just suddenly need to leave. There's even a small stage of karaoke nights that I'm intimately familiar with, belting out classics, sometimes even with Cliff. It wasn't just a spot for drinks, but a crossroad for different walks of life. That's a typo while I'm noting it. Oh, I see. I will say, I hope that, if nothing else, Rainbow, I do really hope that, and this is something, there are two things I'd like to note with me doing my critiques and all my stuff. My one hope is that I hope you understand that I want to come at this with academic rigor, because I really want this to be as best as it can be. I do think that, again, making a game is hard. Making a game like this from scratch, harder. Doing it from scratch on a very tight budget and having to navigate game design and navigate, managing all this stuff, it's a huge task. But I also want to note that if there ever is, like, if you go back and watch everything and you say, I don't agree with this particular note, or this is something I'd like to keep, I hope you have the confidence to just do that. Because the key is that when somebody offers critiques, and I've had it happen to me where someone offers me critiques about something and I say, well, I kind of prefer this. I absolutely do. And it's one of those things that when it comes to giving and taking critique, it is difficult at times to note for some. I think it's when I was learning how to write, one of the hardest things for me was trying to be able to step back and say, well, I think I want to keep this, or I think this is a good choice. Being able to not just take someone's critique and say, well, slap it over this and use it all. And it's a very strange process. I stand firm in a lot of my choices while I also make room for improvements. Yeah, and I think the key thing is just that as long as you are happy with the work, I think that it's okay. But it's one of those things where it's nice to be able to, it's nice to have the shield of confidence to be able to say, this is what I want. Axel's throwing praise. This is good. But I do think though that it is also good though that I think it's good that you put it out as a demo to be able to gain that insight. I will say I had to take down Red Genie's demo because some people were coming into it and I kind of forgot that it was built on a very early build, and someone said, well, I played the demo and it wasn't the full game, and it didn't have all these fixes. And I'm like, well, yes. Oh yeah, that's right. Oops. But I think I kept the demo files though, because I like noting how different the two projects are from here to the end. For lovers, entrepreneurs, adventurers, a place where the past is celebrated, the present enjoyed, and mysteries of the future pondered upon. It's a bar. It's a good bar. Maybe she's like, when would my date be showing up? Man, she definitely found this date on like the. We didn't say anything, but this is not the first build. It's gone through all testing, right? And most demos are not the first build. I believe. Actually, I can check right now. What build's number was that demo? I could probably check. So I think I know which demo it was, but let's see. Red Genie demos. February demo. What file is this one? There's the February demo. Oh, I see. The last demo I had up was... Oh man, when was this last made? When was this made? 2/17/2023. Oh god, it was the February demo. Wow, February. And then the demo after that would have been in June. Wow. You do go through a lot of them. This one is 2.0. It's gone through 8 transitions, I think. Yeah, you go through quite a lot of builds when you're going through game development like this. When you make iterations on the builds to test things, to check things out, to see how it runs at runtime. To me, it's much like a marching band show where you run it at runtime, see how everything's going, see how things are working. But sometimes it's not fit, and obviously, it's like sometimes you're not at the end yet in the full build. So it is amazing to see. 8 transitions is actually quite small. But I also think that it's because you have to, because building a Python project is a bit different. So She's sitting there with her wine.
You waiting for someone?
Depends. Seen any dashingly handsome gentlemen come in?
She definitely got this date on like eHarmony with a guy who's catfishing. Poor gal.
Dashingly.
Dashingly.
Handsome, yeah. You know, long hair, piercing eyes, a smile that says, I love you, but I'll also kill you.
There's Mercedes.
Hey, Rainbow!
Did you find Prince Charming yet?
Oh my. Who's that stuff? He had to undo the tie and everything. He even gets the title of master. I will say, Axel, I will say that I have had very much the same. Whenever I hear my own voice in things, it's like, oh god, oh god.
No, just a regular crowd tonight.
Oh damn! Why'd you have to hit on? Why'd you have to smack Axel like that? You had to hit him with the. Oh, this. You said dashingly handsome. What is this criteria? Are you sure this guy doesn't fit the list? He's just like, he's sitting there and he's going like, he's like looking at it like, why does it? It's like, he wears glasses. He wears glasses. What is up with this? No, he's right. Aw, poor Axel. I'm just thinking, just a regular. Hey man, being above average does mean that does mean that you're above average. Not all of us can be the 9 or 10s. But how wonderful it is to be the lovely state of an 8. Also because the number looks nicer. More divisible.
Anything else to get you started?
No, just start a tab.
Aw.
Maybe he's running late.
Cliff pours a drink and places it down on the bar in front of me. I take a small sip and settle in. 1 hour passes, then another, then another. Oh no, the guy got attacked by the... He got attacked by the core. Check my communicator, no messages. Okay, that does give me a bit of... Like, we've kind of gone through the world building a little bit, and I need to discuss it again. I am curious as to the technology level of this world.
Cliff, am I boring?
Okay, can I just say, stepping away from anything else, can I just say that someone asking, am I boring, and having a hair color like this is a very strange proposition. It's like, you look at this lady, you're saying, am I boring? It's like, to look at, no. I don't think personality-wise either, given that she was able to throw a man through a door. Now that I think about it, how many times have I seen female characters capable of that are, let's see, we got like the good looks, throwing people through things, and generally dangerous, but also having some issues.
And that is what a trap looks like.
Trap?
No. Cliff, come on. Be honest.
I guess it depends. Is it regular for everyone to be mercenaries?
You're fine.
Look at this man making sure he can see this hurt and betrayal, all of it, barman. Poor Cliff. He was placed in the unwinnable situation of having to look at a girl and say, and when she says, am I pretty? It's like, oh god.
Cliff, I think my date bailed on me. I'm in a fragile state right now.
Knock back the whole wine glass in one shot. Gracefully. It's bouquet deep, mysterious, and contain 12% alcohol, just like me. For Rainbow, the answer is yes, she's always pretty. It finally looks up for a mug and places both hands on the bar.
You're lovely to be around. And he's a coward.
Damn.
Absolutely. Thank you.
His loss, right?
Yeah. And you know what? Night's still young, and I get to share it with my favorite bartender.
Wouldn't share it with anyone else.
He also can't. He also is obligated. He works here.
Well, cheers to that.
And hey, maybe next time, right? Handful of years walking around, taking jobs, cracking heads, it can wear on you. Not usually a bummer, just been feeling lost. Aw. The Lantern's rest is home, but even with Cliff and all the mercs here and the hustle bustle of Iris, just been feeling alone lately. Aw. More and more it feels like I'm missing something, more so than the usual black hole where most people's memories of their lives would be. Aw. I snort. And being stood up by bums probably isn't helping any. Wow, she really did find this date on Tinder. Then my communicator closed. Just gonna take the L and get home. I share a few more pleasantries with Cliff before standing up to go. it is interesting seeing the language used in characters' states of mind. Again, it's another one of those things where it is curious to see it. It's curious to inspect it from this point of view because the different writing styles invite different. He was the one who got me set up as a merc in the first place. The work wasn't bad, and not many jobs would take on someone with no identification, job history, or memory the past 25 or so years. It was an odd arrangement, but normal felt overrated, and I felt luckier than most to have friends in a stable career of cracking skulls.
Get back safe, all right? I don't want to hear you got into trouble the second you left.
Is it odd that in my head I just kind of realized there's a similar character relation that came to mind when I was thinking about, because I like to draw comparisons because it lets me analyze characters a little bit closer, see similarities. I have a question. Did you ever play Bayonetta? Because there's the gun shop owner. My brain just is blanking on it. Ronin. It's like, I have not. Interesting. It's like it's kind of fascinating because there's a similar dynamic between Ronin and Bayonetta, and the story there is kind of similar in some ways, and there's obvious and distinct differences, but it's just kind of funny because my brain's going, oh yeah, I can see some points of that allow me to see the characterizations, and it gives me some different colors to look at. I would recommend it though. Bayonetta is quite good, but it's a similar dynamic between the two, so it's just, I'm a strong, independent woman. Don't you know how why did my brain just go just like, don't you know how many people I've thrown through doors in the last week?
Aw, are you worried about me?
Yes.
You're a walking amnesiac who uses violence to solve 90% of her problems.
I should probably save. Save.
So yes, constantly.
Actually, yeah, the amnesia thing too, weirdly enough. Huh. It's just funny because my brain just went like, oh yeah. But it gives different colors and is also allowing me to abstract a little bit to understand the person of the characters.
You could always walk me home.
Throw a finger through my hair to really sell the line. Ah, that gets a smile out of him, but he expertly takes it off.
I'm serious. You know how folks have been going missing?
You want me to message you when I get back?
Couldn't hurt.
Oh, that's good.
All right. Don't worry, I will.
All right. Time to walk home. Ooh. Wow, this is I will say this is quite a different, it's a background. Look how big that background is. Look at okay, just seeing how far back it goes, it's whoever did this one, that's a lot of work. Especially with the lighting. Iris is beautiful. I think the combination of the way the lighting is rendered and the way that the environs is same BGRs for most of them. Well, I hope that you've been giving them proper praise, which I know you do. This one a little extra help, I think. I know you give them proper praise, but I want to make sure that you throw some compliments to the chef on my behalf because this one is quite good. They are cooking. I think the backgrounds so far have been cooking overall. I think there are some where I'm like, oh yeah, it's like some of them I've been like, it's never been anything where I'm like taken out of it by the background. It's more been from the standing point of St. BGRs did my BG on my stream for 3.0. He's incredible. I hope you give him some compliments from me because because it's like the lowest I've had has just been, oh yeah, background's good. And now it's like, it's like, and that's still like above it. That's still average to higher. And that's still good. Like the thing is that it's still like, even if it doesn't like, because this is grabbing my brain, right? I think some of it's also the way the colors are set up. I think the way that the brightness pulls me circular around the screen works out. But I can already smell some of the food carts rolling up to meet up with the city's nightlife. Oh, they got tacos up in here. 20-somethings with more credits and cents weave in and out of the clubs to grab something greasy on a stick that costs way more than it should. Used to love going out to dance. Interesting world. I'm just thinking though, greasy on a... I feel like greasy on a stick is just like... to me it sounds like, yes, everyone here sells corn dogs. The food of Iris is corn dogs. They have the 7-color corn dog. Died 7 times. But tonight I'm happy with just me and the night air. Feels nice. Wonder geographically, where is the city? Whoa! This is a man of drip. Wait, why is that guy... But not halfway down the street from the rest, trouble might have already arrived. A young girl I haven't seen before stands out in the rain, facing down a group of mercenaries.
But you said you'd help me find it.
Oh no. A man with a goatee. Actually, is it weird that the one here that looks the most dangerous is actually the guy on the far right? This man actually has drip. He's not even wearing his coat properly. Look at this man. How dare you wear a coat incorrectly?
You calling me a liar?
Which one of you is Jet? Which one of these is Jet?
No.
Oh, that one.
I just don't understand.
Boss, come on. You're confusing the little lady.
How did we know the names, actually? I just realized.
Yeah, slow it down a bit. She can't keep up.
Who is this man?
I think you might be right, boys.
I am confusion, but I think that's the point. The leader of these goons leans down to get in the girl's face. Oh, he's got like the Pyrite Town. Mixing's a bit... Maybe it's just because I have it down a little bit. These guys got that frickin'... I'm just thinking of the,
What I said was how lost you looked. Stumbling around, asking all sorts of dangerous characters for directions.
Is it weird that this gives me Pokemon Coliseum vibes? Because I'm remembering Pyrite Town. This is quite good. This music definitely caught my attention, but I think I also think Jazz has an unfair bias in this situation.
Yeah, dangerous.
This lady does not know what's going on.
And how lucky for you! You had just enough credits to hire the best guides this side of Iris.
I think my husband likes this one the most music-wise. I do think critically, the thing I'm catching... That and Cliff's Bar. I feel like this song in specific, the thing about it that I think is the most noteworthy for me is it's one of the few that has a... Because some of the other songs, especially in Kuro's prologue, some of the songs didn't have a melody that I could follow particularly easily. It didn't have a direction that my brain was walking with. Because some of it was just more like, it almost felt more like the music was setting up a tone and an ambience rather than specifically having a musical idea to present forward. Whereas this song is very melody focused, and it carries itself very much like a jazz tune that you'd hear in a bar. And I think it's that quality that makes it I'm wondering if it's my headphones or if it's the way the music is set up. I think a lot of them like that, but this artist is actually different from others, along with one other song that you may point out. I will say the mixing is placed a little bit high. It's like a little bit... I think it might need to... Maybe it's just because of my preferences. I think it might need to be a little bit louder. Like in the mix, not the game.
The best there is.
The best there are.
What?
Well, boss said guides, which would imply a plural subject. And I did not get this English degree to listen to nonsense grammar.
Can I just say that Danny being a grammar police is that's...
Danny, beating up some skinny guy and taking shit off his wall don't make you a professor.
Then why's my name on it, smart guy?
Because you crossed off what's his name.
I'll cross you off.
Danny, what the hell are you talking about?
Zeus is my husband.
Shut up!
I will confess, these three's characterizations, I think this scene might be one to reanalyze for good reasons, because I think the characterization of these three goobers has been highly efficient. The dialogue they're trading, they've been able to they've given me a ton to work with in terms of, okay, these three goons are giving me a lot to think about.
So, like I was saying, opening contracts like yours can involve secondary fees.
Your husband did a good job, by the way. I do appreciate his voicing. But I must say that the characterization of these three, like, it's exactly what I was talking about, though. We're making it efficient that showing and telling come together. And having, like, I think especially Danny being able to highlight an aspect of his character that's very, like, peculiar fixation on proper language. It actually gives us a lot about, okay, what's this guy going to be like if we see him in fight and stuff. And also character, I think as this game has done very well, is giving us a lot to work from the character designs has been a lot of the characterization, but I think this scene has been the best so far in terms of showcasing what can be done for efficient characterization. Of course. I've seen a lot of mercs try the same trick. Find a mark in need, offer to help, bully them into some BS so they can drain their wall dry. Amateurs show them how it's done. I'm gonna bully this chick. This is my field, thank you. I will bully this one. I will put a stop to it. I'll be good. I hate it when mercs give the rest of us a bad name. I could do some cleanup on the way home.
Hey, Trash. Don't you have anything better to do?
Who's asking?
I will say, with the meta text of this conversation going that way, it is very funny.
Not until 7.
I thought I said shut
Your
it.
wife. Who's asking? Your wife. Your wife. In another life. Slap him upside the head.
Look, I've had a long day. Drop the scam, or I drop you. Got it?
We're just providing a vital service, sweetheart. Why don't you keep walking?
Oh man. No goon ever says sweetheart without getting something wrong.
What's it gonna be?
He meaningfully places a hand on the grip of his sidearm. The other two mercs follow suit. Well, I'll save and be a good gamer and save. So apparently we're doing this. I reach for my own, resting snugly on my hip. Okay, so she has the pad on my hip. Okay, it's definitely her. Give me a sec. Shit. Alright, so all my gear's back at the rest. Gonna get an earful from Cliff, but he'll definitely keep him safe. I can hear it already. Blah blah, Rainbow, I got big ol' arms and an eye patch. Don't leave your firearms at the bar. That kid was lucky to still have any fingers left, blah blah. Or something like that. Why'd I need it? Right, 3 idiots trying to shoot me in an alleyway. My combat glyphs could definitely use a fill-up, but they should have enough juice to fry these clowns. Time to let them know I mean business. Oh, there's okay, so there's glyphs. Okay, this is, again, we're coming back to, I'm trying to make sure I learn the world building. De-escalate with a show of force. Tell this punk off. I mean, I'll save again. Gonna overwrite your save. Oh, it has that option. I actually didn't see. I have not tried that yet. You have to be nice to me. I will de-escalate. I kickstart my glyphs and let the energy gather on my fingertips. Magic sparks and rolls around the grooves of my hand like a large-scale generator.
Let's think real carefully about this, yeah?
That right.
And you got about 3 seconds to back off.
Excuse me?
2.
Boss, I think she's serious.
Ain't she one of Cliff's? Some kind of, cyber witch?
Oh, he dropped the proper English. Let the fire ignite in my hand speak for itself. Oh, hey, fire. Seconds before I start blasting jets of fire at the faces of the blonde girl flings herself in front of the mercs.
No! Please! I need their help! I have to find the lantern's rest.
Oh. The lanterns, seriously? Jab a thumb at the street behind me.
Literally right there.
It is? Oh, thank the gods.
She turns to the mercs with what looks like genuine appreciation. I'm not sure she realized what was actually happening. Places a hand to the jeweled flower on her robe and bows her head to her would-be scam artist with poison grace.
Thank you all.
Even they seem taken aback.
Oh, no problem, lady.
Yeah, no problem.
This lady is just like, yes.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of feel like shit now. Were we seriously gonna rob her for 100 creds?
100... Seriously? For 100 creds?
Hey, don't judge us.
Yeah, maybe we're diamonds in the rough, you know?
How do 3 grown men not have 100 credits between them?
Rainbow, you have to understand. This economy? 100 credits? The economy's in shambles, man.
Well, we...
The economy is in shambles.
Wow, it actually is exactly what I was thinking. It's exactly what I was.
Leave now.
I will say I appreciate that. that one got me. It's like, how do you not have 100 credits between you? Like, look, the economy's in shambles. Oh, that's a good one.
Come on, boys. Job's done.
Please be safe and thank you.
Whatever.
Oh, he's got the anime line. Look at that. Their fearless leader barely waits to reply before striding off into the night. The other two start to follow, but the large one lags behind a bit and gestures awkwardly at the girl.
Hey, Missy.
He turns to regard the merc, but he struggles to meet her eyes.
Just try to be more careful around here, all right? You...
Aww. Emily gives the large merc a hug, despite her arms being able to reach fully around him.
I know you have a good heart. I used to watch over you.
Oh, that's adorable. Oh, she's a priestess. All right, yeah, the last few minutes are starting to make sense now.
Yo, Zeus! Move it!
Right.
Well, that's fun. I just realized I've been here for 3 hours. It has been 3 hours already? How have I gone through so much of my day? Price is averted. Now, who is this girl? Clear my throat.
Right, well...
Speaking of my throat, I need to drink some water.
Might not be the best intro to mercs, but most aren't bad once you get to know them.
I see. Place my hand on my shoulder. What I hope is more big sis energy than random stranger touching me in the rain energy. No, she just got hit with... Oh no. World falls away and I float in an endless sea of night. Oh no, Rainbow got hit with the... She touched something and then immediately got sent to the void of infinity. She learned everything, all knowledge. Oh. My arm's still outstretched to the girl, but in her place is someone else. The presence with me in the void. Something about her seems familiar. Hey! Why do I know that face? Because we saw it like 2 hours. It's been a while. As quick as it came, the feeling leaves, but the emptiness remains. A hole where the face should be. To be fair, the void does stare back. Ooh. World returns, the light of the streets, gentle rain, and the girl. Watch me confused. As the damp night air clings to us both. Guys, I didn't drink that much, right? 9 o'clock called, no regrets, but that could not be what's hitting me here. Maybe I'm getting older. Try to brush past how long I must have been standing there staring blankly at her.
I'm... Rainbow.
The girl's eyes start to water and tears start to fall.
Oh, sweetheart, no.
I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm crying.
Aw, poor gal.
It's probably been a long day. You're not from Iris, are you?
Despite everything, the girl tries to give a reassuring smile.
Is that obvious?
You said you were looking for the Lantern's Rest, right?
She nods gently. Aw. Music's nice.
People there could help me.
Girl wipes tears from her eyes. I see beneath them a steady gaze. Not slowly, something bad was happening to get her to get all the way to the heart of the city alone like this. Most of the clergy keep far away from the more developed areas of Chroma Elysium, feeling more at home in old world temples and sometimes even the wilderness. Capital W wilderness. That place must be really crazy. It must be desperate.
Let's find you some better help than those guys, huh?
I adjusted where the 3 mercs from before slinked off to. Again, she nods with a bit more energy this time.
Right.
Come on. I know the bartender.
Gosh, touch my back.
Let's get you out of the rain.
Oh god. Have I already been here for 3 hours? Have I been here for 3 hours already? I'm mostly more surprised at the fact that I've yapped so much. I yap too much. Ah! I yap too much. Head back into the rest. The din of the bar not diminished one bit by the time of night. Cliff's good eye swings over to me and Emily. His eyebrow raises in a silent question. Don't really have an answer yet. I sit down at the bar with her.
Can I get you two anything?
Something warm for me and...
Look over to the girl.
I'm Emily. And thank you for the hospitality, but
Emily freezes up and looks to me, looking for some guidance here. She looks shaken up. Cliff narrows his eyes a little and gives Emily and I some space and busies himself near the back of the bar. God's that man knows how to read a room, and I nod appreciatively and focus back on Emily.
Can you tell me what happened?
Everything Emily had been carrying with her finally burst out like a rushing flood.
They burned our house down and kidnapped Edwin. He said there were people here who could help if anything ever happened to him.
I don't know why, but I just had the realization that she went through. Oh no, she got the protagonist treatment. She got the. She had.
Edwin Hurst.
Emily tries her best to keep her voice level, but the torrent words don't stop.
I was able to find my way here, but I'm worried I'm too late and they're going to. Oh, gods.
Tears fall again. A few of the nearby patrons shift around uncomfortably in their seats. It was a rough story. Not an unusual one. Roving gangs outside Iris to do some old world-style raids on everyday folks for easy money. Worst things happened outside the protective sphere of the city. Definitely heard worse, but not by much. Reach out and grasp her hands in mine. The comic seems to help as she centers and takes a few gulping breaths.
They're not going to do anything. I'll make sure of that. Now who are they?
I don't know. Edwin said to hide, but I saw that they had these hoods, and they said that they were going to sacrifice people. Then they took him and...
What's how Sam bears her face in her hands. Cliff has a dark expression, seeming to know where this was heading. Unfortunately, so did I.
Got a few missing persons cases starting to make sense.
Turns into 2 steaming mugs of cider. Oh, that's nice. Apples and cinnamon wafting from the cup beneath a small dollop of cream. That's nice. The cider, really?
Who's been going missing?
Mainly folks from outside the city. No mercs, just average folks.
So...
Edwin. But why now? If you're heading back out, you should drink up quick. Edwin's a friend to the rest, and he's certainly owed a favor. You let me know if you need anything else.
Emily reached her pockets, but Cliff holds up a large hand.
No.
On the house. Oh, nice. Getting color in her cheeks from the warm beverage. She must have been outside for a while. I just think he raises his hand like the Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson meme where he just puts the hand up.
That includes the help. Sparkles, get your gear. Should be wherever you left it.
So she has a gun? This is the last part with a knowing look. I get it, alright? Don't leave weapons lying around.
Making this a contract.
I'd do it even if it wasn't.
Oh, that's nice. Emily shoots up from her seat.
You know Edwin?
Turned to Cliff a little confused, to be honest. The name didn't really ring a bell to me. I will say, as much as my brain would go, well, would you put the... But then it's like, no, it makes sense. Because Emily was still very confused, and only now is like, oh wait, do you know him? Yes.
Do we?
We do. Just get him back safe.
Not bad. Clearly the topic was closed for now, but that was good enough for me. There's work to be done.
I'll grab my gear. Then you lead the way. We'll get him back. I promise.
I will say I definitely moved a lot slower through this than I think most people. I was not barreling. Whoa! The clickins. Oh. I see. What is that? Ooh. Oh, point click style. I see. Axel. Look at the boy. Yeah, take the glasses off and everything. Okay, let me save so I... Let's see, let's start with the sword. Ah, here's my sword. Here's a cool sword. Here's my glove. One glove? I see. Talk to Emily.
Have you seen a sword, bolt pistol, and a set of casters anywhere?
A set of... what?
Aw.
Rainbow here uses more mage-crafted firearms. Casters are a weapon that helps with that.
Oh, that's cool. So if you...
Oh, in that case, no. Do you know where you last left them?
Ah. Small typo. That's okay. Good to catch that now. Axel's dead. Interesting though they have conditional. That the good thing that there are conditionals here for this sort of stuff.
Yeah, should be around here. Just give me a second.
Please, hurry if you can.
All right. Well, I'll wait to grab the gun last. I will talk to Axel.
Better let him sleep it off. He probably doesn't have my gear anyways.
Aw, poor guy.
The only person I trust drunk with my weapons is me.
Aw, poor guy. He gets to sleep in the background. He gets to sleep. Axel gets to sleep.
Have you...
No.
I didn't even...
You're on a job. You get Boss Cliff, not Friend Cliff.
Right, but...
Find your gear, Merc.
Right. Understood.
It is nice that you have the conditionals. Here's the pistol.
Together at last.
Oh, it goes right ahead.
You have everything?
Oh, then it goes backwards, I see. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
We get up to exit the bar and back into the night. Cliff looks down at the empty glasses still in front of him.
Be safe, Sparkles. I'll be right here.
I definitely went through this a lot slower than I think most will, I will say. Oh, there's something hidden back there. Oh, and I missed. Well, actually, I can load back up. Wait, I can load. Hang on. If there's secrets, we can do that. Hidden.
Oh, hey. It's a long shot, but I might have left my stuff back
My
there.
brain was like, oh yeah, what would I...
Is this an excuse to climb the tree? The thing you try to do so much that we have to have a sign that says keep off? Because I don't think you've been allowed up there for a year.
Can't hear you! Already climbing to chat! Oh no.
Fruit's falling early this year.
Oh, she fell out of the tree.
Shut it!
You all right?
Yeah. No gear though.
Color me surprised.
Worth it. Worth it to go back for that one. The boy, the drinks.
Maybe they shrunk and I left my gear at the bottom of these.
There's one more after this.
I mean, I have to be thorough, right?
Hey, Sparkles. Maybe look somewhere else.
This is the last one. Let's see. Scan surrounding. Sorry, my text is coming. No, it's okay. I do know there's like for no matter what, there is always a there is always a slight delay when it comes to streaming versus my actions, and I'm particularly bad because I usually end up zooming around because I'm a freaking goon. I have had that habit multiple times in other games where somebody's like, oh wait, I have an instruction for, oh, you are zooming by. Okay. There's a 5-second delay. You need to wait for a moment. And I'm just like, oh, right. Whoops. Sorry. I think when I played Sonic Frontiers, that was the worst of it because I would go too fast. It is possible to go too fast. There's the glove. Is there anything else? No, I do appreciate that because it highlights things. It means that that's everything though. The tree scene was the hidden one. I like the tree scene. Can I just say thank you for making the tree scene because it is good to reward inquisitive players. It is good to reward inquisitive players with some little secrets, some fun interactions. That is quite good.
Do you have everything?
I think it's also nice. It's also nice to see.
Save Sparkles.
It's nice to also see that it gives some more room for the character to. Excuse me. It is also nice to see that we get some extra characterization by what the characters do when interacting with the environment. So it is rather it's rather welcome to have those things.
I don't know anyone who'd help a total stranger like this.
Well, lucky you came to our bar.
I will say, Rainbow, I have a question. I actually do have a question because there's a shade to this character that I wonder how intentional it was when you were designing the character. Because I'm thinking about what characters do I know that are mercenaries, that do good things, you know, kind of regardless of everything. And my brain just realized you did the thing that I do where invisibly, maybe consciously, your favorite characters come through in the way that you write your characters, the ways that you develop them. I have a question. How much Final Fantasy do you think you put into this without knowing? How much Final Fantasy VII do you think snuck in here without you actually realizing? Because I had a thought. I was like, well, I know it's like, because I was thinking about mercenary characters that I could also relate to this, to be able to bring myself a bit closer to the, because every game is a reflection of the accumulation of stories and ideas that come from outside of us and form us from the inside. And the best writers do so earnestly. There's a lot of inspiration, but it's not from just one medium, if that makes sense. No, that is precisely it, is that a lot of things have to come together. But I wonder how much snuck in a little bit from different sources that even without even you realizing, because I know that happens to me a lot. Music was heavily inspired. I will say the music is quite good, but I will say, ooh. Should probably keep clicking.
And Aista told me you could be trusted.
Aista be talking. And now to the violet brooch on Emily's chest.
Are you really a priestess?
I didn't write the actual script. I've sent in the world building and character stories. I think to me that tells me that there's a fair bit of the writers put it all together. Well, it's amazing then that still through your world building and character stories, some of those traits, some of that DNA, I like saying it a lot because I pulled this terminology from Hideo Kojima. The memes, the DNA of your specific soul, the fingerprint of your of your writing comes through a lot stronger than I think it's a lot stronger than many would be able to get through having a lead delegating to a team. I think that's actually quite impressive because it shows to me that the cohesion of the writing is strong from the conceptual phase. Because that means that the cohesion is really strong. I have made comments about the tone, it's like I'm not sure if it's trying to be funny, if it's trying to be serious, how it's trying to work. But I find that it's now, going through it, it seems like having gone this far, that it's sort of slotting into the space where the tone of the world it's uniquely somewhere in the middle of that spectrum. A little bit more comedic, I think, but it's working.
I am her faithful servant, yes. She gave me a vision of where Edwin is being held, but it would have been too dangerous to go alone.
Good. Once we get there, just hang back.
No, I want to help.
I know you do, but you've been through a lot.
I almost bumped into Emily as she stopped short in front of a barricade. Beyond it, a concrete slope angles down towards the river via the shimmering blue trail cutting its way through the city. Emily hops over the concrete barrier and slides down the slope. Damn it.
Wait!
Follow her down until you reach the lip of the river and the massive tunnels where it flows beneath the city. Stop short before the mouth of the opening. Now we're in tunnels.
Is this?
Emily closes her eyes and focuses.
Below Iris. Not just Edwin, but the others too.
I have definitely been moving really slow through the story, so I really should pick it up. Walk to the entrance scene, try and see into the inky depths, then... Oh god, wow, we actually... Fire. The crumbling tower, ruin. See a home engulfed in fire, a thatch roof burning to the night sky, ember soaring as something vital is lost forever. Eons ago when the world was new. No, it was just yesterday. Or was it another lifetime? I can feel the flames take me in oblivion of pain, of loss. Something burns away, though. I curl up my body to protect it. As we go toward it to give it shelter from the inferno to no avail, it is gone. She is gone. Wordle's cry becomes a roar. Oh god.
Rainbow!
She had a Doki Doki moment. Nothing to worry about. Cold stone to the ground presses against my cheek. I feel my arms tight around my knees. The burning is gone. Whatever I saw was just a memory now. Are you alright? Oh god, I skipped. Curled up in a ball on the floor of the tunnel. Not cutting the most inspiring figure, am I? Aw. Hurriedly dust myself off and stand up.
I'm... fine. It won't happen again.
Emily looks at me with a gentle expression. Was that sympathy? The last thing I need is to lose my shit in front of...
Must have hurt. I'm sorry.
Wait.
What did you say?
The fire. I saw it too.
Ooh.
And before, the void and the rain. These are visions from Aista.
I appreciate that Aista just decides to give Rainbow the view of the eternal flame. Like, hey, do you want to know what it's like to be on fire? I'd really rather not. And she's like, hey, check this out. Sends her into a memory of being on fire. Well, that sucks.
I've never had them shared with another person before, and wasn't sure at first. But your paths are intertwined.
I feel bad for Rainbow having to learn what being on fire is like. No, this is... Hell, I don't even know what this is. Why does it hurt? Even now it hurts.
Who are you? Really?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It must be so overwhelming. I swear, I am her priestess. And I just want to have my Edwin home safe. She grants me visions to guide her will, and to help when things are dire. I've had them all my life, and I swear on the goddess, once we get Edwin back, I will help you find what Aista wants of you.
Well, that's good. Emily gets down on her knees and lowers her head, her voice a solemn prayer.
Please.
Need your help. The tunnels cut the river feed into a series of waterways that crisscross below Iris. The deeper you go, the more the ruins of the old city poke through the cracks. The ancient Iris the current one was built upon. On the best of days, it's a confusing labyrinth that only the desperate hunted dare enter. They're really about to wander with some girl that I've never met, talking about visions.
Cliff said they might have taken more people, right?
Oh, I keep bumping something. Emily nods. Or what are you packing? Oh, poor gal. She doesn't have a weapon. She has some like charms on her hip though. Look at that. This is again, I think the benefit of this though is it's like, okay, cool. We get some character building from like the drip, as I say. It's the outfit choices are very important for understanding character design and also what character history. Let's just ask.
Do you know anything else about what we're walking into?
Only what Aista has shown me. A group of cloaked figures, chanting their hatred into the dark.
Ah, Redditors.
All right, you want to help? What can you do?
Yeah, I will say I appreciate that I'm at the phase of joking around a little bit, because now I'm... Oh boy. Oh no, this world has Reddit. Oh dear.
I can heal people. I should be there. Edwin might be hurt, and we can help anyone else we find.
The core of the Nether invented the internet for the sole purpose of yelling at people. Oh no, they're... The core of the Nether, after Rainbow beats up their leader or something, they're just like, we have to post about our indecency. Quick, go to the internet. You have to talk nonsense about her.
And you're
Speak
sure
malarkey, please.
He would do the same for me.
I hope this character Emily doesn't have to do something horrible for us. I nod.
Then let's get going.
Cool. I've never been down here before and honestly been glad for it. Something about the old Iris is unsettling. I mean, beyond the fact there could be a pack of violent, chemmed up freaks squatting around in some chamber. Oh, I see. As we ventured further down, the air felt warmer than the surface, and more plants would break through the stone ground. At one point, there was even a full-grown tree that made the one above the bar at the rest look like a sapling. Must have been here for centuries. Emily stopped every now and then, would stare blankly into the distance for a moment before purposefully moving down another of the branching tunnels. I will say, I guess, curious to the science and the I say science, but the magic. The systems at play that allow a tree to be fully grown underground. But I also was able, I caught myself, I was able to fully suspend my disbelief on it. Because the world is so clearly set up that there are things working beyond basic science. Like, magic allows for things outside of the realm of norms. So I completely passed over, and then my brain went, wait, there's a tree underground? But magic settings have had trees underground all the time, so I can very easily put that away. It is very neat to see that. Who is Edwin?
Who exactly is this Edwin guy?
He's my fiancé.
Oh.
Wait, what? How old are you?
20.
Aw, sweet gal. Aw, Rainbow's sad because she's still single.
Are you okay?
This is not a great time to have a mental breakdown, but still.
No, I'm good. Must be nice to be young and in love.
Emily has a faraway look in her eyes, and her whole body seems to soften just a bit.
It is.
Oh, ain't that sweet.
There wasn't much I was allowed to choose for myself. In fact, ever since I was chosen by Aista, I don't think I've had a real say in my own life. But the one exception to that was choosing Edwin.
Man, I really hope this character doesn't tragically die in the next hour.
We met when my order was called to treat some particularly wounded mercenaries. I was never told what they had been doing, but that man was unconscious, almost covered in third-degree burns, and had shrapnel in his arm, down his back, and even in his eye.
My wins. It's an occupationizer, but still, yikes. Yeah, the guy got blown up like 6 ways from Sunday.
It was bad. It should have been beyond healing. That's why the order called for me.
Your specialty?
Something like that.
She's capable of using reverse magic.
Afterwards, I heard he wanted to meet me, but I almost refused. I was honestly ashamed of
Oh god, I have to stretch again. Ow. I haven't heard any Jets today.
For what? It sounds like you saved him.
I will say I have been slightly tense all day because I've been worried that Jets would be passing over the house. There's a thing going on. It's like a show. It's a show thing, but there's a air show near local, and it's close to where I live. So it's like I've been I keep looking like is it gonna happen, but it hasn't. Emily shakes her head.
He nearly didn't. It was sloppy, and he was still going to lose the eye. I wouldn't have blamed him if he was mad.
Aw.
But you know what he said?
What?
He only needs half his eyes to get lost in mine.
Aw, that's sweet.
That's not bad.
It was so cheesy. But he's kind. He's brave. And he makes me happy.
I am so worried that this guy has death flags being stuck in him one by one.
Someone you'd walk through hell for.
If it comes to that, in a heartbeat.
Oh no. No matter what was waiting below, Cliff left some charge packs alongside my gear. With my combat quest topped off, there wasn't much that'd be a problem down here. Unless they just, like, shove him in the Immortalis already. Done my fair share of retrieval protection jobs before, and wasn't about to let my new friend down. Oh, man. Oh. Is it bad that in my head I'm like, oh, dude, this guy is dead. He is dead. Plus, Cliff said we both know Edwin. Not great with names, but Cliff's always had the better memory. Wouldn't be right to let an old friend get cut up by psychos. I'm just so worried this guy's gonna be like in the Immortalis when we get there. After a while, the low drip of water and dull hum of old machinery still toiling away on some task in the depths gave way to voices. Not just voices, but chanting that grew louder and louder as we approached. Time to shove people into the Immortalis. Bodies, but oh god, I was correct. Emily and I flattered ourselves against the frame of the tunnel arch leading into the room. I think that is okay. Just I catch it, we move on. It's flattered. Okay, flattened ourselves. My brain just put like, yes, you're both beautiful, but we have to worry about the cult right now. An old stone chamber. Couldn't tell you what had been there before, but now it's absolutely covered in these strange marks and full of people. A thick red haze swirled on the ground around them. Oh god, they liquefied them. They are now gaseous. Oh yeah, another typo. Yeah, no, I'm gonna try and just pass over them, make note, catch it, go for later. Gonna do my best not to breathe whatever that is in. Oh no, it's the miasma from Tales of the... Oh no, wait, no, that's purple, it's not red. That's right. So it can't be that. I hope it's not the other thing where I'm breathing in a person. Do a quick sweep. Looks like around 15 to 20 figures in robes, faces covered. Lots of knives, but some had repeaters strapped to their hip. Luckily, they all seemed to be focused on the figure standing at the head of this congregation, the large metal cage next to them. The cage held several unwilling participants of whatever the hell was going on here. Most ordinary unarmed men and women, all of them clearly dazed. Some of the red haze obscured their heads. One figure did stand out from the regular citizens. Male build, clearly augmented for combat work. Edwin. Wait, that's Edwin? What the heck? This guy's built different. He's got the drip on too. He's got the pinstripe drip. Look at him. Look at this man's drip. The turn to address my companion's wonderful idea to talk during the deep underground rescue mission that we are surrounded by insane cultists. My breath catches. We're gonna save. We'll be smart and save. The red haze from the room has crept up Emily's leg and started to swirl around her head. Crap. She's breathing heavily and clenches her fists. Marks on the wall were sigils. The whole place is covered in magic. I doubt she has any resistance to that. Gotta move fast. Emily starts to move forward by clamp a hand around her mouth and stop her running fully into the fray. Okay, God's above, she's kind of strong. Gotta act fast before I have to watch Priest's bum rush 20 armed men. I kind of do want to see that. We'll do pinch her just a little. Never hurts to keep it simple. Well, maybe it'll hurt her, but just a little. Free one hand from the grapple, grab her by the cheek and start pulling her. Use a little bit of charge to shock her a bit for good measure.
What was that for?
Pain helps reset the neural pathways. You were gonna do something crazy.
She's about to just run out there.
Thanks. Not sure what I'd do.
Oh, I made the choice.
Need you thinking clearly here.
Thank you. I just...
Wait, one of those sigils says Kuro up there. I just noticed that. The one up top near the lantern? It says Kuro. Well, it says K. It looks like a K, an R, and an O. I think that says Kuro. Environmental storytelling. I do like the one where it's like the little circle. It looks like the circle with the circle with the line.
Don't worry. Everything is intensified here. Magic, abilities, and emotions. We'll get this done.
I'm curious how she intuited that, but that makes sense that she could because she knows magic. There's a commotion from the front of the room. A woman is pulled from the cage and dragged to a stone altar in the center of the room. Oh no, she's about to get the Aztec treatment. Oh god. Well, because I drew those sigils, send it to the BG artist. Thought he changed them, but it kept them. I mean, I was like, well. Honestly, they look. I think they look pretty good. I think they're all right. I think the only thing that might, the only thing I could say, like, if you want to pass them a note, it's like the only thing is like anything that looks like a letter might be able to, like, might be shifted a little bit, but you're definitely the first one to point out something. It seems like my brain is braining. I have big brain. I will say some of that's also because that was on purpose. It was on purpose. I would have caught that one. My brain is... I'm happy that my brain was able to find that.
Dark beneficence.
Whoa.
We bestow upon you this sacrifice, so you may shatter the chains of divinity and return from your prison in.
This guy definitely shoves glass down his throat to keep that voice in check. Holy crap. Like they say, don't drink milk if you're doing singing. Oh, dude, this guy drinks glass. He ate the nails without any milk. Oh, this is the guy from the bar. He just got smaller. the guy from Salty Spittoon. I eat a bowl of nails for breakfast without any milk. This guy definitely eats the nails and like he chews. This man chews. He doesn't just swallow the nails. He chews. Draw my sword and fire rounds right into his chest. His breath catches, he stumbles back and releases hold on the would-be sacrifice. She got the big iron? Good job. I'm done with words. Jumpstart my combat, go start blasting. First, burning away the haze on the ground and taking out as many cultists out of the fight as I can. Oh! Man, Rainbow absolutely did the D&D. I'm gonna take the surprise. I'm gonna take the surprise.
Emily, get the cage! I've got this!
I get around 7 before I feel my magic starting to draw off my own energy. Usually a good idea to avoid that while I still got some charge left on the glyphs. Prioritize the ones with repeaters, so that just leaves 10 angry cultists with knives.
Our Lord shall hunger, slay the non-believers. Let their bodies offer an even greater bounty.
There is something here about this, but I'll come back to that. Their bodies jerk leaping way faster than they should. Half of them must be augmented. I don't have any time to draw my sidearm before they get up close. Sword will have to do. Throughout it, all the chanting doesn't stop. If anything's louder now. Oh no, the chanting's in the soundtrack. My brain just went, oh no, the chanting's in the soundtrack. You can't stop that, Rainbow. Takes me a second to realize I'm not just hearing it loud anymore in my head as well. The words seem familiar. Size of the room helps funnel them slightly as the cultists approach, so I don't have to fend it off all 10 at once, but this isn't something I can do forever. Emily hurries to a female prisoner and places her hand on the knife wound.
My eyes this will. Behold.
Small nick heals and color returns to the woman's face. She's stunned but revitalized.
We're getting you all out of here.
Oh, Emeraldo, how's it going today? We're quite far in on the demo, by the way. You might be coming in without any context, my good man. Faces it too late.
None shall escape the coming of his wrath.
Oh no, she's gonna get stabbed. Cultist strikes down with his blade, but catches a blast right in his chest and drops like a ton of bricks. Put down my outstretched hand, barely get my guard up in time as another knife swings towards my head. There are people with knives everywhere. I had to burn my own energy for that save. My strikes lose some of their power, my reactions are more sluggish. We need to get everyone out of here. Neg my shoulder, my wrist. Emily strains against the door of the cage, bashing frantically against it with her shoulder, but to no avail. Oh no, she's... When the cultists turn back to the altar where their leader lies on the ground, approach the girl. They're gonna kill her, then me. Oh no. Then everybody.
No.
Haven't failed a job yet. I'm not about to let that record drop. Swing wide to catch one of the cultists in the chest and wheel back from the fray. No context is usually the best kind. I see. With no context then, how does this... How can you please give me some insights? What do you believe of this game? Let the sword fall and draw out my own energy into the glyphs. The changes in tech may just drop dead way less often, but even the freshest face trainee knows if something cast in the energy packs won't replace. Glyphs roar to life, fed by the most ancient transaction there is. Caster in their life, tensions power shoot at my arm as I take aim at the cage door and the enemies between me and the prisoner's freedom. Ooh! Rainbow Tornado? Actually, that is quite an impressive display. Call storm miles below the roots virus. Stabbing bonanza? We came in, you did come into the many stabbings, this many stabbing cultist, yes. Possible wind swirl as the tornado grows and churns through the cultists. This, I will say, this does feel a little bit like a D&D encounter. And it's not, but it's nice though that we have some back and forth between them, between both sides, having them go take actions, as it were. It feels a lot like it though, just because, like, all right, time to I multi-class for a reason. Magic. It's quite good. Those barely have a chance to shake out their induced fugue state before Emily starts pulling them out of the cage. The priestess doesn't waste a chance.
Hurry! We'll guide you out. Just get to safety.
Most run for the relative safety of the outside quarter without looking back, but one of the prisoners grabs her hand.
Emily?
Yeah, look at this boy. Look at this man. Henry said, I am the spy from Team Fortress 2. Calls and calls, even cast, even pain. I can see what this meant as Emily is the two embrace. It was an odd match. Rough-looking man with chestnut hair and a cybernetic guy with a devout priestess, but they seem to make it work.
What are you doing here? You found the rest?
Nods briefly, still holding tight to Edwin as if he would disappear otherwise. Aw.
I didn't think I'd ever see you again. Come on, we have to go.
He did say that though.
You go. There's still time to stop this.
What are you talking about?
Edwin blinks rapidly, trying to get his eyes just into the darkened chamber.
Snake to catch, darling.
This guy's accent is pretty good though. Takes all my energy to keep the whirlwind going, my vision fogs. Through the blurry sight, I watch some of the cultists stand up and shake off wounds that should have kept them out of the fight. They are the ones I had targeted first, the cultists with guns. Want to shout, but I can't over the storm. The leader stands back up, his hood thrown back, revealing a gaunt face and eyes coated inky black. The orbs shining like the pure obsidian, cast local hatred toward the recently reunited Edwin and Emily. Edwin meets the cultist, gaze right back.
Found you.
Don't let the Slayer escape!
Oh god, he's the Slayer? Well, wait, is Edwin Doom? I see. Watch Edwin dive to the ground with Emily before the cultist can even take aim. He taps the side of his head and his dormant eye begins to glow.
I ain't going anywhere. If you want me, then draw.
Is it like it's fun? Again, it's another one of those things where my brain is catching similarities in design, but it's like it's working for me so well because seeing similarities means that I can intuit where things are going before they start. Edwin spots a cult snows like his peers. Some conscious on the cult side. Slayer, Halo, Slayer. The teams are a little stacked. We have like 24 cultists on one side and Rainbow, Edwin, and Emily, and I think maybe like one civilian on our team. That's not good. Moves with precision, rolls over to them, drawing their Peters mid-roll with practices and quickly loads at the cultists. Rain behind the smoking barrels, the reticles in his eye swing to track other targets, but Edwin's gaze flicks to Emily.
Sweetheart, get the people to safety.
I'm not leaving without you.
Damn it! Where'd he go? Just
It's
go
8v3 unfair match.
and tell Cliff I'm here.
It's an unfair match.
Hell you mean we?
Rainbow's still just like falling over. See Emily's gesture towards the screen multi-card tornado and the all-powerful sorceress driving it on with sheer willpower. Ah yes, it's me. That a man literally equipped with augmented eyes seemed to miss.
Cliff sent us. She's a friend.
Yeah, it is a bit unfair, but we do have a mage multi-class, so.
Wait, is that?
Shot rings out, nailing the gunslinger in the back. Oh, cool, he did get shot. Oops. Oops. Edwin spins around the fire and drops two cultists, but he staggers forward and hits the floor hard. I have a gun. Throws the repeater sign and frantically dashes back to the altar, the chanting growing louder despite the lessened numbers of conscious acolytes. Even the storm focus is taking its toll, but wild magic is like a living animal. Wrestling it down to keep it on just the cultists was a struggle. Prisoners all still wait in the tunnels for a trip up topside, shaken but alive. Oh, thank you for reminding me to stretch and hydrate. There was little to do if the spell fails with Edwin out of commission, Emily occupied holding it together and trying to knit a heavy wound. No, let me stretch. Oh god. I have definitely been moving a lot slower. Feel blood run from my nose. Touch my hand. I touch my hand to it. Oh, I see that. Okay. I touch my hand to it. Seeing a deep crimson hue coat my fingertips. Brings to mind the wine from earlier tonight at the rest, and Cliff. Seeing him is one of the earliest memories I still have. The massive holes in my past never hurt much. I'd miss something you never knew, but if I died here, I'd miss him. My bartender, a big shoulder to cry on. Feel determination surge back into my limbs and lift a cultist fully off the ground with the force of the storm. Not much else I can do. I don't have the energy to keep this up anymore. Cut off the flow of energy, pulling strength from my limbs to keep the whirlwind roaring. Cultist crashed into the ground. The chamber slumped to the ground as the wind dies. Cult leader struggles back to his feet and stands up the altar with a knife. Nope. Even when the bull's back is like trying to hold his ways, he makes a run at the cultists, but they give way. Some of the cultists rise to their feet once more, their own hoods falling back to reveal faces that have never once been human, formless masks with eyes that shone from within their own inky haze. Stop! The leader of the cult doesn't even seem to hear the plea. He's already somewhere else, his mind gone.
Let the heavens tremble at death's return.
Nope. Cultist stabs his chest and collapses. His blood flows on the altar.
Damned maniacs!
Ground begins to shake and a large red swirling portal forms where the altar had been.
What's going on?
Oh, they summoned Death himself. Yay! Oh, wait, that's Kuro. Edwin turns a fearful look to the instance that ran the quarter.
Sweetheart, get these folks out of here now!
We gotta go. Oh god, there is a red. Through the portal, I see glimpses of a shattered multicolored prism. And within, the shape of something ominous moving just beyond the terror created by the cultist's last desperate actions. The presence alone made me shiver. Something primal ignites in my mind. Fear, hatred. This thing is dangerous, beyond even what the cult intended. A figure steps through. I don't hesitate. Even with my vision starting to bore, I take out my sidearm and fire at it. Whoa. 2 shots go wide, but the third just sinks into it. Take a deep breath. My arm drops numbly to my side, still drained from the earlier fight. The shadows that clung to the form meld into the ground and beneath them. I will say, this section, despite there being a lot of action, it's a lot of reading. But it's been moving very fast. That's been... Oh, yeah, it is him. Look at this man. Oh, he ripped his suit. Orange man, growing more solid as he crosses through the portal, moving with grace, with purpose. Tattered remains of a once fine suit clinging to a lustrous form. Some final gasp of refinement that strained against the primal heft of musculature beneath. His nature is unhurried. A tired look felt natural to his face. Softer contrast to the umbral shapes that began to move once more at his feet, something stretching far beyond the bounds of a normal shadow. Amelie and Edwin barely move. Darkness begins to claim me. Would it be so bad to have him guide me through that dark? Felt that if not for the circumstance, somehow he would. I would trust his face. But what was the danger buzzing at the back of my skull? He has to be put down. I have to rally. I look at him and all I feel is this deep sadness. Why does it hurt? Aw. Does it all hurt to see him? Oh, look at that.
He's made the reason quite clear. Now, what are you going to do about it?
The reverb, my brain just went, whoa. See images of a hall I've never been to in a conversation I never had. Hope rekindled.
I'll trust what I saw was real. What else can I do?
Oh, I keep moving the thing. Sorry. Oops. And just as fast, the revulsion, the hatred. Tendrils of shadow pull themselves from the ground around him. This part has moved very fast since the fighting started. But I think the fight scenes are handled pretty well. I think the sound design does a good job of carrying it. I think it would be difficult to add to it mechanically or story-wise without sort of upsetting the blocks within it, I think. Everything they touch turns to ash. The cage, the bodies of the cultists, even chunks of the ground, eating, decaying, destroying. And poor Kuro. He got turned into... Look at this boy. He's just getting... He ruined his drip too. Cultists do not run, they simply raise their arms. Their victory already won. The stranger's steady but staggered steps suddenly stop. His eyes pass over the scene to meet my own. There's something I see in those crimson pools. Pain that seemed to understand exactly how it tied together with my own. Crimson pools is a bit of an odd word terminology for eyes, but it's alright. Red eyes flash in the dark. It's you. It was like a blade through water. One moment across the chamber, the next at my side. As if no earthly force or obstacle could hold him now that his prison was shattered. The claws on his hands shimmered as if they were impatient for what would happen next. I was still caught by those eyes and the rush of thoughts. It felt like an entire lifetime of memories went crashing through my head while the part of me that remained screamed to run or fight or do something. Close enough that I could feel the chill of the shadows around him. This part is a very long CG sequence though, so it is... Beat of his heart, the steady breathing, all betrayed by the madness in his eyes. This part is a very long CG sequence though, so it is a lot of time where you're not allowed to save or... So you have to keep going.
Sorry, Emily.
Last memory was the world becoming blurry, everything slowing down, and then falling. Falling through a hole to somewhere else. Somewhere where the red eyes didn't hurt, away from memories I didn't want. An impact that never came. At least nothing hurts.
I hope you learned something, though.
What would I do without you?
What indeed, my lady.
And we're almost at the 4-hour mark. I just realized how long I've been going at this. I will say, having your life flash before your eyes feels less peaceful when someone else's life you're seeing. Either way, I'm dead, aren't I? Well, might as well open my eyes. Woken up in worse places. Maybe I did something right. It seems peaceful here. Pool of clear water laid at the center of the large stone temple. Shafts of light illuminated a set of austere stone columns stretching up from the ground where ivy curled around their bases and snaked up the smooth or marbled edifice. In fact, even more vegetation sprouted up from great cracks in the ground from mosaics tinged with a fading purple hue. So is this past tense now? Are we in the past now? An ecosystem growing beneath the gaze of a great seal emblazoned above a giant throne of flower and teardrop. Upon the seat sat the figure from my visions, towering over me and seated by the clear pool. Her eyes studied me carefully, her hands resting beneath her chin.
I never thought I'd see you again. And maybe I still haven't.
Giantess sighs, a gust blowing through the empty air of the ruined temple. As the figure leans down, dips a single finger in the pool, absentmindedly drawing shapes in the water. She always scrunched her brows together just like that when she was nervous. What? Always struck me as odd as how even the goddess nourishment struggled at times to know what she herself needed. But we completed each other even if she thought I acted rashly from time to time. Rush of memories from before returned, but with less pain. It was still hard to tell which ones were mine, but one thought came unbidden. It's obvious, really. The torrent knocked name loose for the massive purple figure before me.
Aista.
Giantess stiffens.
That's your name, isn't it?
You don't really remember, do you?
Probably not.
I remember enough. We were friends, weren't we?
That you even need to ask. Yes. Once upon a time, I suppose we were. It was too much to hope, I suppose. If you're not Prisma, you must be Asara. No one else would know to call me.
Asara? No. I'm Rainbow.
And blinking suddenly, as it appears right before me, her giant form diminishing to a more human-sized Doi. She glides around me, gazing up and down.
You have 3 names. 3. Yet you favor the only one that doesn't matter.
Well, that's an ouch.
It's pointless anyway.
Feel my anxiety rising. Here it comes.
So does this mean...
No. You're not dead. You are safe. Within the walls of my temple.
I see. Isda looks around with a slight frown.
Or what's left of
Isda. The goddess runs her hand through over the surface of the pool again, but I needed nothing else. A million questions were surging through my mind, but the most important one had its answer. I am definitely not dead. Okay, well, that's good.
You saved me. You brought me here.
I did.
I will say, without the voice acting, I would not know how to pronounce certain things, so it is quite the boon of voice acting that the pronunciations are decided, because somebody has said them. It is something I haven't really, it's kind of been invisibly here the whole time, but I haven't talked about it much, but the pronunciation being handled is a boon. I know for my own stuff, it can be quite a challenge sometimes to have people get pronunciations, and my take on it is that, well, they'll pronounce it as they will. And the right pronunciation is the one that you decide upon, but with this, it's like, okay, you have a arbiter of pronunciation, which in the voice acting, which helps.
Well, you have to send me back. Everyone's still in danger. The prisoners, Emily...
I have watched over my priestess her entire life. You dare suggest I would forsake her?
Peaceful waters grow even more serene as their stillness freezes to a solid sheen at the touch of her hand. Oh.
You, prancing around, blind to the sacrifice that made you, that allowed you to even stand here.
I mean, to be fair, she doesn't remember anything.
A child, the fragment of a fragment, so sure of what's at stake.
I didn't mean...
What? No, please. What didn't you mean? You didn't mean to forget? To endanger us all with your ignorance?
Goddess's form grows to fill the room, and I see my own breath as my temperature plummets. Cool water completely flash freezes, preserving the delicate vegetation as if trapped in amber, hidden from her sight.
Just follow your heart, even if it's to ruin. Just think. You never. She never. She never told us. I would have died for her. But she trusted you over any of us. Over me.
I see what Prisma did. Isda looks around at the frigid scene. The hall has become and places a hand on the shriveled and wilting vines that cling to her throne like desperate hands.
What am I doing?
She's been just sitting here this whole time. Aw, poor Isda. Temperature rises once more and she kneels over to look down the pool, thawing it with a gentle touch. By towering over me in this moment, the goddess felt small. Placing hand on a literal deity felt like an immediate death sentence, but somehow I felt if I did so now, it would break, fracturing like glass. My dear friend, it was selfish to ask that you leave my side, and I swear to you I'll never do so again.
Your new friends are safe. Without you, the danger is past. His attention is fleeting without the object of his obsession nearby.
Well, that's nice. Recall the look of madness in those red eyes cutting through the dark. The baffling but ironclad faith I had in them, in what they meant and maybe had once.
You know who he is.
Isda nods her head.
His name was Kuro, a servant of the god of law.
Does make me wonder, because time seems to be very nebulous in this, so I wonder, I don't need an answer, but if behind the scenes there is a timeline, as it were, I'm curious to how defined it is in terms of numbers, or if it's just a range. Because to me, it's like, okay, well, the years are a little bit wibbly because the passage of time for gods is a little strange.
He guided spirits of the dead and sought to undo a dark power that...
Oh god, gotta stretch again.
But lost himself in the search.
Defined. Oh, I see. That's interesting. Oh, and it's also fascinating that you have the specific numbers. That's actually... It's quite good. I will say I have... I probably should do that at some point, but retroactively going backwards for history is a lot harder than starting with it. I think when you have the foundation set down and all the numbers are set down, it's a lot easier. Going back and applying numbers, damn near impossible. There's never an answer that truly satisfies if you go back to do it. But knowing the answers from the beginning it's quite good. it also means that that work is already, it's, you know, it's sort of like a rule in a game. It's sort of like a ironclad set that is, okay, this has to happen here. This event is set at this year, but...
He sought justice and the strength to join our number, but found only ruin.
Ah, poor Kuro.
And any justice he once sought lays buried beneath corruption on corruption. He has sealed away, but not before his hatred of the gods tore apart we who built this world.
I do think that as the action has moved forward and things became more action-oriented in terms of, not just in terms of the literal action, but I think in terms of the way the story has moved, it seems like the beginning almost tries to set, I think it's like the wound up potential energy of like, it's sort of like you're winding up some springs and then it fires off and then it almost feels like it immediately dives to gain faster speed and it really cooks. I think it really cooks in this section here where it's really going.
But it seems I was mistaken.
Moment was so brief I pressed out. I imagined for one moment a spark returned to the goddess's eyes.
What do you mean?
Oh god, the gods are dead.
Despite its faults, lapses, contradictions, madness, or perhaps because of it, your mother had a love of humanity, brighter than any star in the sky.
My mother?
Prisma, the great goddess of magic, and the head of our council, fell in love once. And she had you.
So she's the goddess of magic. Okay, I needed to get that actually, because okay, so she's the goddess of magic. And...
You have forgotten much, Asara.
Can you... Will you show me?
You have trials before you. And I would return you to your companions to face them.
Ooh.
But yes, if you permit me.
Oh god.
I swear I will show you all you must know. And all that has been.
I don't know, with what we've seen earlier, I feel like Aizda going like, I'll show you everything that's happened before, and Rainbow's like, oh, how are you gonna do that? And she's like, alright, check this out. And just like taps her on the forehead, and it does the Doctor Strange thing. She goes zooming through space and time. Span of a single blink, Aizda appears beside me. Familiar warmth I dearly miss, like the first light of spring returning to the world of life, bringing color to my heart. Aw. Gods extends a hand to me as naturally as if she had done so every day of my life.
Growth finds its way from the roots of the old to life in the present. Come, seed, and know thyself.
I think some of the reason why the writing feels a little bit, it's like it's like it starts to pick up steam and it starts to drop some things, because it's more focused on actions defining the world rather than, because I think it's true for a lot of beginnings is trying to set up and just go. I think in a novel setting, I think this was handled well overall, like with the whole story and context at this point. Well, at the core of my being, the one I had known my whole life and had only grown since I beheld the goddess, practically hummed as I looked into her violet eyes. Grab her hand in mine. Ooh, two voices talking as one. Behold it all. The loss of the souls, Kuro's noble mission to save them, and the terrible aftermath. Ah, poor Gay. See a massive humanity wielding an engine of suffering as a cudgel against the heavens. And the violent upheaval of the heavens as death itself came upon the house of the gods. He left nothing, an annihilation so total that only a scant essence of each deity remained in his wake. Till all that was left was Aizda and my mother.
We cannot stay here.
No, you cannot.
If you think for a moment I'll just let you.
I love you, Aizda. With all my heart and more. And it's selfish, I know. But I must ask that you live.
I think this background looks a little... Oh yeah, this is Whip. We're in Whip. No worries.
I will seal him away, but I know what it will cost.
In my mother's eyes, I could see desperation in Aizda's as she seeks any way to stand against her leader's command and finds none. Ah, this is the Then time passes and a great fight rages over the old city of Iris, the shadow of death against the rising colors of dawn. No, this is final. It's very different on purpose. Oh, I see. I see. I thought it was. I guess it was because the style difference was so vast that I was like, whoa, hang on. It changed me. Oh, I see. I'm trying to think though, because I'm curious to that because I thought it was. My first instinct was that it wasn't done. Might be because of the lighting. I think it might be because of the stark lighting then. It's very different on purpose than that is. I leave it be. Evil locked away in the last of Prisma's strength, leaving her form, and she speaks the final prayer of the skies above the city for herself, her comrades, and the world.
Asara.
And then nothingness. And then a child is born. The surroundings slowly return as my feet find the temple floor and the goddess stand next to me once more.
In her final moments, she gave her essence to you, as well as what remains of the other gods. They lay dormant within your heart.
My main CG person didn't do this artwork because I wanted to make sure the characters stayed close to their sprites here. You may notice in CG scenes that the characters look slightly different. They do. I think that it's done well enough that I know for a few of them it was invisible enough that I wasn't catching it myself. But I think it's well that in some cases they do look different. At the very least because it gives us that shift in perspective. And maybe that the leap in logic for me then would be that the different art styles reflects the different vision of the perspective character. So seeing something through Prisma's eyes, maybe having the vision be slightly different also worked for me. Place the hand just over my heart. Okay, I know my brain went to because Aizda places her hand over her heart. I'm like, you might have to go a little higher so this isn't an awkward touch, man. Like. Thank goodness, man, but my brain was like, okay, thank you for joking. thank you for pulling me comedically somewhere.
Or this evil will tear the world apart.
So dumb, I'm sorry.
For something it can never find.
I will say, I did also have the comedy in my brain went to Edon, and I was just thinking, yes, the fragment within. It's just like a beard. What's left of Edon is his beard.
Those were her memories. Before the lantern's rest, before Cliff, why can't I remember anything?
The mortals unleashed something they could not control.
They created.
It is the very thing that ensnared.
They created the god. They created the god in the machine.
It was made to slay the gods, and I suppose it succeeded.
Okay.
But such souls always desire power, control over what they do not have. When Kuro was locked away, they found another tool to corrupt as they saw fit.
Oh.
They found you. The time you spent in their halls is not something I will inflict upon you.
Oh no.
It is the only kindness I can grant.
Oh no, Rainbow was a Redditor before her mind got wiped. Oh no.
They wished to unlock the essence of the gods, but they could not. Though years they tried.
I see. So she was experimented upon, in a sense, to unlock God from the heart. I see.
But then how did I?
The one you call Cliff. He has watched over you for some time. It is a matter of mortals, and it is his story to tell, not mine.
Cliff just out here being an MVP. Good on him.
This is what I was made for, wasn't it? To fight this monster?
Well, as long as you know Counterspell, I'm pretty sure his abilities won't work.
What you were...
Aizda's having a time. She's been down here for too long on the chair. Despite herself, Aizda's shoulders shake as the laugh is clear as the bell rings loud and bright through the empty air of the ruined temple.
This place sounds better with laughter in it. But no, you were made because your father would make the goddess of rainbows laugh.
I mean, that is pretty much like 80% of how children are made, yes. It's either singing or laughter, and one of the two has to get you somewhere. I appreciate this. I appreciate this. Thank you. What do I do? Oh God! Go back.
So what do I do?
I see. I pressed too quick. Go back.
Return to your friends and seek out the great temples of the remaining gods. If you awaken their essences, Kuro can be stopped. They will grant you their strength.
Now the curiosities of this setup. Let's see.
For what it's worth, I am glad to have finally met you. And you can count on my aid as you grow in strength.
Blinding flash of light shines towards my eyes. It's bright towards fate and towards home. I have been sent in the void, the white one this time. Oh. Drop down to the ground near the entrance of the lantern's rest, and I'm relieved to see the prisoners from the tunnels huddled around the busy common room, nursing beverages and trying to recover the best they could. Everyone must have made it out safely out of the veil, just like Eidola said, but the sound of some familiar voices couldn't help but make me smile despite the weight of the path ahead of me.
But you never told me any of this.
I thought it was something we'd all left behind. Ain't that right, Cliff?
Cliff.
You heard all the missing persons reports, cowboy.
Cliff. I like how he says Cliff. Why did my brain go Cliff? Poor guy. Looks over to see where he faces crowding his bar. Look at this man's hair, though. I appreciate this man.
Nothing's behind us. And if it was, it's caught up.
And you!
Emily points a finger at Cliff.
You didn't tell her any of this?
Sweetheart, lay off him. We've still got a lot to talk about. You haven't even heard the half of it. Those bastards have a lot to answer for, even without all they did to...
Emily's gaze shifts around the bars as something had changed. I still felt sore as hell from the fights, but it's nice to see her happy and safe with everyone. Aww.
Rainbow, you're okay.
She throws an uneasy look to Cliff and Edwin.
Apparently you and those cultists go way back. Oh.
Aww. Buries her face against my chest and holds me tight.
I'm just glad you're okay. After you disappeared, that man from the tunnels just vanished.
Am I sad that, am I just remembering that like a few hours ago we mentioned that we talked about if you hugged Rainbow you might just get knocked out? I'm surprised Emily has the endurance. Her skull is strong.
I know. Eidola told me. Your fiancé has it right. There's a lot we need to talk about.
Now is this where we leave off?
I hope you're all with me.
Is this where we leave off? Is this the end of the demo?
You felt it too,
Oh.
didn't you? Our prison lies empty, but the jailer remains. Even now.
Oh God.
The final spark of her divinity must be snuffed out. Only then can we truly be free. Come.
That smile. Look at him.
Let us finish what we started.
Oh, poor guy. His ears even grow out. His ears even grow out when he goes full mode. Ooh. I see. Oh, there it is. Yep. I see. Well. We always sit through credits in this household, by the way. Well. Most excellent. I'm trying to make sure I wrap my thoughts together so I can discuss properly. I think because again, we're at it. This is a demo. I want to go over it in a way that will be constructive towards allowing for, you know, improvement, and also as well as I just want to and also giving some new confidence. I do believe that you have really started on a good foot. Oh, excuse me. I think you did. I think this is a fantastic start. There are some things I went through them a couple times. I mentioned different pieces, things that would be places to improve, little things. You know, I'm a grammar. I throw darts in it. You know, and it's like, but overall, I think this is quite good. Good start. I also think that the world building you're working with is quite good. Grandmaster Axel Fury, and I think the story you're starting, that the story in the beginning, as much as I have like, oh, you know, there's some little things starting here and there, but I think overall I think it's going in the right direction. And I hope, and I really hope, I can't wait to see more. I think it'll be very good. Back, sorry, I had something to deal some trouble. How was the demo? I think, well, first off, I hope that you were able to handle the thing that was troubling. That always sucks. Especially when things pop up out of the woodworks. I think it was quite good. I definitely can see that the direction it's going right now, I think it's moving in a great direction right now. And I think that for a, and maybe it's because I don't know visual novels super well. I think for visual novels, this is moving very much in the right direction. I think it's definitely going to be a standout, in my opinion, because it's taking the strengths of the medium and working with them, while also trying to it's taking risks in places that some visual novels aren't willing to. I think having a little bit more interactivity in certain sections, you know, going over the whole thing again, just to talk through it. I think maybe, and this is entirely stretch goals, entirely, if it's possible, don't worry about it. If not, I recognize that creative restraints are part of the game design process. But I think in order to make a visual novel stand out, I do think that, you know, like, one thing I came to mind while I was thinking about just suggestions. Again, if you disagree, but it's like, just like, you know, I'm just spitballing ideas, and I am but one fox who sits in the library, so opinions can be as valued as they wish. But my thought was that during the section where you're with Amelie, when you're going towards the cultists, it might actually behoove you to add some sort of very basic, you know, something sort of like the and this might be difficult. I think the programmer will probably look at me and say, what are you talking about? But having something like a maze, something that allows the players to choose which ways they go, maybe some places to add some more references, certain jokes, you know, maybe some like bad endings, you know, things like you find a big monster or something, but having something that adds a little bit more to the interactivity, because some parts really were just, okay, well, this feels like we could have had choices, and there are places where there could be more on the impetus of the reader, the player, to make decisions. But I also think that, you know, those are difficult. So, and it's, again, just me thinking, spitballing, but like a maze down there, and perhaps if you have, you know, stretch goals, you know, I hope that the ability to acquire certain things, maybe some additional art to for the background for certain scenes. One I was thinking of was when thinking about like the, you know, like with Zeus and Amelie, you know, just like little things here and there when you're able to, if you're able to add to the imagery, add to scenes in terms of the visuals, and also adding more. I think the interactivity is going to be the point where I think you can do a lot with it, especially since this is a very action focused story. Can you specify? With Zeus and Amelie, I was like, in my head, I was like, oh, it'd be nice to see them actually hugging, because then Zeus can be all like, he can look all nice, and you can show off the softness of the character as well. But with the back to the maze thing, the thought was, I was thinking was that if you had something like a picture of a grid, like of the so CG, yeah, if possible, that one's one that's just like, oh, it's just a little throwaway thing, but it just like would help. Because I imagine those three goons are going to come back at some point. So giving more giving that little bit more of humanization to Zeus would be a nice little touch. And also, I think the character was very nice. So it'd be nice to give him a little bit of a, you know, give him a little more. But the section with Emily and Rainbow exploring, I think it would be nice to have a little bit more in that section anyway, because then it allows Rainbow and Emily to have, it allows them to build this very fast building friendship together. And that could be a lot of fun for that sort of thing, to allow them to have more dialogue together. That's a little bit more game focused, where it's like almost like, oh, we're exploring the tunnels and we have to find our way through. And like Images of the Past, while she discusses Edwin. Also, that would also be maybe something that shows a silhouette of him, so his appearance fully isn't revealed. Maybe a silhouette of something. Maybe Images of the Past, if you wish, like something like showing her healing him, or, you know, something like that. There's a great many things you can do, and it of course will depend on where the project goes from here. But I do think the music, I'm going to go through each section. Writing-wise, I think you're on a great start. Very good stuff. The music, I think the music for the most part was mostly, it landed in the, it didn't catch my, it wasn't, it never got distracting. It was like, I'm trying to best word it. It's like, it never graded, which is very good. I think video game music should either be serviceable ambience to catchy and it sticks in your mind like glue, right? And that spectrum is good. And I think the fact that most of the music set was focused on keeping the vibes was excellent. Let's see. As I said, interactivity. I think that point and click scene, that's why I'm thinking that the section where you're exploring the tunnels, if you had something like a point and click scene where it lets you go down the tunnels yourself and, you know, get some new scenes between Emily and Rainbow, that would be fantastic. Something like that would really, it also give a bit more flesh to the story and the characters together. I'm actually going to pull from, we want more of that for sure. Plan to do that for later gameplay. Excellent. That's excellent. I guess to give you some reading material, because I've been playing some games recently that have been doing stuff like this, you know, giving more room for characters to discuss. The Tales of series, I've been playing Tales of the Abyss recently on Wednesdays, and the Tales of series seems to be really good at weaving character moments in between gameplay. So having little moments that allow the characters to be fleshed out like that, like having more of that sort of thing would be, that is really strong. It's very good. Let's see. Characterization, again, I think the fact that the characters are very much the focus of this means that there's going to be more weight put upon them. But I think the characters, I think the gods at the beginning were, it's like, I almost feel like them being a little less developed now, like now having played the full demo, seeing what you have down, I do think that I can adjust my notes a little bit to say that, well, I think that they could stand to still be a little bit more developed and a little bit more, and I think by giving them traits that allow us to sympathize a little bit more with them, there are things we don't want to flesh out in the beginning. True. And of course, you know, when you have the full story, you're going to have a very different perspective. But it's just, it is just notes from me. But, yeah, I think that the characterization was quite strong. I will say that the character of Rainbow and I think Emily, those two especially, were very strong points. And I think the main character having, it's like she's likable and it never slips into being too much of anything. And I think that's very good, very, very well done. I think the characters are well handled. And of course some of this is I have to wait, put trust into the later versions of the game, see where things end up. Because of course it is a demo. I'm making my notes based on what is available, so I can only go so far. Yeah. This is excellent. So for everyone who doesn't know, Rainbow Heart of Chroma is available for free. The demo right now is available for free. So if you wish to try it for yourself, try out the other choices I didn't do. I kind of purposefully left a bunch of choices vague so that people would have reason to go explore, because I know people who would want to go and check that out themselves would want to go do it themselves. So, Rainbow, you have permission to, if you wish to put the link down for the itch.io, I think it'll let it go through. I'm actually very uncertain. If it doesn't, just let me know. I will go grab it. I will go grab it myself and I will post it up, because I you know, this is your baby, so I want to make sure if it doesn't let you post it up, let me go get it myself really quick. I'll go grab it really quick just in case. Notifications. Let's see, where is it? It worked. Oh, hey, there we go. Excellent. But I wanted to make sure that, you know, this is your baby. I recognize very much the work of a writer, the work of a creator. It is insanely hard, and it's insanely hard to get it seen. So it is very important that you know, that people get to check it out, people to play it. So I have 2 more hours of stream, so I am going to do something that will be very strange to look at. So we are done playing Rainbow Heart of Chroma for now. I will close the game. Game closed. Ooh. Okay. So. Oh, the window display is so bad. Why is it like this? Window. Oh, that's why, because it flipped over, I see. Da-da-do. Start the game. Da-da-do. Start the game. Hide the thing. Why does the properties thing not show up on this? Why do you not show up? Okay, hang on. Hang on. I gotta do something real quick. Properties. So, I made myself a challenge. Hang on. Okay. There we go. Okay. So I made myself a challenge because we're doing a day stream, so I wanted to make a 6-hour... I wanted to make it a 6-hour thing, really. Because that's what I do, because I am a bit of a freak. So, let's see. Need to move this up 1 pixel. Really? Transform. So, because I am a bit of a weirdo, and also because I wasn't sure what I would do after stream, because I didn't want to just end when the demo ended and be nebulous as all heck. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Yes, good enough. Yeah, it's a little bit to the side, but that's fine. So, while I had time, I thought I would challenge myself to speedrun my own game in less than the time I have left in stream, which is till 4 p.m. Therefore, I have to beat the game in less than 2 hours. It also gives me a chance to discuss game design from other angles and do all this other stuff. Also allows me to bring up the fact that this is on that Red Genie's on sale, which I need to change the category. But okay, brain cell is working as hard as it can right now. But I wanted to do some more stuff. Let's see, category. There we go. Okay. Ooh. Switch over. There it is. Ooh. Oh man. Oh boy. Do I even remember how to play? Do I remember anything? Did I play as the male or female? You know what? We'll play as Raven so we can... Yes, this is correct. We will play as Raven because we're gonna... Have I played this game before? Yes. I will use speedrun tactics. 1, please. Okay, so the speedrun really here would be if I hold the button down and just speed the scene up. Because you can do that. Yeah, I don't have any ambience in this scene, but I must confess, I definitely built this like a Game Boy game. It feels a lot like, oh yes, if there's no music here, there's no music, and I ended up with the Adventure Party Head West instead, have my reasons, so I'm able to find out about the cave for the blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so this is a speedrun, I really don't need to read. I don't need to read. I can just go. Beer percent, no! You know what, I'm good. Can I get another drink before I head home? Of course, let me get that for you. And so the adventure gave up before we I love that ending so much. Yes, beer percent go. No, we were gonna go through for realsies. Alright. Is this correct? Have I played the game before? Yes. Hold the button. So the speedrun strat truly is that I have to hold the button and you can skip dialogue. It's very fast. But oh boy, it's been a while. It has been a while since I played this. Played Red Genie. I put it aside for a couple months, mostly because I had this mental. I really should, put it down for a little bit. Let it be. I try to promote it when I can, but that's all right. Is this interactable? No, it's not. Always for gore. The freaking piano. I will say that the time I spent working on this game, this thing oh yeah, this thing has a thing so? Yes, it does. Can't read anything on it. Yeah, I forgot I add interactables. I need to run. Need to keep going. This reminds me a lot of when I used to test this game. This seems off, need quiet mind so we can sense enemies coming. Ooh, the ambience is working. Good. Dagger. Well, I think when we like viewing the contrast between Rainbow Heart of Chroma and Red Genie, the nice thing is the nice thing about being able to view these two directly also is that there's a different sort of emphasis in the scale, because the scale in Rainbow Heart of Chroma is the ability to tell the story with its specific strengths. I definitely know that my experience is more focused on gameplay than story. Which I think each approach has its very specific strengths. I will say I am. That's not a great sign, is it? I think the sound's probably gonna be a little loud, isn't it? I should adjust that. Hang on. I need to adjust that. After I stop getting whooped by iron hides. Yeah, let me turn the sound down really quick because it is a little loud. Hang on. I did do some adjustments to the audio, so I'm very happy with that. Go. I like that I could just make this, I could just make it super loud. Oh boy. But yeah, oh geez, why am I setting stuff down? It's a speed run. I need to go faster. I need to go even faster. Bat. It is interesting though, I just made the correlation that a lot of the first magic that characters learn is fire, which is, it's kind of a funny little thing that I've caught when it comes to storytelling, is that fire is usually the first element characters learn, because fire is the most basic of projection. From what I understand in magical terms, is that fire is the thing that, when it comes to magic, I think the first thing anyone learns how to do is create a little flame, fire it at somebody. That's the easy one, because it's converting internal energy to thermal, and it makes logical sense then that fire is the first element. So it is one of those things that I think it's really cool, because I think we also saw that in Heart of Chroma, that characters often lean towards those. It also makes sense from the standpoint of, well, fire is the most basic magic, so having a character showcase it as their first magic is really cool. I think it also just looks neat as hell, right? I think it always looks super neat. It looks rad, as they say. I will say this speedrun it will include some spoilers, so if you wish to play this game without spoilers, it is on sale for like 80% off on Steam. I'll put that up really quick. Let me get that. This is supposed to be speedrun, and I am absolutely not speedrunning. I'll also put that up. You have 2 games you have to go look at this weekend. You must go. You must go play games. That's what the weekend's for. It is a welcome return though. I will try to get all the weapons if I can. Hunter's longbow. That means I am 4 for 4 so far. Most excellent. I will say that publishing through Steam is quite a process though if you've never done it before. It is a little bit easier if you have, specifically if you have the means to upload the game without the need for having to, my brain just turned off for a second there. But if you remove the need to use command line to upload the game's files to Steam, it's a lot easier. How you upload things to Steam. Bleh. The primary way you do so is you can either use command line to send the files up to Steam. But if you have a game that is less than 2 gigabytes, I believe it's less than 2 gigabytes. I hope they expand that soon, but we'll see. But if it's less than 2 gigabytes or less, you can upload it without having to, you can upload it as a zip file without having to do command line, which is a lot easier than having to worry so much about like the command line stuff, because that stuff is a technical jargon that I do not understand. Also, I apologize for the keyboard noises. It's gonna happen. It will happen, unfortunately, because I kind of have to use keyboard for this game because I don't have any other means. Let's see, nice axe, bro. Let's see. It is interesting trying to speedrun this, though, because I'm trying to remember how much I need to level up and how much I can just leave alone. I keep running into these iron hides. I'm kind of scared, because this is like... It's just a jar. Jar. But, hey, this is also testing my memory, because I've played through these dungeons more than enough times, but at the same time, it's amazing how much you forget, right? Because when you're the one developing the game and you're playing through it over and over and over again, you're testing it, you're reading it, you're going through it, you're checking all this stuff, it sort of exits the gaming experience, right? Where it stops being a story that you're currently partaking in. It's more, oh, this is the thing I'm working on right now, and I'm, you know, you kind of get too inured to the surprises of your story. And I feel like it can be a real test to make sure that you don't lose sight of the reason why you're making your story. I think it's one of those things that, as a developer, it can be easy to forget, right? I think of all things, the greatest wish I can put upon another dev is, don't forget why you make games. Don't forget why you want to entertain people. What draws you towards the stories you wish to tell. Because I feel that is the thing that can hurt the most when it starts to fade. Oh, I just remembered that they're weak to frost. Ah, I could have been just speeding through this. God dang it. I forgot they're weak to frost. They're weak to ice magic. Save my game. File 5. I have a bunch of save files, by the way. I have 4. I have 4 save files because of different points in the story that I like to revisit. File 4 is if I want to go replay the final boss of the game over again, because I just love replaying that boss fight. It still makes the goosebumps come up still. I actually played it a few days ago while I was getting stuff ready for today's stream. And I remember sitting there thinking, oh man, I forgot how good this, I forgot how much I love this. And I think that's the sort of thing that I hope every developer still feels when they play through their game, right? That the moment of joy of getting to see those big moments again. Also, if I just demolished him, it entirely is just me numbers. I remember well enough how to beat that. I still remember. My memory is still strong. But one thing that I think when you have a character that you're within the mind of, it is both, it's a balancing act to, okay, we're gonna, actually wait, I was correct, right? It is frost. It is ice magic that they're weak to, right? Yes, okay, cool. They have a little bit too much health though, so that sucks. I have to fight. I don't know why I'm even fighting all these guys, but it's probably good that I remember the mechanics of my own game. Probably well enough that I remember. There are things when I look back at this project, I think to myself, I'm happy that I finished the game in the time I did. It took me a good couple months longer than I wanted it to, due to there were some delays in the artwork that I had to work through. But you know, because there are things that I really needed for the game to be finished. But I am grateful that I recognize the flaws in this game, so that the next project I can come into with those in mind and work around them and understand how I can work past those sorts of flaws. It is all iron hides. None of the bats exist in this cave. Well, I don't know what's happening. We'll just keep running. But with this game, I think some of the... Wait, what was that? Wait, go back. Nope. Go back. Oh, okay. I thought I saw something weird. That was weird. That was my bad. Sorry. But I think you know, I am now starting to realize, do I really think... I'm going to keep stopping. I'm probably going to keep stopping to do everything. Am I really going to... Ah, god dang it. Am I really able to finish the game in 2 hours? Well, an hour and a half more like it. Maybe not. That's fine. Hit him with the frickin' earth magic. Tremor. Tremor, bunk. Oh yeah, we have... The water magic is one that it was like, oh yeah, water magic. I feel like water magic is so slept on in RPGs. I still think that way. It's like water and earth magic. It's like, please give me more. You know, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, well, how do we do these elements, right? But nevertheless. Steel gauntlets. Oh yeah, the big gauntlets. It was actually the artwork for the Steam page. That was what I was waiting for the most at the end there. Along with some assets that were necessary for the end of the game. Which was a bit... It was quite good to receive those things. Yeah. Alright, let's hit him with the friggin' tremor. The gauntlets do reduce defense, but I think the trade-off of the damage will be worth it. It was worth it. Punch him. Yeah, I've been... I think in terms of the design, there are some things that, like, the shop menus in this game make me so sad. I could not get them to work as fully as intended. It was namely the comparison between your weapon and the thing you're buying. I couldn't really get it to work as intended. It wouldn't let me shift the menus around. It was being weird. But it at least shows you whether or not the weapon, its attack is higher. Like, it's lets you know what certain stats are higher versus lower. The thing that I found, though, is that most of the time you're going to find weapons in the overworld or get them as drops from enemies. So most of the time you're not really getting weapons through buying them at the shops anyway. So it's not as big a deal, but it still kind of frustrates me a little bit. It does frustrate a little bit, but I do find that it's still okay. Okay, we're gonna use the hammer to preserve health a little bit. Yeah, so it's one of those things though where I recognize once a project is finished and you can take a look at a retrospect and say, okay, what went right, what went wrong. I think it's fantastic to write those things down. I learned that at college. That was the thing that I had to do many a time, was write up retrospectives on a project, right? Especially if I needed to write a retrospective on something like a final project where it's like, okay, this is the last thing you turn in is the retrospective on the work. What did you think of it? How did you feel about it? And I think when a project is done, it's good to write those down. It's also good to have to write down what sort of things are going well when the project is ongoing, right? Like having the ability to sit and say, oh yeah, I love this scene at double speed because it looks so cracked. It's so funny. Yeah, because it goes like... That dude is zooming so fast, so good. I love how fast he goes. That man is straight zooming when he comes in. It's amazing. Okay, we're gonna do something risky. We're gonna just spam Tremor from here on. This might be risky. It's speedrun tech, but I think it's risky. The main thing is I just don't want the spiders that spawn in. I don't want them to overwhelm, so... Let's see. Oh god, never mind. I might need to heal. I might need to heal. I do need to heal. I made a mistake. I did... Okay, actually, I just realized I probably could have switched to the hammer because... One thing that is true is when you select a weapon to do an action, like you swap to the hammer, then do item, then you keep the hammer equipped and then use the item so that you can use that as a way to soften attacks. Which I'm going to do again because I kind of need to heal. It also helps me showcase the point. There's a lot of weird tech in this game that I keep forgetting I know how to do, but it's one of those things where in RPGs like this, I think it's sometimes very easy to forget you have tech. You have technique. Okay, the gauntlets are going to be risky, but it'll be good, trust me. It'll be worth it. Yeah, it was worth it. It was worth it. Acid? Oh yeah, that's right, you can use magic. I forgot. That's right, it can use acid. I forgot. I think when you're designing the first, like we actually could, I can wrap it back to what we talked about with Rainbow Heart of Chroma, that like when we, with like the character, some of the character designs we had, we got to see there. I think it was nice that the first enemies of the game were able to be talked about, you know, talk through, understand them. The cultists were kind of interesting because they are, so a lot of them are faceless, but they have a distinct design that keeps them memorable beyond just being dudes, you know? They're not really just, oh, they're just faceless guys with hoods. It's like, no, they have flourishes and design choices that allow them to be more than just a bunch of guys in suits, right? Okay, yeah, our defense is high enough now that we can... These guys will not do anything, so that's good. I think I'll only deal with these ones, and then I'm just gonna... Hopefully, if we get one... If we're down to one enemy after this attack... Well, we won't be. Never mind. Weh. This is fine. It's fine. The extra little bit of experience will be nice, but I think we'll try to run from fights from here on, because we'll just try to dip. We're gonna try and dip out of here. I think a lot of this game could be beaten with... very little... Oh, God. It could be beaten with remarkably less fighting. It's just a matter of keeping up with levels rather than being forced to grind. It's just making sure you do enough fights on the way through. There we go. The dagger is probably the best one I could have equipped for escaping, but it's fine. Wait, wrong way. Oops. We're good. Yeah, I did improve certain aspects of the game with different iterations with new builds and patches and stuff. I believe the nice thing about a lot of games is they can be patched, they can be improved if something is wrong, if something's up. It is a boon of the modern era that we can do so. You know, because back in the day, you know, even just like 20 years ago, you know, if a game goes to print, it's out, it's done, that's it. Okay, it'll just be faster if I fight them. We'll play ball. It's fine. Yeah, we'll do Tremor. It'll work. But I think the benefit of patching has also become a bit of an intoxication for the game design, for the game industry, because oh well, if the game's not done, we could still release it day one and it's fine. We'll just patch it out. But I think that can really hamper a game's hype when you have to patch a bunch of stuff day one, right? And I think the good thing with indie games, especially, I imagine that Heart of Chroma is going to come out. It's going to be it's going to be a complete package, and it's going to be, for all intents and purposes, done when it comes out the door. That's the beauty of independent games, because a lot of them get to come out, and you just get to have a complete game, and you're kind of just done, right? I am wondering though if I should I do the full game or just speedrun a part of it? This is one of the custom assets that I had done for this game, and I like this enemy design. I don't know. I like the Mystic Ball. Mystic Ball. I like the ball. But I could just leave it at the first dungeon just so I could just so I can. I see. I don't know. I don't know what I would do with another hour's worth. What is it, party peoples? Echo, how's it going today? I say speed running, but I'm really just kind of playing at a casual pace. The beginning of Mucho Hot. It is very hot. It has been very sweaty outside. I should take this time to remind everybody that I hope you're hydrating. Really caliente. I should remind everybody that you should be hydrated. You and the person in the chat who knows who I'm talking to, also in the future, I know who I'm talking to. Hydrate, like I am right now at Hecko's behest. Yeah, thank you. Oh, let me get my boy. Let me go acquire the boy. Hang on. The boy. He was kind of watching quietly while we were playing. Hecko, we did play Rainbow Sparkles' demo. I went very slow. I was talking up a storm. I was yapping for 4 hours there, but had a lot of fun with that. So VOD viewers are gonna have a lot of fun with it, I think. I think it'll also be nice because it means that the people get to see the thing. Be good. All right, yes. Rainbow Sparkles demo? Yeah, Rainbow made a game called Rainbow Heart of Chroma. It's a demo right now. If you wait, can you scroll back through the chat? Well, they put up the she put up the thing. Let's see. But we did get to play the demo. I will make sure I grab the link to it later so that it's in the links because I like having all the links for everything in the VODs. So I'll make sure that's there. I have to make sure Red Genie will be there too, and then there'll also be a bunch of other stuff. Oh, you know what? I forgot. Oh my god, I forgot to do it. I forgot to mention. I forgot to post it on social media too. I'm gonna have to post it later. I did make a new music album, Digital Skeleton. It is on Spotify now, so people can listen to it for free. They've recently changed how things go on Spotify through the system I use, so it goes up a lot faster now. But it is a paid service, though. It goes up in 2 weeks, though, so that's nice. So yesterday it went up on Spotify, and I forgot to mention it. I feel the fool for not remembering. God, social media stuff is hard. It's like how much time can I spend putting together all this like stuff, all the things? It is also on the Bandcamp. That way, it did go up earlier, right? It did. Wait, hang on. I posted it. I know I posted it. It went up 2 weeks ago. Yes, it did. Digital Skeleton. I wrote new music. I was feeling kind of bad because the new book is taking a while, so I needed something else as a release in the summer. So I'm hoping that the book will be done soon. That's at least my hope. Well, that I say done soon as if I don't know that it's going to take me a while. Like, I know how long the book is taking. It's taken a while. I'm at 30,000 words, though. I'm very proud of that. 30,000 words is good. That's fantastic. And I think a book isn't really measured by word count. A writer isn't based on word count. But I think for me, having written a bunch of stuff, like, oh, the word count is here, it kind of helps me remember that, oh yeah, I'm making tangible physical progress on the thing. I think it helps, though it is not required. Some kind of broken pedestal. Oh yeah, I forgot some of these are interactable now. Okay. The mace. I forgot. I was trying to remember where the mace was. I think what we'll do is we'll just play the first. We'll play this section. Oh, steel mace. This is a nice mace. Yeah. This is a good weapon. Oh, I was able to weapon percent. I'm inventing speedrun categories. I am inventing speedrun categories as I speak. Let's see. We'll just do this. I must confess that I'm happy that I made time this Saturday to play both the demo for Heart of Chroma and this game. And if I want to play anything else today, I'll do that too. But I'm happy that I made time for this because I don't often do day streams. Last week we did a day stream of Arkham Asylum, and we did these games today. I don't think I'm going to do more day streams soon because they do take a certain toll on me. But I hope that you guys enjoyed this. I like these kind of streams. I will try to find ways to get more of them on when I can. I think when it's, for me, time-sensitive things like Heart of Chroma, where it's like I want to get to it as soon as possible, I think Saturdays would be more doable. But it may depend. I think it may depend. But I know I'm not going to be able to do it every week because it is taking a toll. Because on top of doing... Because I work all day, Monday through Friday, usually. And I stream on Wednesday and Thursday nights, as you know, and I stream Sundays. The added Saturday day streams does have... Especially on the vocal cords, it does add something that... In terms of the strain, it is a little difficult. Alright. Let's deal with the boy. I think he's weak to... Yeah, he's weak to this. Magic ain't gonna do much here, so I have to be careful. Bonk. I don't think I have any other techniques to handle him, though. Man. Also on the Bandcamp, I suppose I should mention that this is the truth. I shouldn't have gotten greedy. I realized that the instant I clicked the button that I was like, oh, I got greedy, didn't I? And I did. I got so greedy. Yeah. I got so greedy so fast. I was like, oh no, it'll be fine. It's whatever. God. Actually, wait. Let's go. I'm gonna go for the risky plays. Actually, what I could do. Idea. Magic. I could try and knock him prone, maybe? Yeah, let's try knocking him prone. We could knock him down. Nope, never mind. Yeah, I'm getting too greedy, I think. Yeah, I'm getting too greedy. Don't do this if anyone speedruns the game. If anyone ever wants to take the world record of this. I feel like I might record that sometime soon, is try to go for the world record, I say, but set a precedent for speedrunning this. So I think that would be funny. Try to speedrun my own game and see how fast I can do it. Okay, that's actually really not good for me. That could do a lot of damage. It did do a lot of damage. Uh-oh. Getting that prone sucks. Oh my god. That sucks for me. I do have an idea, though. Okay. Item. Strength potion. Oh, I should have done that. The strength, that's what the strength potion is. That's the strength potion. That's what it's there for, is to do this. Bonk. Just go head empty, no thoughts. Yeah, there we go. See? Easy. Just head empty. Just start hitting him. You know what's funny is I put the strength potion there for that purpose, and my brain just went doy. Just forgot that was the whole point. I forgot that was the whole point of the strength potion. It's there for a reason. It's there to be used. Then again, I suppose it is it's a good lesson on how this game's philosophy was built. Because it was built with a similar notion to how I play games now. Which is funny, because this game came out last year, so it's funny that I still kept the philosophy that items are meant to be used. So if the game doesn't ask you to use them, then it feels kind of strange when you don't actually get to use the items, you know? So I think it's good that that still feels true. Now we'll just run. Nope, can't run. Blech. Okay, there we go. But I'm hoping that... I hope that I can make that the next game I do will be... I guess we are at peak gaming time. We've been peak gaming all day, Emeraldo. Let's hang on. Let's hang on. We've been peak gaming today. This whole day has been peak gaming. It's been good. But I will say... It's here. Yes? Password. I say that because I'm not on my computer. Oh, that's fair. Oh, I forgot about that. Type in the password. Now, not. I see. So, I guess I'm gonna just leave that there, because this is a secret I didn't divulge the entire time I've been having the game out. But that is a password. It's a password. There's a password to that thing. I won't say what it does, but it is pretty cool. So, secret hunters can have their fun. Ooh. Bloody Doxy Deg. Doxy Deg? Thank you so much for joining our library. Welcome in. How's it going today? Maybe I read that wrong. Bloodied Oxy. I do not remember. And then we'll call this beginning. We'll call this dungeon percent speedrun. So like less than an hour, less than 30 minutes. We're good. Whew. Hooray! But we did get secrets. Bloodied Oxydeg? Maybe. I do not know. Yep. I think that's how it said. Maybe. Hopefully they correct me. From the other world. I will say there is something about the character designs in this game that I regret to I will like I don't want to mention it because I feel like it's a detail that might be like, okay, this is really funny. It's a little funny, a little bit like, oh god. It's a bit of an oversight that I forgot while working on character designs while using the RPG Maker character, like the editor. I kind of forgot to change the eye color a lot, even as characters' hair and faces and everything changed. So a lot of characters have blue eyes in this game because I made a lot of characters at the same time. So you might notice there's a lot of characters with blue eyes. That was not on purpose, but I will claim it because why not? Oh, ma'am. Let's go. Yeah, and she starts walking off. Let's go to the chapel. Look how fast she runs when you... you can make her run super fast. Alrighty, so... Blue eyes, white dragoon. Blue eyes, white dragon, yeah. Oh god, okay. So, to this end... let's see. I don't know, I'm like... Do I want to stream an extra hour, or... Because I don't really know, because I think I'll save this save file for later. File this under for later. But I hope that people check out every game that we play. My hope is that anytime I stream a game, somebody goes out and checks it out themselves. Like, Naz Dragoon. Long snout like a greyhound dog. But I think that, I do think that we will... I think that, oh god. I hope that every once in a while someone sees me playing a game or sees a game that I play or something. It's like if they even see the name of it, they're like, oh, I wonder what that is. And they go look it up. I hope that people go check out Rainbow Heart of Chroma. I hope people check out Red Genie. And I hope that you support your local independent game devs because there are thousands of games. There are always going to be thousands of games, millions of games competing for the attentions and for the pocketbooks of players everywhere. And I really hope that you guys go check these games out because independent game devs really rely on word of mouth more than any other game, any other series, anything else. The smaller independent creators really need that help, and we appreciate it eternally. I know Rainbow is the first to... I've seen her get emotional many a time when people come in, coming in like, I'm so happy that I got to see your stuff, and there. I know that she and I are both very passionate about our work, and it means the world to us when you support that work. It's not just about us, it's about the work. It's about the thing that we've put our heart and soul into, and we really want to see it flourish, and we also want to see you happy and enjoying the thing. No matter, it's like I'm sitting there throwing stuff. I could throw stones at my game from a mile away, but in truth, it's because I love it so much. It's like when you love something, you notice the problems, you notice the flaws, but you appreciate also its beauty. That's why you work on. That's why you work so hard to see it at its best, to do all that for it. So. Yeah. Sorry, I got excited. I got passionate there. I feel I should probably play some. I should probably call it. I think I should call it an hour early. I'm like, tired myself out. So let's see. Thank you all for coming by. Thank you to everyone who came by. I couldn't stay to the end. Big thank you to Rainbow. I think, day streams will pause for now. We might do one in August, maybe. I was certainly thinking that having some holiday-centric ones would be nice. And of course, if we have any big milestones, we are at 320 followers, which is absolutely nuts. I believe now I can set... the goal now, I believe, will be I will set a goal for 350. Because 350 is the next big... streaming milestone. Excuse me. Because 350, I'd like to do a game dev stream, as I recall I put down. So it'll be another Saturday stream, but I'll be working on the next game. I'll be doing work on stream. I might need to find some copyright-free lo-fi, and I'll put it on, and we'll do game dev stuff. But that's for 350. Let's see. see, tomorrow is Crash Bandicoot 3, and Tales of the Abyss and Persona 3 are still ongoing, so we're getting very close to the end for Persona 3. We're near the end of December in that game, and January seems to be the month of everything's going to go nuts, so we have a lot to do. And on Tales of the Abyss took a massive turn last time, so I hope everyone comes in to check that out. Again, check out all the games. All right, so is anybody streaming right now? I don't think anyone I know is streaming right now, but I'll double check. I will be good to be in check. No, I think I'll just call it for now. All right. Yes. So, whew, long day. I will call it an hour early. I think I need to rest a little bit. So now, whenever I see you guys next, goodbye for now, and thank you so much. I'll see you soon.